Hi, welcome back. So in the last part we took a look at the completed rig and a few of the features of it, so some of our custom controls and some of the IK joints and whatnot. In this part we want to look at creating the first part of our skeletal structure with HumanIK. But before we get into any of that, I want to pop open the outliner, so I'm going to go to Window, Outliner, and I'm just going to dock mine because I use it all the time, so I'm just going to drag it and drop it over here. Now, when we finished the modelling of this, we had our little guy basically very simply parented together so he could be moved around into a pose position. And this time we're going to go a bit further. So as you can see, I've got some organisation on this guy down here, and I will do most of this when I'm paused. I just want to run you through some of the thought process in why it's going to be organised differently to this, and why we're going to organise it slightly differently than we left it in the modelling process. Now, part of the struggle with rigging is keeping everything organised, and you will end up with maybe even hundreds of bones and controls and different things. So if you're constantly hunting around for what things are called and where you left stuff, it's going to make the whole process much more labour intensive at the end of the day. Not to imagine much more confusing when you start to put in control joints and you can't find the geometry and you're not sure what you've parented to what. So what we're going to do with this rig is, after we've got a skeleton in him, and obviously the skeleton will be created and then the controls for said skeleton and whatnot, but we're also going to need to tell the geometry what to do. So there's a few ways to do this. For soft skin characters, if you were modelling a person with skin over bone and muscle, then you would use skin weights, so you would paint weights on this guy, and we will actually be doing that for things like this part of the torso, and this part even could be considered sort of a very hard rubber, so we might skin this and this part. And the other way, or one of the other ways, is to simply directly parent the geometry to a joint. So if I just get a new scene here, and I'll just show you that very quickly so you can see what I'm talking about. Okay, so I've popped open a new scene, and before we start, it's important for us to get a few base principles down pat. So if I start with, let's say, just a cylinder here, and let's make this a bit bigger, and I'm going to give it to some geometry, because we're going to actually bend this, so it needs some geometry in it. So we'll just go to the attribute editor here, or sorry, the channel box, and under polycylinder, we'll give it a few more subdivisions. So let's go 20 in height, and this gives us a number of subdivisions so we can bend this geometry. Now I'm going to go up to the rigging menu, and I'm going to go to the rigging toolbar here, and I'm going to add joints, so create joints. Whoops, I accidentally clicked on create a box there. And we'll use the 4-view for this so we can see where we put in our joints a bit easier. So I'm just pressing F there to focus the camera in, and then create joints, and I'm going to do 3 joints, so a base, one here and one here. And the reason you can't see them is because they're in the geometry. I can kind of see them on this view. So we'll go to shading and use X-ray joints. That way we can see the joint through the geometry. And if we just do that on all windows, we'll be able to see those joints just fine. Okay, so now we've got joints and we've got geometry. So this is not too much of a hassle. If we wanted this to bend you know, in a very sort of cartoony manner, we can just grab these joints at the tip, at the root joints. That would be joint 1 in this case, and as you can see, all of these joints are parented to each other. So selecting the first one, we'll select all 3. Now you can unparent those by middle mouse dragging them out, and now you'll see there is no joint between here and here because there's no parenting. So to fix that, just middle mouse drag them back in, and that should give you the hierarchy: start joint, middle, end. Right, so we need to get this to play with this. Now, there's a couple of ways of doing that. We could directly parent this geometry to say joint 1. So I'm just middle mousing that in, and that's parented to joint 1. So now, as with any other parent, if I move joint 1, I'm going to move this as well. Now, these aren't going to do anything because they're not parented to the geometry, only the first one in the chain. So in the case of our robot arm, which is basically 2 stiff cylinders which won't move, we can use this parenting technique to just very simply add them to the joints. Now the problem with that comes in when you want something to actually bend. So we wanted this to bend more like a cartoon arm, or like the neck on our character, for instance, or the waistline will have a bit of bend in it. Now if we want these to bend, we can't do this. Or, you know, there are ways to make this work, but with certain deformers and whatnot, but skinning is what we're going to do. Very, very common technique when it comes to rigging, one of the fundamentals really. So in order to skin this, we're going to select this joint, we're going to shift select this geometry, and we're going to go up to skin, bind skin. Now there's a bunch of options in here. I'm just going to set it to the default, and skinning method, classic linear, is Maya's really go-to method that it's been using for years. There are a few others that we really won't get into, but this is basically your standard one. So I'm going to just bind those joints, and now when we move this one, you'll see we get that bend. Now this one will just parent, of course, and depending on what the weights are like for this, that will just move. You could also move these up and down. Okay, so really for the purposes of this very simple introduction, that would be the difference between skinning this and just parenting it. So if you've got something you need a bend in, like so, you can skin it. And obviously we can change the way that that skinning works by going to Paint Weights, double clicking to bring up the tool, and you'll see here the influences of that skinning. So anything white is going to be wholly influenced, anything black not at all. So if we look at joint 1, that's influencing all of this. Now if I select joint 1, you'll see that's just influencing everything. So let's select joint 2 because it will be a more interesting joint to look at. And joint 2, whoops, I need to be on that when I go here. There we go. And you'll see joint 2 has got this bend here. So if I was to say put this to a value of 0, which would be black, of course, and then hold B and left mouse button drag to change the side of the brush here, if I actually changed where that weight was painted, you can see that has immediate effect on how our joint would bend. Now we will be doing some simple weight painting, so this isn't it. I just wanted to give you a quick overview. And if I go back and now rotate this, you can see how that different weight paint has affected how this joint actually bends. Okay, obviously we didn't paint any weights up here, and the weights for this last one will probably be just at the very tip. So let's come here. Yeah, and as you can see for joint 3, our weight is distributed here. So, you know, I could paint out all of this and then start putting some extra value in to change the weight positions again. Obviously this is not very neat, but you get the general idea of it. Okay, and then go back to the joint, and now when I bend this joint it will have a much bigger influence. As you can see, all that white we painted in is now bending with it. So really in our tutorial I was calling it hybrid rigging for the reason that it uses both HumanIK and custom rig controls, but it will also use a combination of weight painting and simple parenting, which brings us back to our file here, which I'll just open up again. There we go. Our start file will be called rigging start. You'll find it in the project directory of the download from our site. So now we have this guy. Now as you can imagine, this is going to have to bend a little bit. This is going to have to bend a little bit, the neck piece here. But everything else on this guy is pretty much static. You know, we're going to have elbow bends, but they're going to happen around a joint here, which is easily visible. We're going to have arm bends that are going to happen around this ball and socket. We're going to have leg bends around this ball and socket, which means an awful lot of this can be done with fairly simple parenting to joints, rather than having to take all the time and trouble to paint weights for it. So first things first, what we want to do is get a skeleton in here. For the base skeleton, we're going to use HumanIK. And then I can really start to show you where the joints are and why we're going to combine some of this geometry and why we're going to leave some of it free. So first off, let's hide the jetpack, because we're not actually rigging the jetpack right now. We're just doing the guy. Now we could parent the jetpack to the guy afterwards, so he would still be carrying it around, and there's a variety of different techniques for that as well. But for the actual skeletal structure, we just want the basic robot here. So at the moment, as I mentioned, I've got these groups that have kind of organized everything, but this is nowhere near organized enough for what we're going to be doing. Alright, so let's start out by creating the basic HumanIK. So skeleton, HumanIK, and it'll be here on your toolbar once you've activated it, and create skeleton. And let me just make sure I have show joints turned on. And as you can see, we've got a skeleton coming. Now this has left us with a character reference, which are all the joints for the skeleton. So if I click on one, you'll see HumanIK uses a very organized system, left leg, toe base, everything is nicely numbered and nicely named so you can find things easily, which becomes important later on. So we're going to try and keep our custom rig and custom skeletal bits to a similar naming convention. Okay, now we could select our skeleton here and scale him up, but a much better thing to do when working with HumanIK, let's unhide that jetpack so we scale at the same time, a much better thing to do with HumanIK is to actually scale your character down to match. It likes to work at a certain scale, which can be changed, but if you have the option, it's always better to work at its default scale. It saves problems down the line. So you can see we've got a basic HumanIK skeleton in here. Now there's a couple of things we don't need. We don't need shoulders on our character because we're dealing with simple ball and socket joints. So we can go ahead and get rid of the shoulders. So shoulder clavicle joints, none. We're just going to basically have the bend for the arm here. Now the other thing is HumanIK has given us hands. Now HumanIK really doesn't pay much attention or any attention to joint orientation, and as we've got these very weird hands, as we saw in the preview part, we're going to need to make custom rig controls and indeed a custom skeleton for our hands. So we're going to turn off all the fingers, we don't need them. And the same for the toes. We're going to make our own toes. So I've left on toe base, and I think by default this might have a couple of toes active. You can see them there. Just make sure you've ticked them off. Okay, there we go. So we'll be doing custom elements for the toes, for the hands, for the eyes, the mouth, and everything else will be using HumanIK. Now this is beneficial to us because HumanIK will allow us to easily retarget animations from motion captured sources, and things like the hands and the eye movements, unless you're focusing specifically on those, you probably wouldn't get those in a lot of mocap data anyway, or they would definitely need quite a bit of tweaking. So realistically, do we need the HumanIK for retargeted animations on the hands and feet? In this case, no. If you're doing a rig for, let's say, a game that requires a HumanIK style rig, then you might need to use HumanIK for all of it, but in that case you would have specifically designed a character with fingers in a more human-like state so it would work with this. The idea behind this kind of rigging method is to basically get you a full body IK rig really quickly, and then start adding on top of that. So this is very useful for characters that perhaps don't have an exact skeletal structure the same as a human being would. This makes it much more controllable for us to have both custom controls, but at the same time we don't have to come up with that full body IK rig from scratch, which is an extremely time consuming process. So we've got sort of half of this skeletal structure kind of delineated. Now we need to decide how many bones we need. So we need a head bone, which will be up there. This will be a neck bone, and these will be spine bones. Now we have 3, and I want 1 for this geometry, 1 for this geometry, and 1 for this geometry. So if I count them off, 1 for this, 1 for this, 1 for this, and I've got a spare one in there, which I probably don't need, but we can change that here, how many spine joints we need. So I can go down to 2, and then I have 1, 1, and 1, which is probably in this case all we need. Let's hide the jetpack. And now we need to place the bones. Now, as I've mentioned before, HumanIK, when the rig is on it, won't pay any attention to joint rotations. So unlike a more traditional style of creating a rig where joint orientation is extremely important, it's not in this case. Now we'll be looking at it anyway because it's important to understand why you need to have it right with different types of rig, and we'll need to have that right when we do our own custom controls. But for right now we don't have to worry about joint orientation too much, which is both pretty much a strength and a weakness. One of the reasons why we find it very difficult to do fingers like this with HumanIK is because they're always going to want to bend upwards on a HumanIK control rig like a human finger would, and this won't bend like that. And even if we reorient the joints within HumanIK to bend the way it should, it's not going to work very well, which again is another reason we would create a custom hand rig for this type of arm. So first things first, we need to get these bones somewhat into position. So the bone is going to be parented to, say, this geometry. So obviously the center of this ball joint is what we're actually going to be looking at. The joint should be orientated to, or the joint should be moved into place to. So if I nip into the foreview, and I'm just going to hit Control and 1, Control and 1, Control and 1, Control and 1, which will isolate that piece of geometry. So if I push it again, the geometry will come back. So let's focus in on this geo on all the cameras, so we've got a good view of it. And I'm going to isolate it because it's just slightly easier to see. So I'm going to want to select the geometry and the bone, and then Control and 1 will isolate that in my cameras. Now I know I want this bone approximately, well, exactly if I can get it in the center of here, but there is one other consideration to be made, which is where we're going to place this bone. So if I move this one, those are going to move too. Now you can get around that. You can hit Insert, which will move just this bone. Okay, but generally it's a good idea, I've found, when you're working on a chain of bones, to start at the beginning of the chain. So, you know, you wouldn't want to adjust this little guy here. You wouldn't want to say, okay, we'll pull that one up there, because then when you come to pull this one up there, that one's going to move, and it's just easier. I mean, you can use Insert on the keyboard, but it is easier if you get into the habit of kind of moving the root bone first, so we don't run into that problem. Now I want one where the neck is there, and one where the beginning of the head is down there. Now we'll look at those in more detail. I just wanted to get those basic ones out before I started messing around with these ones. So again, shift select your geometry when you've got your bone selected, and Control 1 to isolate it in all views. Then I can go ahead here and move this to the center of our ball joint. Okay, you can see on the top view there we are definitely not central. And the more accurate you are with this, because it's a ball joint and it's going to revolve around this, the more accurate you get this, the nicer your animation is going to look, the less hassle you're going to have down the line. It's just going to be easier in general. So now we need to go on to the next bone. So that should be directly central to this pipe. So what we can do is just, we don't actually need the arm, we just need the pipe and this bone, and once again Control 1, Control 1, there we go, and F to center the camera view on that bone and that pipe. And oops, I have both things selected, and let's just move that bone up to the middle of the pipe like so, and make sure it's in the center here. It should be pretty central. Yep, it seems to be. So Control 1, and we can go ahead and do the next bone. Now this bone will be central to this piece of geometry, so make sure I have the bone selected and this piece, because this is the ball obviously that the hand's going to rotate around. Then Control 1, and again, and let's find out where we're supposed to go. So we now need to go to the center of this, so making sure you just have the one bone selected. Let's come in, and that should be pretty much spot on. Oh, it's not quite. Okay. Okay, that should be good enough for this. Now obviously Control 1, the longer you take placing these and the better you get the placement, the less troubles you'll have down the line. But you'll notice I'm not paying any attention to the actual joint rotation, and if I want to see the joint rotation I can go up to Display, Transform Display, just pull that off and hit Local Rotation Axis, and you can see we've got Z this way, Y, and then X. Now generally, or in joints, the way it's, well, I say there is no way it's generally done, but you're going to want one axis that always points towards the next bone. But we'll get into that, the same axis preferably all the way along the chain is what I mean. But we'll get into that in a when we start to do our own custom skeleton. As I said, for HumanIK, doesn't matter that much. Alright, so let's move this bone, which will be, should be in the center of here, and I'm going to have to do this one with Insert turned on. There we go. Let's move that. So that will be our spine bone for this. This will be our spine bone for this. This will be our neck bone. This will be our head bone. These will be the start of our arm. Now we've got no shoulders because this breastplate isn't going to move. Or in fact, I'm going to do this in sort of what would be a very hard rubber material. So it will have a little bit of stretch to it. It'll just give our character a slightly more cartoony feel to it, which is what I'm going after. But it's not going to have any shoulder movement really, so I don't need a special shoulder joint in there. So now we just got the leg, and it's really the same thing. We're going to want this to pivot around the center of this. So again, I'm just going to hold Shift so I can select both, and Control 1. And then we're going to pop into all 4 views, and I'm going to do the Control 1, Control 1, Control 1, and then FF and F, just to make sure that I've got that lined up. And that should pivot probably around there. Now we can of course test this out before we have to make a firm decision, but okay, that looks pretty good to me. There we go. So, next one down the chain. And, considering we will end up with a full IK rig when we are finished with this, this is actually surprisingly quick and easy if you've ever done a custom IK rig, or, a full custom rig in general. You'll be quite pleased with the speed that you're able to get with this sort of hybrid rigging method. Now I want this to be in the center of this, I should think, so the important one will be down here. Okay, that looks about fine to me. So let's Shift 1 and see what else we've got here. Now the ankle joint, obviously it's going to pivot around this thing here. So let's just, whoops, Control 1 there, and focus, 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 and this will be the important part here. So I'm just getting that central to that ankle pivot. We should be somewhat in the center here, so there we go, and that should do us. Let's see what that looks like. That looks fine. And the toe joint I'm going to want to put in between these two here. And this isn't really the toe joint, sorry, it's the base of the foot joint, because we will be putting our own toe joints in. So okay, there we go, and one and one. So that should go sort of here at the base of the foot. This one's not too important right now. I'm going to move it back behind the level of where the toes would start, and that gives us pretty much, I'm not really liking the placement of this. Let's find out what we did here. So to the 4 view, and okay, so okay, right. I'm going to use insert for this so it doesn't move all the bones below it as well, and I'm going to bring that into the center there, so it's in between those two. Okay, and that's looking a little better. Alright, so that is actually our skeleton defined. Now you'll notice we only did half of it, I think for fairly obvious reasons. We're not going to, repeat the same thing 3 or 4 twice for each side. So once you've done that, you just need to select a root bone here and hit this mirror button in the HumanIK window. And there we go. So that has then mirrored our entire skeleton up into what should be about the right place. Now we still have the option to make the odd tweak if we discover we've got a rotation that's not to our liking, but for right now we're going to lock up the skeleton. Okay, if perchance you don't lock up the skeleton and you go away and you close Maya down and you open it up, HumanIK has a very annoying habit of then resetting the skeleton back to its default position. So now the other thing we should have done before we did that was just check our definition was fine. I mean, I had no worries with this one because it was a very simple bone move. So, but you can check this, and this will also let you select the bones, which is very nice, very easy way to do it. If we had fingers as well, then we would be able to pump out the individual fingers, but obviously we don't have that degree of control on here. Okay, so I'm just going to save this file now. Let's just call this file save scene as, and I'll just call this rigging start part 02, because I am using Maya 2017 here, folks, and it hasn't been service patched yet, so there's always a need for some caution. Right, but now we've got that, I can just come in and change the stance here to a control rig, and Maya will build a complete control rig for this skeleton. So as you can see, I've got a complete controls here for my skeleton, elbow control. Okay, now we will have to check that this is I should be able to bend him at the neck. Yeah, can. Now we will have to check, of course, that this is working with our particular model, but I really see no reason why it shouldn't be. So, you know, you can have a play with this now. If you've never done any rigging before, this might be of interest to you to see it move around. And even if you have, it's still quite fun to play with these things. As you can see, it's a fairly well done control rig. So I'm going to make sure I'm up here and I've got it on full body, and I'm going to hit stance pose, which will put it back where I left it. And then if I did need to edit the skeleton again, which I will need to do, I can put it back from control rig to stance. Problem, when I unlock the skeleton, it will delete the rig. So you'll get a warning, unlocking character definition will delete control rig. Do you want to continue? Yes, you can see my skeleton is in the same place. But I've got no control rig. Again, it's not really a huge issue. I can just go and create another one with HumanIK. The problem with that would be if you maybe modified the base control rig and then you found out you had to go on monkey with the skeleton again, you'd end up deleting that. There are ways around that. We won't be getting into it now. Just something you should be aware of when you do unlock a skeleton definition with HumanIK, you will kill that rig off. So anyway, I hope you found some of this informative, and in the next part we're going to look at the organization of this geometry, and we're going to start the basic parenting to the rig, so or to the joints, sorry, so it can be controlled by the rig. So we'll need to change the organization of these groups that I originally had, and if you're working off the robot modeling file that we did, you'll also need to change your organization. So again, we're going to go through that in the next part, and hopefully we'll get some basic movement out of this thing then. Alright, thanks for watching. Okay, welcome back. So in the last part we got our basic HumanIK skeleton set up here with all the joints in the correct place, and in this part we want to go ahead and start parenting some of this geometry to those joints. But before we do that, we've got a rather mundane step, which would be to go through and see which needs parenting to which particular joint. Now, so these three, for instance, would all be parented to this one hips joint, because this is all the character's hips. Now, I'm going to keep a naming convention very similar to the bones that they're attached to, and I'm going to combine these objects. So, I mean, this step is quite uninteresting to do, and a lot of people try and rush this bit because, you know, you want to get on to the more interesting stuff. But if you do that, later on down the line, you're going to end up in a huge mess, and especially when you hand over this rig to an animator, you're just going to get it chucked back at you because no one wants to work with, you know, left pipe geometry 26. I mean, it just won't work. It wouldn't be acceptable. So we are going to spend a part on organization and some of the reasons why we're organizing things into each particular phase. Now, this is all solid geometry, so this would be on my character like metal, so it's going to be parented to this one hips joint. It's all going to move at the same time, so I'm going to select all three pieces and I'm going to mesh combine those So mesh combine, and now I've got a mesh called lower torso. But my bone is called hips, so I'm going to rename this to hips geo, so we know exactly what it is. Now I'm going to parent this hips geo to this spine, so I'm going to middle mouse drag it, to the hips joint, to this central joint. I'm going to middle mouse drag it up there and drop it in. Now you'll see when I select this joint, it also selects this geometry. Now I'm going to do a similar thing with this part. So this part is just on its own and will be connected to spine 1. So I'm going to find the geometry for this, and I'm going to call it spine 1 geo, and then I'm going to parent that to spine 1. So character spine 1, that's the joint. So we take this spine 1 geo and we parent it to that joint. So you can see when I've got this joint selected. Now you'll also see when I have this joint selected, it selects this one as well, because this is the central joint which will select all the preceding joints in the hierarchy. But that's fine, we want that, so that's no problem. Now we're going to select this, which is our torso, this and this, because these parts are part of the torso. You know, these are just the socket joints the arms fit into. And the reason they're different colors is simple, because on the original robot modeling we did, they were a slightly different shape. They were, I believe, just much flatter inserts, and I just widened them out a bit because I thought it looked nicer and it will give us a greater degree of movement. So and the same with these down here, these have also been slightly remodeled from the original tutorial, so I put them in different colors so you would notice that. Okay, so now we've got this, and that also gets the neck as well. Now with this, we could parent it to the geometry, but I really want to paint weights on this, so I'm not going to. And actually the same holds true for this. So I'm actually going to remove that geo from the joint hierarchy. So these won't be directly parented. These are probably the only 1, 2, 3 bits, this bit and this bit, that won't be directly parented to the joints. These will be painted with weights. So let's go ahead and combine these anyway, because that's, you know, a fair enough thing to do. And in fact, I'm going to combine these all together into one piece of geometry. We don't actually need them as separate pieces. So let's go ahead and mesh combine. And we'll call this one, this will be spine, and let's call it a neck geo. And if you're still not sure why some bits are parented and why some bits aren't, you will become very clear when we actually start to make this thing move and we start to paint weights and stuff. So just bear with us if you're kind of scratching your head right now. It's not always that easy to see what's going on before the process is complete. But basically this will be skinned, all this middle portion, and everything else will be parented. So that's why this is not going under a specific joint just yet. Alright, and then we have this joint, which should be the character left arm. So then we've got left forearm. So under the character left arm will go this piece of geometry. So when we bend this joint, we want this to move with it. So that one's kind of simple. All we need to do is drag this one out, because we'll be pairing it in a minute, and make sure we got the joint name right, because we want the geometry to have a very similar corresponding name. So left arm, and we'll just come here and call this left arm geo. There we go, and we're going to want to run this down to the left arm. There we go. So under left arm goes character left arm. Now we've got right arm, which will actually be quite a lot of this. So under the right arm we'll have to go this right arm, but we'll also have to go all of these pieces. Whoops, I think I just moved that a little bit, which I didn't intend to. Okay, and these pieces too. Now we could group this and parent the group, but I actually want to combine it. It's just going to give me less pieces of geometry to have to muck around with. So that's that. So that's all that. So just mesh combine and get the joint name. So left forearm, and we'll just call this forearm geo. The reason I'm making the distinction with geometry with this geo tag is when we do custom controls, we'll have one set of bones for compound controls, one set of bones for FK controls, and one set of base bones, and then we'll have geometry parented to some of those but not others because they'll be control joints. So the less geometry I have floating around, the more simplified I can make this, the happier I'm going to be. So anything I can combine into one piece to make life easier, I'm going to. So this left arm geo, obviously going under left forearm, and left forearm. Done. Okay, now we've got this hand bone here, which will control this, and eventually the fingers. But we're going to do those in a separate rig. So we're just going to grab all of these, and this is not going to be controlled by the finger bone. This is a part of the hand where the fingers attach. So once again, I'm going to combine all that into the base of the hand. Okay, making sure I haven't selected any of those fingers. So mesh, combine, and there we go. And we want to get the right name for that. So that would be character left hand. Okay, done. So we come up here and character left hand, middle mouse drag once again, just parent that, and you can click on the bone to see if you've got it. This will obviously get both. This will get all those, and we are done. Now these I'm going to hide for now because we'll take care of those a little bit later, and I'm also going to hide the finger geometry because we won't be dealing with that just yet. First we want to make sure we've got our basics down pat, so control G to group that lot, and I'll just call that left hand temp group while we're waiting to deal with it, and control H to hide it. So now what we've got is a spine. As you can see, this hasn't been parented yet. Now we can parent the head geometry in a second, but let's just take a look at what happens when we slap a control rig on this. So we want to check the movement of this arm first because we've got it, basically completed. So let's go to control rig. Okay, here's our control rig, and I'm going to move this, and you should see my arm moves rather nicely along with it. Obviously the body's not going to come at the moment because we haven't done that yet. But I'm just checking the bend up here by the shoulder, and that looks good. Pull the arm forward, that looks good. Where it's bending here looks good. Aha! But you see, now we'll often produce flaws in our modeling when we do this, and I don't mean anything serious. I mean, I've obviously got this pipe a little bit too long, which is a very, very easy thing to fix. I can just actually grab the vertex on it. Actually, let's just make sure this is back in stance mode, and I'm going to turn off the X-ray joints, so I'll just keep selecting them, and I'm just going to come in here and select the verts on this arm. So once again, control 1, and I'm going to pull this in like so. And that should be much better. Now let's check it on the rig. So okay, now I shouldn't get that bisection on the elbow there. So let's go back to the control rig, and as you can see, that's looking much better. Okay, so let's pull this around a bit more. Now we've got a bit of bisection there on some extreme angles. Now you could make this section thinner or this bit a little bit more pronounced. I mean, you're going to find things like this when you start to rig, and I would like to close the end of this pipe up, which I'll do in between the parts, but for right now our basic kind of parenting has worked wonderfully well. You can see that our hips, when we pull this character over with the IK handle, Our hips are also coming too, and you can see where our spine would bend. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with that one arm. Let's get on and do some legs here. So, stance, there we go, and I'm going to once again show the X-ray joints. Okay, and now we've already got this done. So we've got, in terms of legs, we've got an upper leg here, we've got a, let's just pop that open, a left foot and a left foot toe base. Okay, so the left foot toe base at the moment I'm not really going to connect to much, because this is going to connect to that part, and these toes also can be grouped and then hidden, because we'll be dealing with those. So I'll call this one toes temp group. We'll be dealing with those when we set up custom rigs. So Control H, and that should do that. Okay, now let's get a parent in. So we know this is part of the upper leg, this, all of this stuff. And here we go. Now, if you want to make sure that you've got it all, and in this case I can see we have not because we've forgotten these edges here. If you want to make sure you've got it all, you can always hit Control 1 and isolate selected and make sure that you've got everything that you're going to need. Yeah, that looks like that's about right. Okay, so Control 1 again to bring everything back. And I can do a mesh combine. And that will all be one piece. And we'll then call that upper leg, I believe. Yep, left up leg. Oops. And left up leg geometry. And middle mouse drag to left up leg. You see what I mean? When they're called the same and they're organized, it's quite easy, but you can see it's not too difficult to get lost in this hierarchy, and this is quite simple. So that's going to bend, and then this one's going to bend. Okay, so now we need to do the left leg, the lower leg. So get all of this again. And I know this is actually no, that's going to go on with the foot, so let's unselect that. Oops, I moved it. And I know this is not the most interesting step in the world, and people do have a big tendency to rush this one, but again, that is what gets you in trouble. Alright, so there is that. Now let's combine this. So combine, and we want the name of this joint here, left leg, geo. And we're going to come up here and to that to left leg. There we go, left leg, done. So when selecting this joint, I should select that. That looks dandy. And now I want this ankle joint, which would be this, 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 and this. Whoops, I just deselected that, and I think that's it. Yeah, looks like it. So mesh combine, done, and this one is just called foot, I think, left foot. Yep. So left foot, geo, and up here into the left foot. Now the toe base we're going to leave as it is for now. We don't need it for right this second. We're going to bung a control rig back on this with HumanIK, and we're going to just check out that our leg is working properly. So let's go to control rig, and I'm going to put that back in a stance position, and then I'm going to grab the control handle here, and that's actually looking pretty decent already. Okay, so we've got our end bone there, no problem. We've got full ankle rotation. We can, move the knee here, should be able to, yeah. Okay, but I think we're slightly off in the placement of that ball and socket joint, because look, when we do this way we're fine, this way we're not, so we're going to have to fix the position of that joint. And again, that's not bad because HumanIK lets us test this very easily. Because it bungs the rig straight in for us, so we can really start to get and you'll see if I pull this guy downwards, like so, that our arm is coming with us, it's in the right place. We can go up and control this. Okay, so all we're really missing now is the head and this central body portion. The hips are coming with us, they're looking okay. The leg is looking just dandy. Let's put him back in his default pose. Now we just have to get the head, and we put custom controls in for the eyes and things like that. Alright, so I'm going to do the same. I'm going to take a small pause now, and I'm just going to do exactly the same to this side. So I'm going to do this leg the same way and this arm the same way. I won't make you sit and watch that because this is not the world's most interesting process. And when we come back, we'll look at finishing up connecting the head and connecting this to some skin weights and stuff. Alright, so I will see you in the next part. Thank you very much for watching. Goodbye. Hi, welcome back. So I've gone ahead and done the same on the right hand side of the character that we did with the left hand side, and that's from the character's left and right perspective, of course, not ours. But before we go any further and do anything any more complicated, I just want to throw this control rig back on here and take a look by moving them around, see if we've got anything wrong with our geometry, if we've got any bisections we're not happy with and stuff like that. So the first obvious thing is this first arm that we fixed, because this was too long, so we just kind of crimped its verts down a bit. This one's probably going to suffer the same problem. It is. So you would need to go in and edit the vertex on this as well, same as this, or you could have just mirrored this across, myriad of ways to do it, but it's a simple fix. So I'll probably just go ahead, edit verts and move them inwards, just to stop that small bit of bisection that happens there. So these are things that really start coming out when you really start to get into the rigging process and start to see these mistakes with your original, well, maybe not mistakes is a bit harsh, but oversights with your original design. I mean, it's easier if you're working with a completely human-based character, because obviously after studying some anatomy you should know how that all goes together, but this was an original concept that I just came up with. So obviously what looks like ball and socket joints that will work, when they're actually rigged you find little tweaks that need to be made. It's quite normal. And I just want to test the hips here, so let's go down. Yeah, both legs are working. Now we would start to get some intersection around here, but this guy is a sort of mechanical robot, not a ballerina or a limbo dancer, so he really doesn't need that much lateral motion. Now that's not very good. We've got some serious intersection on the top of the legs there when we go left and right, so we are going to need to sort that out. So let's go back to the stance pose. Let's delete the rig, delete the control rig, and then we're going to unlock the skeleton because we're going to be changing it, and we're going to move the pivot points of this joint and this joint. The problem is they have things parented to them, so if we start moving them around now, that's going to have an adverse effect on here. Even if you use insert and move just the joint, when you lock the skeleton it will look fine. When you unlock it a second time, all your stuff's going to move around. It's going to be a huge pain in the backside. Now, as we get such an organized workflow here, it's very easy for us to just grab this left leg and unparent it, and then grab the right leg and unparent that. Okay, so I've got both of those unparented. Now I can go ahead and change these joints around a bit without having to affect these left arm, left up leg and right up leg. So if I just hit insert here to move the joint, and I'm just going to move it inwards a little bit like so, I think that should just about fix it, and maybe a tiny bit down. and let's see, maybe a tiny bit this way. Now I think that should reorient the pivot from what I can see here to a more even distribution when we rotate the hips backwards and forwards. This should be a bit better, and these things can take a bit of playing with. So I'm going to hit insert again, select the joint, and just hit mirror, and we'll see that one change too. I can then come back in here and take this leg and this one. So what I'll probably do first is delete the transformations on these. So sorry, modify freeze transformations, not delete. Okay, so now I'm going to move the left leg up, left up leg, and right up leg. There we go. And I mean, you can imagine if we hadn't have taken the time for the naming convention, we'd be kind of struggling to find out which poly pipe 26 was connected to which random joint number 23. So that is quite an important step. But anyway, let's lock the skeleton back up. You shouldn't see anything change. It's perfect. Definition is still fine. It's all in the green. And control rig. There we go. And let's try a movement backwards and forwards. And as you can see, now we don't have that hideous intersection happening. We still have some intersection when he gets to here, sort of here, but I'm probably never going to bend him that far in that position. So, it's all a bit of a trade-off really with a design like this, to where you put these joints and where the actual intersection is going to happen. Now, yeah, I'm going to need to change this one again. I'm going to need to get that more central, but that's going to take a little bit of experimentation to see where it should go. So I'll do that in between the parts as not to bore everyone to death with my moving a pivot point, up and down. And as I say, same procedure as before. I would just unparent the actual geometry, change the joint, reparent the geometry, and then relock the skeleton after I change the joint. So nothing to it really. You can see it's just probably just in a little bit the wrong place. I mean, I might also make this joint here a bit larger on the inside so we can get some intersection without it being noticeable. I mean, when you create things like this, you're always going to get a bit of intersection. And it's not a terribly big issue as long as nobody can see it. So if it happens on the inside of a model, for instance, it's no problem. But, yeah, you can see that we've got that in the wrong place here. No big deal, really. Just move it a little bit, should be fine. Right, let's go into the stance. Okay, part of the problem is that this joint is much taller up here than it is down here. So again, I'm going to have one quick try at reorienting this right now, and we'll just unparent this geometry one last time. And if this change doesn't fix it up right away, then I'll just do it in between the parts. And whoops, I pulled out the character spine. That's not a good idea. I'll just do it in between the tutorial parts, and I'll let you see where I eventually ended up with the pivot. So unlock the skeleton. Yes, we'll delete the control rig. Thank you. And I'm going to try changing this again. But let's get this. So it should realistically be in the center of this, one would have thought. So that's 1. And yeah, maybe that's why it's off a bit, because it's nowhere near the center. So that could be a bit of a clue. Okay. And where's the best view for this? Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to try moving it more central to this. Maybe around there. Obviously it's quite difficult to see right now because this thing was modeled a bit off center as well. So we can use this here to get it sort of there. Alright, now I'm going to try this. As I say, I can go back and fix it up a bit later. Let's control 1 to get that mirror, to get that isolate selection off, and just mirror all those joints across. There we go. And you know what? That was a really bad idea, folks. Because when I was moving that around, I didn't have insert on, so I've moved the whole joint chain, which is not a good idea. So let's just get these, isolate them up, and go into this view again. And probably actually just want this and this to isolate. Okay, and this time making sure you have insert on, of course. Sorry, that was a bit of a silly mistake to make. There we go. Okay, so I think that might do us a bit better. Okay, this is just one of those things that can take some time, because now this might be a bit far forward this way. And you know, sometimes these things may even require a little slight tweak to the modeling. Let's mirror that over so that joint becomes the same. Okay, now we can relock the skeleton. Actually, yeah, it doesn't really matter if we lock the skeleton or add the geometry first. So left up leg, there we go, and right up leg. Right up leg, there we go. Bang, and bang, done. And bring the control rig back. Default stance, yes, let's go left here a bit. That's looking much better. Right a bit. Yeah. Okay, we're not even getting any intersections at the extreme now. So we really did just get that right in the wrong place. And we're going all the way down here with a slight intersection over there for some reason, which the only reason that could be is this geometry is not actually perfectly aligned together, but it was at a pretty extreme angle. Can we lift the leg up? Yep. Can we pull it forward to do a sort of a kick? Yep. What about this one? Not quite so much. So that must be a geometry issue. Let's take a look at that. And you know, again, all these are tiny tweaks, but I just want to cover it here because these are kind of the sort of things when you're parenting geometry around different axes that you're going to run into. It's just the way it goes. I mean, you can't exactly get it right on the first try, especially when you know we're dealing with things like this, which aren't actually a complete sphere, because it's longer up here than it is down here. So when you pivot stuff around it, there can be kind of weird intersections, if you like. And I think what's happened here is quite simple. One set of this geometry is different to the other set, which should never happen because you should have just mirrored this from left to right. But at some point before I started the tutorial, I've obviously grabbed one of these and moved them a bit, which is definitely not what you want. So let's find out where we've got that error happening. And let's just grab a polygon box here we can use for some measurements. And it is, I can see it already, one leg is ever so slightly higher than the other, I think. No, actually that must have been a bit of an optical illusion there because they look exactly the same height. Okay, let's check the top. And they look exactly the same height as well. Yeah, they are. And let's check the top of this. That's the same height. Check the bottom. It's the same height. Okay, so the front view is fine. I want to check on the top view, but for that I'll need just these two legs and this piece of geo. So Control 1 and R. Whoops, that was definitely not called for. Right, let's scale this down. Aha, a clue. Yes, as you can see, this leg is much further forward than this one. So that's a bit of an issue. So before we move these, we'd have to unparent them. So that's why that leg's getting a bisection when this leg isn't. Now you should not encounter this problem for the very simple reason that this should have been exactly mirrored. So I'm not quite sure how this has gone on. So I'll just move that suspect leg out and we'll get this leveled up. So I'm going to actually go and unlock the skeleton, delete the control rig. Yes, we've got all that. So I've got this right leg here. Okay, and how's the best way to do this? We can use our little lineup box here. So I'm going to move this sort of here. Okay, that should do it. Now this is a problem you should never experience. This is a general large mess up during the modeling process. Stuff like this, it should have been caught before we started rigging. It's just one of those things that at some point I've accidentally knocked that a bit and not noticed, and we've ended up with this problem with our geometry. So let's go ahead and put this back into left up leg. So right up leg, sorry. Right up leg, there we go. Now I want to bring the controls back, control rig, there we go, and bringing the controls back should automatically lock the skeleton and definition. So let's go into the foreview and let's check this guy out now. Yeah, and now we're getting no intersection, no intersection, no intersection. Okay, so sometimes you've got issues because your pivot point for the joint is not oriented right, and as I said, when it comes to actual joint axis orientation, HumanIK doesn't care, which is normally a big concern when you're rigging, but for HumanIK, not so much. We'll take a look at that in a little while. So you can get the axis of rotation, the actual joint in the wrong place, so it doesn't rotate right, or in the case like the one we've just seen there, the actual modeling can be wrong, which it was, which I apologize for, because you shouldn't have had to have sat through that. But it is a fairly common thing to have a bit of geometry, knocked ever so slightly out of place. And what I would do is put this back into a stance and probably freeze the transformations on this right leg, so I can put it back into place at some point, but right now it's not important. I've got everything I need. So what are we missing on this? Let's just flick down to HumanIK and control rig. So when we move this guy about, we've got arms, we've got legs, we've got feet, we've got no toes, but that's okay. What we don't have is a body or a head. So everything else though looking pretty swanky right now. So let's jam this guy back up and go back to his stance pose, and let's talk about getting the body on here. Now I'm going to skin the body to the skeleton just because I want it to have some flex and some play, and also we've done a lot of parenting now, and I want to demonstrate in this a number of different ways of actually getting this done. So if we just select this joints, basically, so I'm going to select this one, and I'm going to select this piece of geometry we made, and I'm going to go to skin, bind skin, and I'm just going to use the default settings. So bind skin. And that will now, you'll see these joints have changed color, so they have things bound to them. So if I come in now and put the control rig on here, you'll see that the body is going to start to be moving as well, because it's skinned to those joints. So instead of parenting on this case, we've skinned, which will allow me to get some flexibility when I do things like bend. Okay, so I kind of wanted that flexibility in the character. Now I think this is too much flexibility, to be honest, but we can fix that later on when we paint the weights. And we're also going to have the problem that moving these arms now has a way too much influence on the body. It's way too stretchy. But we can come in later and paint the weights and fix that. But for right now, we've added another element to our rig, if you like. So we've got pretty much all of the standard components apart from the head moving right now, which is not bad for sort of, I mean, if I was doing this off camera, it's a sort of 20-minute job, if that. So it's a very, very fast system to get a full IK rig like this. Let me just grab a IK handle. Yeah, I mean, as you can see, very, very nicely done for a basic IK rig without any real effort at all. So that makes me kind of happy. And we got rid of the worst of our bisections. And we're ready to put the head on, so let's do that. So let's go back to the stance pose, and I'm going to come in here, and now I've got the weight painting for the upper body, even though these will have some influence in the weights on this body, but we're going to deal with painting those as kind of one of the last things we do. And right now I want to come in, unlock the skeleton, because I need to add some joints for this head. So what I need to do is add joints for the eyes and the mouth and the eyelids and whatnot. So, I'm not going to be too concerned with their placement right now. For the end of this part, we just want to get something where we're actually moving the whole guy around, minus fingers and toes, which we'll be looking at a bit further down the line. So let's nip into the front view and create some joints here to become control joints for our head. So this is going to be our head joint, which is just at the top of the neck. And we're going to go over to the rigging shelf here and go add joints, and I'm going to add one joint up here for the mouth, and you'll see that because we've skinned this, it's all gone Pete Tong. It's not good at all. So let's undo that, and my bad, should have done this before. Select this, skin, unbind skin. So that's another reason why I didn't spend too long painting a ton of weights and stuff, because we're going to unbind the skin and we're going to be adding extra joints to this, so it's really not worth it. I mean, a quick skinning is fine just to see what you kind of basics will look like, but Okay, so let's add some joints. So we are here at the head joint. Let's just make sure we're on the right joint. And character spine, yes, neck and head. Right, so we're going to add some joints to the head joint. So I'm just going to come in, I'm going to click on the head joint, and I'm going to click here for a mouth. And then I want everything coming off the head joint. So now I'm going to press enter. I'm going to select this joint, I'm going to click on the head joint again, and I'm going to one joint for an eye up there. There we go, enter. And again, joint tool, click the head joint, one joint for an eye up here. Okay, and then I'd also have extra joints for the eyelids. So let's do that here, and just put one here for now. We'll be moving these around in a minute. And obviously I could create one set of these and mirror them around, but there's really not a lot of them, so I'll just do them by hand. There we go, one up there, especially since I'm not terribly concerned about the placement right at this particular moment in time. And there we go. So now I've got a bunch of joints to allow me to control the head. So let's go back in here, and what we're going to look at here is what happens when we now select this and select this. Okay, so we're going to go to skin and paint skin weights. Done. So, no, actually we're going to go to skin and bind skin, sorry, not paint skin weights. So now we should have, let's go to our control rig. So we should have that all bound. Okay, we do, and you'll see that nothing is binding the head at the moment because we haven't either painted it or parented it or used any sort of constraint for it. So before we finish this part and before we get into sort of custom controls for eyes and whatnot, let's go to stance. And let's come here and let's join all the geometry in the head that's not going to move. There we go. So mesh, combine, where are we? There we are, done. And I'm going to freeze the transformations on this. So freeze transformations, and I'm going to delete its history. Done, just to clean it up. And then I'm going to parent that to the head joint. So this is going to be called character head, so it'll be head geo. And head geo, and drag that up to the head. Okay, so now if we go back to our control rig, when we move this, we should bring our head with us, which of course we do. Now we leave certain parts of it behind, which are the eyes, and this stuff will be put in other controls too. But right now, that gets us the head added in there. And in the next part, we'll talk about adding controls for the eyeballs, the lower jaw, and whatnot. Now, what I would do beforehand is I actually want the big circle we've got in there to be part of the head. So to do this, I'm going to go and just recombine that. So I'm going to pull the head out from where it's parented, and then I want the circle inside as well, so I'm going to come in here and that should be it. Then I'm going to get that and that together, whoops, not that, and combine that, mesh, combine, and again, delete by type history, freeze its transformations, done, and call it head geo, and once again put it back on the neck there. Done. Okay, so we should now again be able to just rotate this and the whole head should go. Yeah, that's the neck control. So let's grab the main spine and wallop, there we go. Job, as they say, is a good one. And then we just have the mouth and the eyes left behind. Okay, so in the next part we'll come back and we'll look at doing set-driven keys and stuff like this to control eye blinks and mouth opening. Now you could of course do this with a joint and just rotate the joint backwards and forwards, but the mouth on this character, for instance, is a little unusual in of the fact that it doesn't just go back, you know, it doesn't just joint back like this, it needs to go rotate and slide backwards. So we'll use a set-driven key for that. We'll make some custom controls for eyes where you can move the control and the eyes will automatically look at them, and then we'll make some custom controls for blinking and winking and stuff like that. Okay, so I hope you found this somewhat informative, and again, my apologies for that geometry being off there, but it is something that will happen, and you know, knowing how to fix it I think is quite handy. So there he is. Most of our little guy is now moving about in a full FK rig. And really, we haven't done too much to be able to achieve that. You know, if you were doing this by hand, you'd expect to spend, you know, 10 times as long on it at least. All right, so I'll be back in the next part, and thank you very much for watching. Okay, welcome back. So in the previous part we got pretty much most of the basics attached to this rig here. So let me just pull this down and you'll see we're missing the lower jaw and the eyes. But if I look at the eyes, the eye mounts would be much better if they were one contiguous part of the head here. So I'm going to do that before I do anything else. Set this guy back to stance. And also when I look at these joints are going to be a little more difficult to orientate. I'd have first thought I'd just grab them both at once and move them into place, but you know, that could end up being a bit cumbersome, so I'm going to delete these 3 joints here, which were the joints we made for the right eyelid, right eyeball and lower eyelid, because we can just mirror these ones across, of course. Similar to when you're modelling and you know, you model half and mirror over. There's a joint mirror tool, so I'll be able to show you some of that as well. Now, before we get involved in moving and placing the joints and everything, I just want to fix this error with the head. So I'm going to select all the pieces that I need here, and I want all of these kind of inner bits to match the head. Now, should have done that before we parented it. Indeed, we should have done that on the first combine, but sometimes little bits like this can be overlooked. So I'm going to pull the geo out so it's not parented to anything, and I'm going to select here, and if I can, I'm going to get in there. It's a bit tricky. There we go. That's that one. This one and this one, and then I'm just going to do a mesh combine. Okay, so we've got this empty head geo group. It will probably have empty transform nodes in there, so we get rid of those by just going edit, delete by type history. Now that's gone, and we'll have to rename this again, no big problem. Head geo, and I'm going to move this geometry back up to the character head. So I'm going to reparent that with the character head, and now those little pins are going to come with us also. So now we've got another issue. Before we start moving these into place, when I looked at these eyes have actually been posed for a better looking character. So when we did the final renders from the previous tutorial, from the modeling tutorial, we moved these eyelids about so they would look nicer. Now the problem with that is they're not really at a default starting pose. You know, you can see our robots in a kind of T pose here, and everything's facing forward and it's all orientated in the right direction, whereas these eyelids, they're really not. They've been moved, which is a big no-no when we're rigging, because we want to start with the geometry, you know, in a very neutral position. You wouldn't want to animate a character whose default, you know, expression was eyelids half closed. You want them open all the way, as much as they can be. So when you make controls for them, you're not doing some sort of weird forward half and backward half. So we really need to come in here and sort these out. So we're only going to do one side, of course. So let's just get rid of all of those and work on this. And they've just been posed when we modelled them. So I'm going to hit Control and 1 to isolate them. And if I go in to the channel box here, you'll see from the modelling that they've been rotated. So let's just rotate them all back into place, get them all back where they should be, and I can probably zero out the transforms on these as well. That should put them back to the middle of the grid. It does. So I'm going to zero out all the transforms. There we go. And that puts them all down there. And now all I need to do, I'm pressing F to focus the camera in, is organize these in the correct order. So that would be the inner eye. This would be, I believe, the inner eyelid. Okay. So I've got an inner eyelid, an outer eyelid here, inner eyelid here, and an inner eye, which I'm going to make a little bit smaller, and then I'm going to get that central, and I'm also going to make this one a little bit smaller just to give us a bit of leeway with intersection when we rotating these things and animating them. Okay, and that looks about fine. Now of course this is in the wrong position, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to freeze all the transforms on these when I get it into the right position, but first I'm just going to Control G to group that. Now that will be a temporary group, we won't be using that for much, just to get it back into position. So there we go, group 3. I'm going to press Control 1, and now I need to get this little parachute back up where it needs to be. And in the case of this eyeball, really no issue at all. Okay, normally you wouldn't run into so many issues like this, simply because you wouldn't change it from when you modelled it to when you started rigging it. But we were doing, a modelling tutorial and wanted to get a nice pose for the end shot, and so we moved a few things that perhaps we wouldn't normally have, but that's okay. Alright, so that's kind of where it should be now. Just have to pull it out a little bit. Just hit F on the camera so the camera focuses on that, and there's our beams going round, and that looks just fine. Okay, so now it's just a case of mirroring this over. So I'm going to take it out. Before I mirror it, I'm going to take it out of the group here. Doesn't need to be in that group anymore, and I'm going to put it in a different group, which might sound a bit, oops, I hit Control Z there by mistake. I'm going to put it in a different group. That's because the different group will come in exactly at the origin of the grid, so when we mirror it, it'll go exactly where we need it to be. So Control G to group it again, and there it is. And if I look at the pivot now, it's right in the middle of our model as we modelled it. I mean, we went over this in the modelling tutorial, why it's important to start your model in this position. So this is one of the reasons, because it makes things like this incredibly easy. Let's go to Mesh Mirror. There we go, and it should just be mirrored in X and no combine. We don't want it to combine with the original, so just hit mirror, and there you go, it's in exactly the right place, and it's reset to the default eye kind of that we want before we start adding any controls to it. Okay, so that seems pretty simple enough. Now I want to rename these joints and also this geometry, just because we want to keep everything neat and orderly. Okay, so before we do that renaming, let's come in here, grab our group 4 and our new eyes that have been created basically, and go edit, delete by type, history, and then I want to pull these out of the group. So I'm just unparenting them from their groups. Actually, I haven't unparented them from the group. Let's pull them down here. There we go. And then I'm going to do a delete history again, and hopefully we'll get rid of the group node. If not, we might have to manually delete it. Delete by type history. No, we're going to have to manually get rid of that. And then you see I've got all this transform data on them. I want to freeze that. So modify freeze transformations. And there we go. Now everything's on 0, so if I ever need the eyes to come back to exactly this place, I can just zero everything out, and there they'll be. So we just need to put these in order. So this would be left top lid, and then we go into right bottom lid, and then we go to right top lid, and now we come down here to left. I mean, you can use whatever naming convention you like, but it has to make sense to you and the person you're handing it off to. So left eye and right eye. Okay, now I'm going to add a geo tag to all of these, so when they're mixed in with a collection of bones and whatnot, I can immediately see that they've been parented to said bone or joint, and I can see that their geometry, especially later when we have some controls, so we'll have like right eye control, right eye geometry, right eye joint. You know, it can get a tad confusing. Right, but anyway, there is all of our geometry hooked up. So now let's get these bones hooked up, and then we'll talk about set-driven keys and extra rigging controls. So for this part, let's just get the bones organized. So this bone here will be our, let's see, it's called joint 6 at the moment, which is about as helpful as a chocolate teapot, so let's give it a decent name. Let's call it, well, the same naming convention as the geometry, so left eyelid. And let's just do this, well, we'd have to call that top eyelid, wouldn't we? Because we have 2, of course. So this would be left bottom eyelid, and this would presumably be the left eye. Yes, left eye, so that must leave this one as the mouth. Nice and simple, and it doesn't get a right or left designator because obviously it's in the middle of the head and there's only one of them. Alright, so let's get moving some joints. So I'm going to go into HumanIK. I'm just going to make sure that I have my skeleton unlocked. It's not really necessary for this because they're not strictly speaking part of the HumanIK system, but HumanIK can be a bit wobbly, and while we're here we might also end up tweaking some other joints, so it doesn't really matter to us if it's unlocked at the moment, so I'm going to unlock it. So left bottom eyelid, which would be this one. So I'm going to get this, and hit Control and 1 to isolate selected, and then I'm going to move this into position. So Control and 1 on this view, and probably want to look at the front view too. So I'm just pressing F to focus the camera there, and W, let's move this into where we want it to pivot around. So here should be approximately, and in the center, of course. There we go. That looks about centered. I might do a bit of a zoom and just make sure, but yeah, there we go. So this should be more than central enough. So we can Control 1 up here. So that joint is now where we want to pivot this bottom eyelid. So let's take it, left bottom eyelid, and parent it, the middle mouse button, to left bottom eyelid joint. Okay, now I should be able to rotate the joint and rotate the eyelid. Perfect. Exactly what we wanted. Okay, now let's do that with this top eyelid. So again, pretty easy. We grab the top eyelid, we come up here, you can do it in the eyeliner, we can Control select the left top eyelid geometry, Control and 1, Control and 1 again to isolate that as selected, and the same here, Control 1 to bring everything back, and then Control 1 for the new selection. And we want to come in and we want to move this exactly the same way as we did the other one. So let's get this centralized. And there we go, and let's get this to the front here. There we go, Robert's your father's brother. Done. So let's parent the geometry to that. So we would want for that, that's the top eyelid I believe, left top eyelid goes to left top eyelid. And there we are, let's just select the joint. And make sure that one goes out like so, and left bottom eyelid, will that be capable of coming up? Yeah, there we go, now we've got eyelids. Okay, so that will give us basic eyelids. We'll be able to select the joints there, but really I don't like doing that, especially on a character that has simple eyelids like this. So I want to set up compound controls for blinking and winking and stuff like that. But for right now, let's just get all of this parented up, and I'm going to go to the channel box and just reset the rotation on that so it goes back to its default kind of wide open position. And I'm just going to put this eye in. So this eye, again, it's pretty simple. We've got this control here, so I'm going to select this. I'm going to shift select the joint here, so left eye, and control and 1, and we'll want to be in the 4 view for this so we can line it up. And let's see. So now it's just a case of getting this joint in the center of this eyeball so it rotates around properly, which I'm thinking would be around here. Yes, that looks like the center line of the eye. Yeah, so perfect. Easy peasy. And right eye, no, left eye, sorry, there we go. And that will be moving to the left eye here. Okay, so now when we select the left eye joint and move that about, the left eye moves around. Now that is one way of doing it, of course, but we're going to use a different control method. Basically, we'll have some eyes out here, selectable circles, and you move those about and it will move about the eyes either independently or fixed together. Okay, now before we can do any of that control stuff though, we need to select these joints and mirror them across. So I'm going to select left eye, left bottom eyelid and left top eyelid. So now it'll just be a case of mirroring the joints. So I'm just going to go up to skeleton, mirror joints. I'm going to pop the option box. I'm going to reset this to its default. So its default behavior would be to mirror in XY, and if we look at that, I think that will probably be wrong for this. So let's mirror, yeah, and it's gone the wrong way. So you know, you have to pay attention to orientation. I'm just going to undo that, and our correct axes should be Z, X, I believe. Let's have a look. So skeleton, mirror joints, there we go, YZ, yeah, that should do it. Let's come in here and take a look at what we'd actually be mirroring, and if we turn on local rotation axis, you can see we want it to go Y, Z, so over there basically. And if we just hit mirror now, you'll see it mirrored exactly where we thought it would. Okay, but we want to do something a bit different as well, so I'm going to just undo that mirroring. Now we want to not have to rename all this stuff, so I'm going to come in here and go to skeleton, mirror joints, and I'm going to search for left and replace it with right. That way it will name it too. Make sure I'm mirroring across the right way and mirror. There we go, that mirrored the right eye, so it changed it from left eye to right eye. I'll select the next joint to mirror, hit G to repeat that command, and the next joint, hit G. Now I've got a bunch of duplicated geometry here as well, which I don't actually want, so let's delete that, and let's put the correct geometry in. So right eye would go to right eye. Generally speaking, I would have probably mirrored the joints before I parented the geometry to them, but it doesn't matter. You get a little extra geometry, just delete it. Right top lid, so right top eyelid, and right bottom eyelid, right bottom eyelid. Okay, now let's close that up so we're not accidentally selecting geo, and let's give it a go, and that should be just about fine. It is. And yep, we got eyelids, perfect, and we've got them here, and the same on this side. We can move the eye around, and yeah, that eye too should work. Let's just check it. Yeah, and all these eyelids and whatnot, of course, are going to work. We saw them last time. Okay, but this would be pretty cumbersome if you were animating away and every 30 seconds you need to stop and make sure you haven't selected the geo and select the joint instead, and then move the eye about and then move this one to match, and you know, that's just not a good way of controlling an animation rig. Much better ways are available to us, and we will look at those within the next part. So Oh yeah, before we finish, we should also get the head in here, or this last part of the mouth. So let's select this, and let's select the mouth joint. Okay, and I'm just going to isolate those. And then I'm going to do the best I can with this one, but this one really is going to have to be on a control, not just a pivot. So if I go into the foreview, and I'm going to just show these. So I'm just pressing 1 here to make sure I've got that. So this joint looks like, whoops, didn't want to move both. There we go. This joint looks like it should be probably about here. Okay, so that's about as near as approximation as I can get without having the full sphere here. And let's have a look what that does when we rotate. So I'm going to take the mouth geometry, which, whoops, let me just go into a bigger mode, and head, lower jaw, so I'm going to pull that out, the parent in there. Whoops, and I've actually managed to parent that to the floor, which is definitely not what you want to do. And I'm going to put that under the mouth. Okay, so if I select the mouth joint now, it will be parented. And that's actually not too bad. But you can see it's not doing the proper slide that we need it to do. So we're going to have to go for something a bit more complicated than a simple pivot for this one. But that's alright, we're going to get into that next time anyway. Now, what I'd like to go over in the next part is really set-driven keys and animation controls. And right now, before we quit this part, I am just going to lock up my skeleton, to go back to the HumanIK, and I want to lock up the skeleton just to make sure nothing's gone wrong. My definition is still fine. I want to throw a control rig in, make sure everything is following along. Okay, well, we're missing this because it would need to be skinned again, but as we say, that's fine. I'm just checking the head right now, making sure that those eyes follow around, that that mouth follows around, you know, when we do some funky stuff, just to make sure HumanIK is not having a freak out. No, that's fine. And if you want to see it with the main body, you can of course just come back in, select this joint and hit skin, bind skin, but it's really not necessary. We're going to have to, you know, paint those weights and everything at the end, and there you can see when we flip to our control rig that the body is coming in with that default skinning on it. And let's just put this back, and that will move around, you know, like we saw before. So I do kind of like to test out you know, rigs when I've added new bones and parented new geometry, just to make sure that we're not having any huge problems before we move on to the next bit, because, you know, it can be the kiss of death. You've got 12 more steps in, and then all of a sudden you notice that the eyes don't work, or, you know, some joints are not really playing ball. But this seems to work just absolutely fine. So, okay, even with the default skinning, which is oftentimes a big problem, this is working pretty well. So let's go back. You'll notice that my control rig doesn't reset my eyes because it's not actually part of the HumanIK system, which is why we were building our own controls. Anyway, I hope to see you in the next part, and you know, a lot of the tedious naming stuff and organization is done now, so, you know, we'll get on with something that's a bit more interesting, some creating some funky controls and stuff like that. Alright, so thanks very much for watching. See you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So in the last part we got our eyes put in and our eyelids and everything and properly aligned to our joints, so we can start putting some custom controls in now. We also put our mouth in, which really doesn't work that well, as you can see, but that's fine. We're going to use a different control for that. Now, there's a few different techniques we're going to go over here. We're going to go over some different constraints other than parenting, and we're going to go over some set-driven keys. So let's start with the mouth, because that should be, I wouldn't say problematic, but because of the way the joint is hinged. If we pop this open, where are we? Character 1, spine, neck, and it should be attached to the head. There it is. Because of this, you know, this is not going to work right for us. But there is a fairly simple fix. Now, if you look at our control rig, you'll see that it does have controls, and mostly they're made up of these NURB circles or locators in the case of the elbow control here. So when we're making rigging controls, we want simple controls, we want them to be fairly intuitive, but when it comes to things like the mouth and the eyes and facial expressions, you can get a bit more creative. So for instance, I could take a NURB circle and make it look a little bit like a mouth or an eyelid, so the animator would immediately know that that's the control that he needs to use for that portion. I mean, when it comes to arms and legs and stuff, it's quite self-explanatory because the control will be wrapped around the leg. Now, in the case of mouth and eyes, and other facial expressions, which of course with this guy we won't be doing, but same holds true, it can get quite tricky to put the controls sort of here and one on the eyelid up here and one up here. So I'm going to move mine in front of the face entirely, and then they need to be a little bit more representative of what they're controlling. So let's do this mouth first, and I'm going to start off with a NURBS circle. So just create NURBS primitives and circle. I'm going to rotate that and just move it into position, really. So I'm going to hit J to lock the rotation up, just so I get a nice 90 degrees there. And I'm going to pull this up and put it somewhere in front of the head. Now, we'll eventually have a bunch of controls for the head, so I'm not going to concentrate on the look of it too much at the moment. But obviously, if I just had a circle out by the head here, it would be quite difficult to see what it actually controlled. So we can edit, say, the control vertex of this thing. And, whoops, let me just control verts, there we go. And just move it out so it looks a little bit more like a mouth. And we don't have to get, massively artistic right now. I'm having problems selecting these verts because I keep hitting parts of the control rig. So I'm going to go back to stance. And I'm going to turn off joints, just so I don't keep hitting them. With that X-ray joints on, it's going to prefer to hit the joints as opposed to anything else if you've got them there in the background. And sort of any sort of mouth shape you want to make. So I'm going to make, a fairly generic smiley face here, kind of thing. Yeah, there we go. And we can tweak it up later. Right now, I just want something that represents the sort of mouth a bit more, so when I put the eyes above it we can kind of see what's going on at first glance. So we need to make this control the rotation and position of this joint, because just rotating it in this instance is not enough. We need to translate it too. So the first thing we need to do is really come to grips with what we want this mouth to be able to do. Now in our case it's very simple. We just want it to open and close. There isn't any fancy gestures for it or anything like that, but we'll get into a bit more controls with the eyes because we'll have blinking and winking and stuff, so there'll be definitely different control elements, but we're going to start with the mouth because it will be the most simple. So I've got my control here. Which we can come back. We can always come back even after it's been assigned the rigging controls. We can always come back and edit its CV points. So my control, and I'm going to go up now to the channel box and add an extra attribute to it. So we've got translate, rotate, scale, and visibility, the standard attributes. But I also want to add a mouth open attribute. So I'm going to go up to edit and add attribute. I'm going to call it mouth. And in fact mouth will do because it will actually open and close the mouth. Now we've got to make a decision on minimum and maximum numeric attribute properties, and this will be how much control it gives us. So if we set, say, a minimum of 0 and a maximum of 10, we'd have between 0 and 10 increments to open the mouth. If you wanted a much more fluid opening, then you'd have to have more minimum and maximum, of course. Generally I go with a value of 10, 20, 30 for something like this. So I'll go a minimum of 0, and a maximum of 20. Now, if we were doing a mouth that went both ways, so it could have a negative, we could use a negative minimum to get it to come up over the face. In our case, it's not necessary, but the option is there. So I'm going to add that as an attribute, close the window, and you'll see now this mouth has an attribute called mouth. Funnily enough, quite unimaginative, but it should be fairly clear what it does when we've finished. So let's now put a set key on this. So what we need to do is get this mouth joint and go to the animation. There we go, and key and set driven key and set. So the driver will be the thing we use to control the set driven key. So in our case the driver will be this mouth object. So I'm going to load set selected as driver, and what we'll be using to drive it is the mouth attribute that we just created. Now we've got down here, I'm not sure if that's the mouth joint, I don't think it is. Yeah, it is actually. So now we need to figure out what we're controlling with this. So in our case, we're going to want to control, and let's just rotate this, we're going to want to control the rotate X, as you can see it moving up here on the channel box, but we're also going to want to control the rotate Z, the translate Z. Okay, so let's just put that back to where it should be. Now for this, it's not too difficult, we just select what we want. So we want translate Z and rotate X. Okay, you can hold down Shift or Control to select, or just drag select. Now we've got our mouth, so let's look at our control. Making sure you've set your mouth control on 0, you're going to hit key. Okay, so that's set a keyframe here, and if we go to the mouth joint, you'll see that there's keyframes on translate Z and rotate X. Now we want to go back to our control and set this to 25, 20 I believe we had as our maximum, 20, and then I want to rotate this and translate it into the position of its maximum opening. Okay, so that's about as maximum as I want to open it. And if we hit key again, okay, so that's keyed that now at 25 on our mouth attribute. If I just select it here and middle mouse drag in the window, should have seen that change. Let me just put this back where it was. Okay, make sure we set the key on that. I know what I've done. Sorry, folks. I've accidentally rotated the geometry instead of the joint, I think. So we have the keys on the joint, of course. So this is, let's make sure that the mouth is on 0, and let's make sure we have the joint selected, not the geometry, which is another good reason to create controls instead of just sort of randomly pressing around. So now I have the joint selected. And let's make sure the mouth was on 25, I think. No, we need to set the mouth to 20, sorry, not 25. And then we want that mouth, there we go. So now we can rotate the joint into place. And translate it a little bit. There we go, so now it's sliding up the rear there, and that's about as far as it would open because it will break on the neck otherwise. And now we can hit key again here and just make sure that works this time. There we go. So this way we've made a rigging control. It looks like a mouth, you know, animator can click on it, just click here, and we've got a control for opening and closing our mouth here. Now this one to me looks like it might need to go up a little bit too. So we can also key that value. So that would be up in, let's see here, where are we going? Okay, so I'm actually going to get translate Z as well as Y on this. Just looking at the channel box here. So let's add to a list of keys we can do translate Y, and there we go. So all the translates basically. And now I'm going to come in here and move this up so it's a much better fit. There we go. Okay, so now I've got a much better fit. My mouth control should still be on 25. It is. And I'm going to hit key here. Okay, now when I come out, select the control. Okay, there we go. So I got more control. Now I'm doing all of those translates. Now you'll see that the jaw's pushed a bit inwards now. That's because we didn't set a key on the first frame. So let's do that. So this is like any other keyframe animation really. You're just using a control to drive that keyframe animation to make that a bit easier for the animator. And let's get that back into the proper position. There we go, perfect, and set that key. Done. So now when I open and close the mouth, it should go back to the proper position, and it does. Okay. So fairly easy, and we've got our first rigging control. Now the second control I want to go over won't be a set driven key. We will be doing more with set driven keys. They're especially useful for making these kind of simple controls. The second control I want to go over will be an aim constraint. So rather than parenting say the joint to a bone, or the geometry to a joint, we're going to actually parent the joint to another rigging control, and we're going to use an aim constraint to have that joint follow the control. Now this one does pay attention to joint orientation, so it's not a HumanIK control. Obviously it's a custom one we're making, so we're going to need to pay attention to that. And I'm going to start off once again with a NURB circle. Pretty much all the controls we'll be making today will start out with NURB circles. It's just a really easy way to make a rigging control. I mean, you can get more elaborate if you want to. Now, because this will be an aim constraint, what I want is to get it sort of the size and in position with this eyeball, because this eyeball is going to look at this control. So let's make it a bit bigger so it's a bit easier to grip. And if you want it directly centered, when you're moving it about, you can hold V, which will lock it to vertex, and then you can kind of grab it here in the middle and pull it towards the eye, and that way you should be able to get it lined up exactly on the middle of the eye. That can be a bit tricky because it's snapped over there to a much different vert, and there we go. I think that's it. Yep, that's it. So we're in the exact center of the eyeball now. So let's grab this and pull it out here. Now we want to duplicate this because we want to do the other eye as well. So same thing, just make sure this one is in the center of the eye, and I'm going to once again do that by snapping the verts. So hold V, there, that's it, done. Okay, I want to make sure these line up. So basically that should be fine. In fact, I can just set these both to the same translate Z, so let's set that to 45 and this one to 45. There we go. And now I can freeze the transformations on them so they stay where they are. So freeze transformations. So if I ever need to get them back right here, they will be. Now I'm also going to want to move, have the ability to move these eyes independently, but of course you're going to want the ability to move them both at the same time, because eyes generally look in the same direction for most things you'll be animating. So although we do want the flexibility to have a control for each, we also want the flexibility to just be able to grab them and move them. So again, I'm going to do a circle, and translate Z on this was 45, so that should put that in the middle of those two, which it does, and J, hold to just get that at 90. Of course you can just type 90 in, but and I'm going to surround these two controls with this one. So, and then I'm going to make it a little easier to identify what it is. So I'm going to take the control verts here, I'm going to squash it in at the top, and I'm going to squash it in at the bottom, and let's just squash this into. Okay, so I'm just making a kind of oblong box really. Nothing fancy. And again, if this was a sort of hero rig for a main character you were doing, you might want to take some time and make this all look a bit neater. But, you know, from a basic control standpoint, eyes, both eyes, should be absolutely fine. So what we'll need is to parent these NURB circles to this NURB circle. Okay, and I'm going to middle mouse drag that in there and just drop it. So basically these circles will move now with that one when I grab the main control, but these smaller circles are still independent. And because everything should now have had its in fact, let's just freeze the transforms and all of this lot, because we want we want to have something that has zeroed out transforms at this point. So freeze transformations, there we go. Okay, that's not going to work because we have those parented, so let's just unparent them, freeze the transforms, and then reparent them. Okay. Okay, so all the transforms are now frozen, and now we can do our parenting. There we go. So nerd circle 4, and obviously I'm going to name these things with control attributes for what they are, but I think we've done enough in this tutorial with me naming stuff. So what I'll do is I'll just create everything in this part, or the things we're going to be doing in this part, and then in between the parts I will go through and rename everything in the convention that I like, and then just show it to you guys. It'll be much faster, especially when we get into the fingers where we've got lots of bones and joints to rename and stuff. So I think you see the point of why we keep this neat and organized. So really, to save everyone wasting everyone's time, I'm just going to do that in between the parts now. Alright, but now we need to get on with making this control work, because we got this one, works quite nicely, you know, mouth open and closed, and that's going to work, you know, regardless of if we go to HumanIK and go back to the control rig. If we've got this guy, you know, over here, and let me just pull him backwards because it's easier to see, and then I do this mouth control, you know, it's still going to work. So let's just go up to the channel box, but just to show you, there you go. So it's still getting the mouth in the right position and everything. All the rotations are kind of relative, so it doesn't matter if you change the rig position. It's not like with the standard keyframe animation when it might jump back to here, and you know. So just to show you that does actually follow along and work. Now these are staying where they are, which is not optimal, but we'll find a way to attach these in a good position to the rig later on. But for right now, I just want to get the eye control finished. So let's go here and up to just stance position. So he's back to his default position, and now we need to get these eyes first off to follow these ones, or vice versa, should I say. So let's take the left eye joint and go back to show joints, because we'll need that. Now the left eye joint here, I'm going to just hit Control and 1 just so we can select the local transform axis. So display and transform display local rotation axis, and I'm actually going to pull that off this because I'm going to use it a bit. So Z is front, Y is that away, and X is up. So what we need this axis to match the axis we're going to use as an aim constraint. So select the eye and select the one you're using as your aim constraint, which in this case I'm just going to hit this one, and shift and select and 1 1. So show the local transformation, local rotation axis is on this one and this one. Okay, so you can see here Z is coming forward, which is absolutely fine in this case, but Y is not up on this joint. So we need to change the joint. Now we can't just go grabbing it and moving it around, because you'll see the eyeball moves. Now in this case, because the eyeball is circular, that's actually not a huge deal. But you know, most of the time that's not the case. You're not dealing with a perfectly circular object, and even in this case we want to align the local axis of rotation. So to do this we need to go into component mode, select by component type, and we don't want to select verts, we want to actually select local rotation axis, which is this question mark here. So if you right click it and select local rotation axis, now the only thing we'll be able to select is that local rotation axis. And as you can see, we can move this around now without moving the geometry at all. So we're just moving the local local rotation axis of the joint itself. So we want Z out, Y up. So that's fairly easy. We'll just come here, and I'm just going to hit focus, so my camera's not sliding about all over the place. And I'm just going to hit J to lock this, and I'm going to rotate that 90 degrees. There we go. This now matches this. Okay, and if we didn't have that matching local axis of rotation, all sorts of things would go wrong when we started to put the constraint in. So, during the introduction to this tutorial, I talked about some of the importance of joint axis rotations, and how it wasn't important for HumanIK, but generally in rigging, and especially when making controls, it is. Well, here's a good example of that. If this had been done wrong when we tried to make this aim constraint control, the eyeball would have, flipped around, moved positions, all sorts of weirdness would have happened. So, talking of that, let's grab our eyeball control and grab our left eye joint. There we go. And let's go up to constraints. So we will need here rigging and constrain, aim constraint. Pop open the options. Now I'm going to reset it to its default. And by default, its aim vector, where it will aim, is set to X, which would be wrong for us because we want this to aim along Z. So we're going to set that to 0 because that's not our aim vector. Our aim vector is Z, so X, Y, Z, up. And now its up vector is Y, so this is correct. Up is Y on the joint. So when I hit add now, you should see none, if maybe a tiny change in this eyeball. So let's hit add, and there you go. The eyeball stayed pretty much exactly where we left it. Now I'm going to move this. See the eyeball move? Follows it around. Now that's probably easier to see if I hide the joints. So let's go to show and turn off joints here. Okay, and probably even easier if I put wireframe unshaded on. So you can see our eyeball moves around with our aim constraint, parented it to this circle, which is much easier to animate than trying to get in there and hit the joint. Now, because we zeroed this thing, I should be able to go up to channel box and just set everything to 0 to put it back where it normally is, or back to the default look. So we're going to run through that one more time with the other eye, and you'll see here if I grab this, it works. So, when we've got both eyes up there, we'll have a pretty cool eye control. Now, as I said, I'm going to keep my controls for this simple. Eyes, both eyes, mouth. You can make more elaborate controls. Many riggers make, much more stylized controls than this. It's really down to you and what you need. Right, but let's do this other aim constraint. So, local rotation axis. And we're the same for this. So let's get the right eye joint and check out its local rotation axis. I'll need to show joints again, of course. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to select this circle, this right eye, and Control 1 to isolate selected so I can get a better look at this. Now this time we've got X this way, and we want Y up. So that should be fairly easy. Let's come up here, and again we need to select by component mode and just make sure we're on local rotation axis, then select the local rotation axis and rotate it. So I need Z to come forward. So I'm going to lock this again and push Z forward. Now that would be 90, I think. Yeah, and J, by the way, I think I've mentioned it before. And then X is over that way, so J. Now, we could use the Orient Joint tool to do this. There is one. So if you go up to skeleton, you've got an Orient Joint. Okay, and you can tell it which primary, secondary, and world axes you want it to orient across. But this is the last joint in the chain. If we look at that, by which I mean there's no following joint for it. So the Orient Joint tool in this case won't work. If, as you'll see later when we do the fingers, we'll be reorientating joints with that tool, it's easier. But this last joint in the chain, it can't because it doesn't have anything after it in which to orient to. So Maya will take its best guess and you probably won't get what you're looking for. So in this case it's easier just to go into select by component mode and change the rotation axis yourself to what you want it to be. Right, okay, select our control, select our, that was our left eye, no right eye of course. I keep getting the characters left confused. Here we go anyway, so right eye and the right eye joint, and again we want to go up to constrain, aim, and this should be exactly the same. Y is up, so XY, aim vector is Z, so as you can see, aim along this way, so XYZ, and up is Y, XY, okay, so add, and the eyeball didn't move, which is a very, very good sign. If I grab the control, there we go, and move it about, and the eyeball moves about. Let's grab the main control here, and there we go. We have this guy looking about. So some very kind of basic controls there using a couple of different methods. We had a aim constraint method and we had a set driven key method. Okay, now we'll use set driven keys for the eyelids on the next part, but we'll have, in this case we've just got mouth, which it's also a good idea to select all the things you don't want people to be able to use and hide them, but we'll do that later when we've finished all the controls. So when you click on this control you will probably just see visibility and mouth when we're done, and the other thing we should do is grab our controls and put them on a separate layer. So display layers, add with selected, and we'll call this custom CTRL, because they're not really FK controls, they're not really IK controls, they're really controls that are custom to us. So I'm going to make these, say, a nice yellow, and then my controls will appear in a nice yellow here. Okay, so that's it for this part. We'll come back and we will sort out our eyelids, and then we'll have pretty much the main body rigged and controlled, everything except the hands and feet. So I hope you found this interesting, and I'll see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. So we're going to continue here with some rigging controls. In the last part we got our eyes to move about, and of course both individually and together, and we got our mouth to open and control on a custom control here. If I can actually click that thing, there we go. So we just finished off with these two things. Now in this part I want to do the eyelids, but I want to have a couple of controls for these. I want individual controls for each eyelid, so I want top and bottom eyelid to be able to go up and down, and then I want a control for both at once. For things like blinking, or if you wanted to put him into a squint, eyes generally a lot of the time are moving together. If you think you blink, both eyes blink at once. So rather than making the animator use two different controls, or indeed yourself if you're doing this at home, we're going to put in a couple of separate controls. So first we'll do the individual controls, which will just control top and bottom eyelid, and that will be one control for each side. Now I'm just going to do one side and I'll let you do the other. I don't think there's any point in me going through it twice. It will be fairly clear hopefully by the end of this lesson, and then we'll move on probably with things like fingers and toes. So first off, let's get a control here for our eyelid. So we're going to start by just creating again a NURB circle. And this doesn't have to be a NURB circle, by the way. And I spoke before about maybe, jazzier rigging controls. And you can use curves or basically anything you want. So, I'm just using circles because it's fairly common to use them. And they're fairly easy to manipulate. So I'm going to go off ahead and turn off polygons here in the viewport window, just so I can see these circles better and edit them. And I'm going to go and turn off joints as well, so we're not selecting those in the background. And here I have my circle for my rigging control. We can straighten all this up later. For right now we just want to make it sort of. Now I need to put this somewhere where it would be an eyebrow, but I want it outside of the main control. Sorry, not an eyebrow, an eyelid, or an eyelid approximation. But I always want to be able to move this about, and I'll probably want this and this to stay in the same place, because this is obviously going to have to move where the eyes are looking, but it would be possibly inconvenient to have the eyelids move as well, although saying that could be a benefit. But again, we'll come back when we've got all our controls ready and look at the exact placement of these. So for right now, I think I will actually not put them outside. I think I'll go ahead and put them inside. So I need to edit the control vertex on this curve here. So, okay, it's not letting me do that for some bizarre reason. Let's try the CVs on this one. Okay, so I can't seem to edit curve points. Let me see if I can create a new curve here. Okay, and find out what's going on. Okay, excuse me folks while I just paused and restart Maya because I think it's having a conniption. Okay, so I've just gone ahead and restarted Maya and reopened the file, and let's see if we can edit the control vertex this time. Yep, not a problem at all. So, pretty new version of Maya we're using here, depending on when you do this tutorial, but for me I've just started to use 2017 and it looks like they haven't quite worked all the bugs out of it yet. So I'm going to go ahead and once again hide the joints and the polygons. And now we can come in here and edit these. Now I'll have to recreate that nerve circle, but that's no problem. And as I was saying, you can draw curves or use practically anything for rigging controls. It's not such a big deal. Generally the place where you're working will have sort of a default set of controls that they use or how they want it. And again, it might be something you need to discuss with your animator. But rigs can get quite complicated, so it's not unusual to have readme files with them explaining how the rig works and what each control is. But I like to try and make it a little obvious. So I think I will put this in the head here, in with the eyes, so the eyebrows stay above the eyes. And I'm not going to spend too long on this. As I say, you could draw a nice set of curves or something, but for me, I like to keep my controls fairly simple. So let's make this an eyebrow. Or it's going to be a representation of our eyelid. So let's try and get that a bit thinner. And how do you want your eyelid to look? For me, that will be enough of a pointer. I think this thing should probably be a bit wider now. So I'm going to grab this one, move it out here, and grab this one and move it out here. There we go. You can always come in and make these a little more handsome later on. So that just gave us a control that we can assign the eyelids to. So let's bring back the polygons. Okay, so now this is the control for our eye, as we know, moving the eye about, and this will be the control to move the eyelid both up and down, both the top and bottom one. So in order to do this, we're once again going to use a set-driven key, and as I said, I'm going to do one side. I'll leave the other side up to you. I'll do it in between the parts and provide the file. If you want to just open mine, go ahead, but I'm just going to do one side for now. So I've got this nerve circle, which is turned into our eyelid shape, and I need to go to set-driven key. So we want to animate, key, set-driven key, and set. So first of all, if we load this in now as the driver, there's not going to be a control for it. I mean, we need to, as we did with the mouth, put a mouth control in, but for this one we're going to need a couple. So let's go to Edit and Add Attribute, and let's call this Top Lid for controlling the top eyelid. And we want a minimum of 0 and a maximum of 20. I think that should be more than enough, and we're going to add that. And then we want bottom lid, and again minimum of 0, maximum of 20, and add that one. Okay, so now under this control we have a top lid and a bottom lid, so I'm going to go ahead and load that as the driver, select it as driver, so you can see top and bottom, and then we need to know which joints we want to control. So in our case it's all nicely organized, so we can just go all the way down the spine hierarchy into the head, and we have the joints we need to be controlling. So let's bring those back so we can see them. Joints, and we would be on left eye, of course, character left. So we want left eye bottom eyelid, left eye top eyelid, and we need to load that as driven. Okay, So what we're going to be doing is controlling these joints the same way we did with a mouth joint. Now, one thing I would say is at some point we're going to take this geometry and put it on a layer so it can be marked as reference so you can't select it. Because a very common thing to do in this case is to click here, select the geometry, try and set a key on that, and then everything gets fairly confusing because obviously you need to set the key on the joint. But if I click in the viewport, you'll see here we actually select the geometry. In order to select the joint at the moment, I'm just going to do it in the outliner. So, I mean, that is something to bear in mind. If your set-driven keys are not working, a very, very likely case scenario could be that you've gone in without thinking about it, selected the geometry here in the viewport, tried to set a key on it when you're actually when you're trying to drive the joints, not the geometry. So my advice, do it in the outliner. Okay, there we go. So we've got this top one, and what we're going to do is, so top lid is what we want to set, and left top eyelid, and this will probably be rotate Y we're controlling, because Y is normally up, but let's give it out a test spin. Yeah, it is indeed rotate Y. So I'm just going to undo that. I'm going to set the initial key here. I'm then going to move our control onto its last point, which for top lid is 20 and bottom as well. And then I'm going to come in and just grab the top lid, not in the viewport. You mean it's very easy to do, it's just habit forming to just grab something here sometimes. And I'm going to rotate that down until it would be closed. So about there. Now I'm not going to be too accurate. I guess I could go to just -90 and that would be halfway down in this case. But I'm not going to be super duper accurate. And then I'm just going to hit key again. So this way when we go to our control, it's currently on 20. Whoops, I haven't got it selected, so let's select the top lid, and you'll see that moves up and down. Okay, so we just need to do the same for the bottom lid. Quite simple really. Select bottom eyelid, bottom lid, rotate again. So we're going to key this. Okay, and then I'm going to select the bottom eyelid. I'm going to come up here, like so. And you know what I've forgotten to do? I've forgotten to change the keyframe, so let's just undo that rotation. Go to the control, most important, set to the last keyframe that you're using, whatever you set when you added the attribute. Go to the joint, again, not in the viewport. So we're doing the bottom eyelid this time, and I'm going to rotate this one up, 90 as well, let's get it nice and spot on, and I'm going to set a key. So that way when I go to the control, I've got a top lid, nice, and a bottom lid. Nice. So there is a nice custom control for us. So that shuts the eye up like so. Okay. Now it could be that we've got a bit of bisection there, so I might go back and just move that geometry ever so slightly, but I mean I think it's so small we're going to get away with it. And to be honest, those little tweaks can end up taking a while, and I'm trying not to have this take too long, so I'm going to leave that tiny intersection. I don't think it would be that noticeable. Right, so now we've got an eye control for the left eye of the character. We can just repeat exactly the same process for the other eye, but I'm not going to go into that because you can just do that yourself. Just take one of these, or even duplicate this one would be better because it will have the controls in there, and then just set up a couple of new set-driven keys. It will take literally a minute or two. So what I am going to do though is put another control in to control both eyes at once. So I want to be able to blink both of these eyes at once as well. So I'm going to once again start with an herb circle. Okay, and I'm just going to hit J and rotate that 90. Then I'm going to pull it up, and I just hit F on my camera there to focus in. And you know, we will spend a bit of time neatening these controls up at some point, because you know, neat controls make everything nice and easy for the animator, and saving animators time is essential when creating a rig. I mean, the animation process is one of the longest parts of the whole process. It's also the one where a bad rig can cause a company an awful lot of money because the animators have to spend so much more time working with it. So when it comes to rigging, it really is essential to take that extra bit of time, make sure your controls are nice and easy to understand and whatnot. So even though I'm doing a pretty simple control system for this particular tutorial in terms of how it looks, if you want to go ahead and spend that extra time making it a bit more intuitive on the rig UI, do so. It will be very much appreciated by the people you're working with. Let's go turn the polygons off here. And now I have to make something that would represent a double eyebrow. So I'm going to once again just take the CV points of this little guy, and I could go into the modeling toolkit here and flick on symmetry. So let's see, symmetry, and that would be across X. So if I select, whoops, okay, why are we not getting any symmetry on this? Oh, we are. It's just gone a bit wrong in the viewport. So, okay, when I pull one side, the other side pulls, and let's just grab this one. Okay, so this can be my representation of a large eyebrow. So I'll go ahead and duplicate this one, even though I'm not going to do the set driven keys for it right now. But I think this makes some sort of sense to me. This is, the eyelids. I keep calling them eyebrows. You have to excuse me for that, but eyelids. So this controls the eyelids on the left eye. This controls the eyelids on the right eye, and this will control both eyelids. So let's go ahead and set this control up. Let's show the polygons again and the joints. Okay, so for this one we're going to need to control 4 joints, and that's really no more difficult than what we've done before. So let's add some attributes to this fella. So channel box, and we'll go up and we'll edit and add attributes. So we'll call this one blink both eyes. And now you could put a wink with both eyes, a squint with both eyes. You can basically add as many controls as you want, as many as you think would be useful. But as we're actually doing this for demo purposes, I'll leave that up to you guys. If you want to add more controls, sort of a squint or a half wink, or one eye open, one eye closed, well, you can actually do that with these controls, but you know what I'm getting at. So let's go and add that blink both eyes control to this. And now we have that, I can load it as a driver. So blink both eyes. And now we're going to need the right and right bottom eyelid, and we're going to also click the left and load as driven. Okay, I had these circles selected as well. So let's just unselect the circle. There we go. Oops. Oh, go away. Right, there we go. Load as driven there. So we got top, bottom, top, bottom. Right, that's absolutely fine. And blink both eyes, select them all, and we know we're going to need the rotate Y. Now you could also control the translates and everything else, but it's not really that necessary in this case. Now in this case I could do a bit of a reverse blink, and I'll show you what I mean by that. Because of the way this character's eyes work, he could blink, with the top lid going this way or the top lid going that way. But honestly, I don't think we need to do it. So, yeah, no, thinking about it, let's just do a standard blink, keep it nice and simple. Alright, so we need to come in and set the keys on this. So, realistically, we're going to want one key on all these 4 joints when they're wide open. So, key, and one key when they're all closed. So I'm going to change the blink attribute here, blink both eyes, to 20, because that was the maximum for this. I mean, if you wanted a smoother transition, you could make it a bigger number, but 20 should be fine for something like this. Then I'm going to come in and I'm going to blink these eyes. So making sure we don't click in the viewport, making sure we click here. We're just going to move these down. So again, minus 90. And you can tell by the blue bar there we have a keyframe set up on them. And this one will be 90, I believe. Yep, so that's blink that one. And then we have these ones. So minus 90 and 90. There we go, that's blink both eyes shut. So let's set another key, come up here, blink both eyes, and there we go. So we have the capacity to control, we have the capacity to control the top eyelid, the bottom eyelid, or just control the eyes together, which would probably be more normal. I mean, you could have somebody winking, so in that case you'd need to control each eye individually. But there you go. So there's a look at putting some eye controls in. Now the question is, do we want these eyelids connected to the parent of this? So when we move the eyes to look around, the eyelids come with it. That's really a question that's going to be left to the person designing the rig, or indeed the person you're designing the rig for, how they want their controls laid out. But for right now, I think we'll go ahead and do that. So I'll just rename these. I was going to do this in between the parts, but there's not actually that many of them. So this is the main group, so we call this main eyes group. Main eyes group control, and parented to that would be the, and I've got shapes turned on, I'm just going to turn them off for now, just so I can see this easier, and that would be the right eye. And obviously the left eye. And what do we have here? We have the left, yes, I keep forgetting it's opposite from my perspective. Left eyelid control. Both. Control, and the right eyelid. And the right eyelid control. So let's come in here and let's just parent those to the main eyes group. So wherever I move this group now, the eyes will look around. There we go, as you can see. That's probably easier if they're wireframes, but you should be able to see the translation axes of the joints moving there fairly easily. And again, to get that back to where it default position we can have there, and then we have the individual controls on the eyelids following it around. Now again, that would be personal preference whether you wanted those to follow this or not. For me, that's absolutely fine actually, because I know where it is, so you know I can do a kind of squinty, full blink, not so blink, just give us some face controls, and of course we've still got the mouth. We have to select it, which opens and closes. Right, so I've left this eye for you guys, sorry, this eyelid here for you guys to do. It's got the attributes on it, so all you have to do is go in and set the set driven keys up for it, as we've done a few times now. So that should be fairly simple. You can also just type a value in here, of course. You know, so, and you can also keyframe this, obviously, is what it's for. So in the next part we're going to go and do a bit of organization on the geometry of this rig, and we're going to come in and bring the fingers back and the toes back, and you know, just go from there really. But this will be a more complicated bit, because right now we've done a combination of setting up HumanIK for our main control rig here. So if I go to HumanIK and control rig, you know, I've already got him in some sort of weird pose. If we set up HumanIK and the control rig for him, you can see here that you know, he works and everything, got no fingers and toes, but this control rig here has FK joints here and IK joints here, and that was all done by Maya. What we've done is provided some custom control joints and, you know, simple compound controls on those. What we're going to have to look at with the fingers is rigging up some IK controls and custom controls, which is the next step in complexity, if you like, which is why we left it for last. And we're also going to have to come up with a method of, keeping this control fixed to the head, because at the moment when we move this little guy, this control stays stationary, so of course his eyes move. If I can just demonstrate that to you, I'll put this on a wireframe on shaded, so you can see his eyes. Yeah, you can see where the flat bits are and they're pointed forward. If we move this little guy at the moment, his eyes move because his eyes want to look at this. So we're going to go ahead and parent that so it stays there. Otherwise, every time you would animate him moving about, you would always be looking at his own eyes, and sometimes you're going to want him to, you should have the choice of where to move this. So, at the moment, if I move this over here, so he's looking over here, and then I move him to face the other way, he's going to go completely boss-eyed. And the same here, he's always going to look at this. So we'll find out a method of, a nice place to put that. The important thing right now is just to get those controls in place, so we can get on with all the other controls we need to make. And then what I like to do is get all the controls in and come back at the end and figure out good placement for them. And generally I would talk with the guy that's going to do the animation, and he would tell me how he prefers his controls set up. I would already have had a brief for that, but in this case we're just going to come up with something that we think is nice. So I hope you found something useful in that part, and we're going to be looking next, as I say, at organizing this a bit better, so we can't select this geometry in the viewport, because that gets a bit of a nightmare when you're trying to select bones and controls and whatnot. So we'll look at putting that on a layer, and then we'll look at bringing the hands and feet back in. So thank you very much for watching, and hopefully I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So in the last part we rigged up our eyelids here, and in this part we're going to get on with something slightly more complicated. We're also going to have to start looking at cleaning this rig up a bit, doing the weights, getting rid of this geometry so it's not clickable, but we can do that after we've done some foot controls here. Now we still have all the fingers and toes to do. We're going to start with the toes because it will be simpler, and this is going to be slightly more complicated than anything we've tried before, because we're going to be using two sets of controls together. So before we do anything else, let's bring our toes back. Now I've got mine in this hidden group here, so Shift H to bring them back. And that's what I'm going to be rigging right now. So first we've got to put the joints in there. So we're going to have one here, and one at the end, and again one here, and one at the end. And this will allow us to then fix controls to the foot, rather like we did with the eyelids, but it's going to be ever so slightly more complicated. We're going to use two different sets of controls. So let's dive right in. Let's select these three things, and I'm going to Shift 1, and I'm going to go to the 4 view, and I'm probably going to use the top view, so sorry, not Shift 1, Control 1 to isolate selected, of course. And I'm going to then use this top view to put some joints in here. So add joints up here on the rigging tab, create joints as they call it, and one here, and again we're looking for those pivots to be where the joint would naturally pivot, and one in the center here. Do the same on the other side. But first, before we do this, if we just clicked here now, you'll see a joint is created from there to there, which is obviously not what we want, so backspace. Before you do that, just press enter, and then you'll need to select the joint tool again. So try and create them in approximately the same place would be good. One here, and we put the next one here. There we go, and the final one out the front here. So now we'll need to go in the other view because they won't be properly centered with the feet. No, as you can see. So we'll just select all of those joints and move them up to the middle of the feet here. Now we've got a problem with the two front ones, so let's select them both and move them both. Oops, I think I've got too many joints selected there. So I might have to do this one at a time. Move this one down here, and then grab this one and move it down here. Okay, so that's our joints. Let's go to show joints up here so we can see them now. And there you go, they're all kind of properly embedded in the foot. And if we take a look at the joint orientation, it should be pretty good. So display, let's see, transform axis, local rotation axis, and what we're looking for here is that X is pointing towards the next joint in the chain, and Z will be our primary bend axis. The same as when we did the eyelids and we had to do a slight readjustment of the axis of the joints. Well, we're going to do the same thing here. So let's have a look. So display, and object transform display, and I'm going to rip it off because we'll be using it quite a bit. So I'm going to click local rotation axis, local rotation axis. Now you see these are quite good. We've got our X following to the next joint, X following to the next joint, Z over here, and Y is up, which means that if I rotate this joint right now and go to the channel box, you should see our primary rotation is in Z. So that's pretty much what we want. And this is quite arbitrary. As long as you know what it is and you know what the rotate orders are and they're all the same, you can pretty much do it any way you want. So for instance, Z could point forward here and X could be your primary bend axis, or Y, as long as they're the same. So this is kind of what you see most of the time though, X pointing towards the next joint in the chain. So local rotation axis, you'll see this one's well off because it doesn't have a joint to orientate it to. So we could change the orientation of all of these. If we just go up to skeleton and orient joint, let's pop it open and say I want my primary axis as X, secondary is Y and Y, and hit orient. You'll see that's exactly what happens. Primary is X, primary is X, primary being the one that points to the next joint, and secondary is Y being the one that points up. So there you go. We could change that and you will notice this one wasn't affected because it doesn't have another joint to orientate itself to. So we'll do that one manually. The end joint in the chain is often not used to assign controls to anyway, or not the controls we'll be creating. So for us it doesn't matter. For the sake of neatness we'll change it, and it's a good example of how as well. But let's just take a look at that joint orientation tool again, just to show you we can kind of reorient these. So let's say we wanted to do a secondary axis as Z and Z, and then apply. You'll notice this one just changed. Okay, so if we did all X and apply, now you notice they've radically changed. So Y is now pointing down. What we want is X, Y, Y, and orient, and there we are, back to where we started. This one is still screwed up. So we may have to use that orient tool when we come to the fingers because there's going to be a few more joints, and they're going to be at a funny angle. So we may apply that, or we may just shift them around manually like this by selecting component type and then clicking the question mark, making sure we have local rotation axis selected and nothing else along here. So now I can just select the local rotation axis of this joint and move it so it matches in line with the others. Okay, so X facing forward, Z that away, and Y is up. Okay, we'll have to do the same thing with this one. Okay, for some reason I can't seem to grab it. Let's just try this again. So it's showing its local rotation axis. Yes, it is. Component type. There we go. And done. Let's just move X to the forward so we keep everything nice and tidy. Okay, now we've got our joints in, we're going to have to parent our geometry, same as we've done before. So let's go and rename these joints. Now these joints will perform a control function. So joint 1 and joint 4, so that would be the beginning of the second toe and first toe. So I'm going to call these, let's see, we'll call this will be the left foot, and the character's left. So left toe 1, and what would that be? Joint 1. And I'm going to give this a primary, because we will have a secondary set of joints. Now we'll rename these joints in a little while when we've put controls on them. I'm just going to call them primary and secondary for now. It will make it easier when I show you the parent constraint we're going to have to do with these two separate sets of joints. So this will make more sense in a minute. So let's just go on down the chain, and that would be toe 2, and this would be toe 3. So this is left toe, and I'm going to call this the first toe and this the second toe. So let's just go ahead and do that. So this is left toe 2, number 1. This is left toe 2, number 2. This is left toe number 3, and that's left toe 2, and that's left toe 2. Okay, so toe 1 joints 1, 2 and 3, toe 2 joints 1, 2 and 3, and they're all on the left foot. So, and they've all got a primary designator. Now let's go in and bend one of these and make sure it bends like it should. I mean, we're pretty confident that it does because we can actually see the rotation going all the way down in the same direction as the toe. So yeah, shouldn't have to check that. Let's just bend this one up just so we can say we did. There we go, sorry, gotta get that one, and yeah, no problem, that's bending like the toe would bend. Okay, so just Control Z to put that down. Now we have to get the geometry in there, so I'm going to select all the geometry. I'm going to go here and I'm going to just pull that out of its group and plonk it down here for a second. Now I'm going to give this a name, and I'm going to name it the same as I've got the joints. So okay, so what has happened there to our geometry? It must have been transformed when I pulled it out of the group. Let me just pop it back in there. Okay, so let me delete the history on these and see if I can pull one out. Okay, so it just seems to have disappeared. Oh, I know why. It hasn't disappeared, of course, folks. I'm a bit of an idiot for that. We have view selection only on, so isolate selected, we have view selected, and because these weren't here, now they've been moved out of their group, Maya considers them different objects, so it's not letting me see them. So I'll just move all those out of the group, hit 1 here on the viewport, Control 1 to bring everything back, and then I can just come in, reselect these, and hit Control 1 so we can get rid of everything else. I mean, that's not strictly necessary, but that's why. So when I pulled those out of the group, obviously they were different objects, and my app disappeared them from the viewport there. I thought I was going a bit strange in the head there for a minute. Right, but let's get on with naming these. So this will be left toe primary. This one, I believe. Okay, and we'll put a geo designator after that. Now this will be, let's see, what will this will be? This will be left toe number 2, primary geo, and rather than toes 1 and 2, you could use toes L and R or whatever other designator you think is less confusing, or whatever works for you. And this is going to be the left toe, number 1 toe, and the secondary toe. Just come in there and geo, so this must be then this one. So that's the second toe, and actually that's the second joint, or the the second toe, and geo. So we've got that one, that one, that one, and that one. Let me just move those. I'm not parenting them yet, I'm just moving them about. So we've got this one, yeah, this one, and this one. Alright, so we've got all those. Now we need to parent it to the geometry. So this will be pretty easy. That one goes up there. Let's pop that open. So we've got left toe 2, 2 primary, left toe 2, 2 primary geo. Okay, and then we've got left toe 1, 1 primary. So I'm just middle mouse dragging that up to its joint. And left toe 1, 2 primary, so left toe 1, 2 primary in that joint. And now we've got all the geometry parented to our joints. So if we come in here and select the joint, we should also move the geometry, as we've done in the past really. The difference with this is that we're going to need more joints this time, because we're going to put more than one control on this foot. So we're going to have an FK style control, which will just be sort of a circular control surrounding the foot. The animator can click and just move one portion at a time. And then we'll have a more compound control that will allow for a foot curl or a foot stretch or a foot bend. The problem is that if we go ahead and put both of those controls on one set of joints, then we could end up in a very large problem, because when we move one control, the rotation and translates of the other control will also be moved, which means we can never zero out one control. We'll always have a certain commonality between the two, which is not good, because you might want to make the foot into a claw with one control and then do an FK tweak with another control, but then when you go to set that FK back to default, you won't just be able to zero out its rotations, because that will affect the other control too. We'll go ahead and set these controls up, and I think you'll see quite quickly what I mean. So in order for us to set these controls up, we're going to need a duplicate of these, which is why I named them primary, because I'm going to name the next set secondary, so when we do the parenting it will be easier for you to see what's going on. So I'm going to hit Control D to duplicate, and I'm going to change all instances of primary to secondary. Let's just grab these, and I'm going to go to modify, search and replace, so primary, and change it to secondary. Replace. So now we've got primary joints and secondary joints. Okay, now I'm going to delete the geometry from this second set of joints because we don't want that duplicated, and also I'm not going to need an end joint for this second set of joints. I don't need two end joints. Probably not going to end up using them anyway, so it's pointless to have a duplicate of something that I can have if I need, just in case I need it, but in all probability won't use. I don't need two of them. Now, we do have here two joint systems that are independent of each other. So this first toe primary joint is independent of this secondary joint here. So first toe first, and I'll just move this one up a bit so it's sort of toe 1, toe 2. So, and that wasn't parenting anything, by the way, again just moving in the outliner. So as you can see, these are completely independent of each other. If I move this one, well, I can still move this one, and you'll see the geometry move there. You don't actually see the joint at the moment because we're on an isolate selected view, but if we just control come off that, then you'll see the joint. But you can see they're independent. Okay, now that needs to change. There are several ways to do this, but one is a simple hierarchical parent constraint. So I'm going to take this primary joint, the primary one, and I'm going to parent it to the secondary one. I call this one primary because it's the first one I'm going to parent to the secondary one here. So there we go. So the secondary is at the top, and then underneath that you'll see a primary joint, which is great. We want one secondary, one primary, but this is in the way. This needs to be dragged into the primary group, so parented to primary, and we flip open the next one. So what we have now is secondary, primary, we need secondary again. So up secondary goes into this one. No, that was actually the wrong one, this one. There we go. So secondary, primary, secondary, which means primary here has to come down under here. And this joint structure will make more sense when you can actually see it laid out. So basically you have the secondary joint with the first primary parent to it, then the secondary joint with the primary parent to it, and then this one's primary. It should be more accurately called secondary. Secondary. So all we've done is parented them together. So these two joints together, then they're under a hierarchy with these two joints, and this third one doesn't matter, but just for the sake of a naming convention, because we've got secondary, primary, secondary, primary, secondary, well, we've got no more primary, that's the last joint in the chain. So I'm going to do that again now, so you can see it, but the upshot of all this is if I take this secondary joint here and move it up, the whole foot moves. If I take this primary joint here and move it, the whole foot moves. If I take this secondary joint number 2 and move it, the whole joint moves. If I take this primary toe number 2 and move it, the whole joint moves. So we've created a fairly simplistic joint chain here that has two joints that can work together without you know, having different values. So for instance, you'll see that the rotate Z on this secondary joint is 48, and on the primary joint, even though it's in exactly the same place, that's 27. So that means if we had a control on this, let's reset this lot to 0. Okay, if we had a control on this, this rotation and this rotation would be independent of each other. As you can see, they're different, and this will make more sense when we get controls on. But first, let's go ahead and do the other toe, because we could waffle on about this all day, and I do have a tendency to do that. So I think another, just a quick example of putting this together, this hierarchical structure together, will help. Okay, so let's do the other toe. So again, we're going to take the primary parent, parent it to secondary. So if we pop that open, we've got secondary here going down to primary, which is good. And then we want to take this, bang it in there. So secondary, primary. And then we've got a primary. So we're going to move this up here. Done. And then this secondary wants to go here. And this primary down to here. Sorry, I actually took more steps than was required there. But secondary, primary, and again, just for consistency, we'll rename this joint to secondary. So same as this one. And that goes for a longer joint chain. You just keep parenting them one underneath the other in this hierarchical chain structure here. And you'll get as many sets of joints as you want. Actually, you can do more if you want to put more controls in. It gets more complicated. Then there's many different ways to do this. This is a rather neat one because it allows us 2 controls without being massively overcomplicated. Alright, so that's done our joint structure. Now all of these toes, and you'll see we just now have secondary and secondary. So when we've got controls on these, we'll get rid of these silly secondary and primary names. I just wanted it for this, and we'll call them probably custom control and FK control or something like that. But for now, there is the joint structure set up on our foot. I hope that made some sense to you, and it is very confusing the first time you go through it, even the second, fourth and 10th time you go through it, to be honest. But parenting things properly is just something that takes a bit of time, a bit of getting used to, and we're going to do it on the fingers, and it'll be more complicated. So hopefully when we bring the controls in, and by the time we've done the fingers, you'll have a better understanding of what we're doing and why. I mean, hopefully you'll have picked that up already, but if not, stick with us, and I promise you it will make more sense down the line. Alright, so thanks for watching, and I'll be back with you in a minute to do the controls. Hi, welcome back. So, moving swiftly along with our feet here, we're going to get our first set of controls in, which will be an FK-like control for just controlling these toes individually to give our animators a greater level of control. Now, first things first, let's decide which set of joints we're going to use, and we'll use the primary set of joints here to be the FK control. So I'm going to go ahead and rename those now. Now we don't really need this kind of clearer designator, or at least I hope that secondary, primary, secondary was somewhat clearer. And I'm going to do this for both toes, and I'm going to come up and I'm going to go modify and search and replace names, and I'm going to just take so we want to do primary, and we're going to call that FKCTRL, FK control. Replace. Now you'll see we've got a set of joints that say FK control. Okay, and again, this is part of the reason why we've been so insistent on always naming your joints and stuff, because when we do this for the fingers, we'll have even more joints, and it can get again extremely confusing if you're trying to parent joint 56 to joint 93 and whatnot. I mean, it just makes no sense. So decent naming, save yourself a lot of bother. Right, so now we've got FK control joints. Let's make some FK controls, or FK-like controls. So we're going to start out once again with just a simple nerve circle. Now what we need to do is we're going to parent this to this, but its shape node we're going to parent, not the whole thing. So it will miraculously jump and orientate itself to the same direction as the joint. But if we turn on its local translation axis, you can see it's got Z over here, and Y is up, that's fine, and X over here. So what we need is, first we need to stand it up, because it's standing. So now Z is down and Y is this way, and this one can take a bit of getting used to, but now I'm going to rotate it 90 in this direction. Okay, so, and I'm just holding J to lock that. If I pull it up so you can see it, now what we've got is X going up, Y going that way and Z going that way, and you're probably thinking, how on earth is that going to match? Z that way, Y this way, and it doesn't match. The thing is, I'm going to freeze its transformations right now, and you'll see that it will match. So let's go and just do that so I can show you it matches. Freeze transformations, and actually I missed it. I've frozen the transformations on the floor, which is just wonderful. Hang on, there we go. So let's modify freeze transformations, and you'll see all of a sudden the X is this way, which means when it gets orientated to the foot, it will be that way. Z will then be that way, and Y will be pointing up. And that takes a bit of getting used to, because our original ones were X going up, Z that way, and Y this way. But if you look at our orientator here, at the bottom of Maya, you can see Z goes this way. So when I freeze the transforms on this, all of a sudden Z's going to be going this way, Y is going to be going up, and X is going to be going that way. Which means when this orients to this, this should be X, and it'll orient in the right place. So let's freeze the transforms, and you can watch them, the correlation and how they freeze. So modify freeze transforms. You can see Z is going forward, which will go this way, Y is going up, and X is going that way. So let's parent this to this joint, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Right, now I can't just parent the NURB circle, I need to parent its shape. So NURB circle shape, and I'm going to go and parent that to the first foot, first toe, FK control. And if I just hit Control P now, it won't actually parent the shape. We need to tell it to specifically parent the shape. So the command for that is P parent -R -S, and that will parent the shape to it. And there we go. Now, if I come in and look at it, I can't see it, so I'm going to turn off polygons. Okay, you'll see it's perfectly orientated to this, because as I said, when we orientate it that way, X, Z, Y. That's just something you might want to play around with if you haven't used Maya too much. Again, that one can be quite a run that past me again moment, but we'll do it on another one, and we'll just run through it quickly again, and I'm sure you'll get it in no time. That is, I mean, if you've used Maya before, you should already have an understanding of how that works. Right, so let's just select the control vertex on this. I'm going to hide the joints, because if I try and select the CVs now, it'll just end up selecting the joints, like so. What is this big circle doing here? Oh, it's, yeah, let's just hide that. It's part of the rig, so I just hid the rig there. Control vertex, and I'm just going to scale this up so we can see it when we bring the polygons back. There we go. So now you can see my control here. Now I want to shape this to fit around this first toe joint. A bit like so. Let's and I thought I hid you. Yes, go away please. In fact, I'm going to turn the rig off so that stops happening. We shouldn't have it on right now anyway. Let's just go back to stance. There we go. And control vertex here. And I'm going to move this up, this one down, and I'm just going to get it sort of approximately the same shape as the foot. Whoops, that was a bit of an error in judgment there. But we want to leave enough of it. Let's go back to object mode, so it can be quickly grabbed. Because when we do our final rig and present it to our animator or animating itself, remember all the joints are going to be contained within the control rig, so you won't be selecting joints, and all the geometry won't be selectable either, so you'll need something to click on to move the toe, and in this case it's this FK control. Okay, and you'll see because we parented it in the way we did, using its shape node, it's exactly aligned to the rotation of the joint we parented it to. Because when we parent its shape node, it assumes the joint's transform attributes, so it assumes the joint's rotation. Whereas if we just parented it without doing that, it would still have its own rotation and everything else. So then we'd end up having to do it by eye, and yeah, no, that's not a good idea. Alright, so let's take a look at another circle. Now, we could scale this so we could, not have to turn the geometry off, but as soon as we parent it to this, it's going to assume this is scale attributes as well, which is 1, 1, 1. So it doesn't matter if we scale it here or not. So again, we're going to move it up, and I'm just going to move it a little bit. And I've got display axes shown on the floor, which is actually very confusing. So I'm going to turn them off. Okay, actually no, I think it's so where are those coming from? Where are you coming from? Okay, let's just show the local rotation of this. So at the moment, and I'm going to move this out of the way so it's not being confused with whatever is displaying down there. Don't actually know what that is. Okay, well, not to worry. Right, so at the moment, if I put this back to where it was, let's do this again, because this again is one of those things that's not the easiest to explain, but once it clicks in your head, you'll get it straight away. So this is how the circle is first created. If we look down here, Z, Y, X. Z, Y, X. Now our joint structure, so let's show joints, is going Z, Y, X. So it's actually not following this direction. That's fine, but we need this to do the same thing. So what we need to do is rotate X 90 and Z 90. Now, if you assume that Z is going to be forward, so let's freeze the transforms on this. And the way you can tell is that this Z would then be forward. Okay, let's freeze the transforms. It will be easier to explain. So modify freeze transforms. So Z is now forward. Okay, X is over here and Y is here, exactly the same as the graph. So that means, because we've rotated this, when this rotates into position with one of these joints, and I'll bring it over, it doesn't matter if we move it, we'll parent it anyway, I'll bring it over, and imagine when it parents to this, it's going to spin round, so Z is over there, X is facing this X, and Y is facing that Y. Okay, so that will be perfect to parent to the joint now. Now, if we'd have left that NURB circle, let's just delete it, if we'd have left it as it was, without turning it at all, so let's move this out and hit the display local rotation axes. Okay, if we'd have left it as it was, what it's going to do is it's going to turn Z to face, when it parents, it will turn Z to face this way, it will turn Y to face that way, and X to face that way. So we'll end up with a control that's flat, and that's no good at all. So again, we have to do this so it's standing up. So I'm just hitting J again to lock rotation. I'll rotate it at 90, and so the X will point this way. So the whole thing will flip round. So modify freeze transforms, it's gone back to the normal transforms, Y, X, Z, and again, if we compare that to this and rotate it, you can see if we did that, we'd get a control that went around the foot. So let's go ahead and parent this. Now I'm just going to set its translates back to 0 so it doesn't appear in a weird place. It shouldn't, but just in case. And also we should have frozen transforms on this, so let's go 0. Okay, so just putting it back really at 0, 0, 0. Okay, and then I'm going to parent it, and remember, parent its shape node, because we want it to share the transform data for this node. And we'll come on to secondary FK control and parent RS. There we go. And show, we don't need to see the joints anymore, and I'll just turn the polygons off. And then I'll just scale these CV points out. Okay, and now we can show the polygons again, and we can start editing these CV points to make them a bit more desirable for our control shape. Okay, there we go. Object mode. Lovely jubbly. So now we've got one control set up on this toe. Okay, so you can see we can grab this FK-like control and move the toe about however we want. Now the nice thing with this is we have a rotate on Z of 48.3. So if we grab what will become our secondary control, it's got no rotate on it. So I can now set that back to 0. So if I had a rotate of 10 on this secondary control, and I was mucking around with this FK control like la-di-da-di-da, you'll notice in order to get this straight, that'll be on -10. And now I'm thinking, so something on my other control, yes, 0 that control out. So having independent rotation and translation on two different sets of controls, most beneficial, which we achieved by the simple use of two different sets of joints. Okay, so I'm just going to make sure all of these are on 0. Yeah, no, we actually changed that one. So 0 it out, and this one won't have moved. Alright, so let's do that once again on the other toe, but let's speed it up a bit this time. So again, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to rotate 90 and 90 in this case, and then I'm going to parent this. So we'll go into the geometry here, go into the shape node, and this will be the first FK control. Okay, and then I'm just going to do another one. I could have just duplicated that one, actually. It would have been much easier after I'd rotated it. And in fact, I'm actually going to undo that because I've got to freeze its transforms. Okay, so make sure you freeze the transforms, or the joints won't reorient themselves, or their local axis, rotation axis won't reorient itself, and all our good work will be undone with the rotate we did. So nerve circle 3, and this is the first FK control, there we go, and parent RS. Okay, and let's just create another one, and 90 and 90 once again, 90 and 90, and freeze transforms, and once again parent RS. So just take its shape node, and you'll see what these circles leave behind is an empty transform node. So if we just hit parent on this, that would take the transform node as well, and it wouldn't work. So you've got to clean up these transforms, these empty transforms afterwards, but you can do that very easily. I'll show you. So we want to take this now and parent it to the second FK control. Parent R, parent S. There we go. Oops. Oh, okay, I missed the bloody enter key, excuse me. And then we'll just hide the geometry, so hide polygons, and you'll see we've got two perfectly lined up controls. They're just a bit small. Because, again, as I said before, it will assume the scale of that node it's being parented to, its shape. So. And apologies, I imagine a lot of you will know this, but I've tried to keep this tutorial at a basic level. I like to do things like this so people can just get stuck in and start doing stuff on their own. So if I'm over explaining here, my apologies. And this one up here, and there we go. That looks like a nice little control setup. So let's just do this one, and again, as I said, with the eyes control and the mouth control, you want to spend a little more time on that. That will be probably greatly appreciated by the person who's animating it. But these are fairly generic, fairly standard controls. It means that I can rather quickly and easily, when I'm animating a toe, select it from miles away and move it about. Okay, so we've still got that other set of bones that needs another control on it, so let's get that done now as well. We'll finish both off in this part because this is not going to be a long thing, and don't worry, we will just mirror this over to this side of the foot, so we're not going to be doing both, and the same goes for the fingers, because why work twice as hard. So there's our FK-like controls. Now I do want to put these on their own layer. So I'm just going to select together all the shape nodes we've generated here. So where are we? We should have them here somewhere. Hang on, I'm lost now. There we go. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and let's put those on their own layer and call it FK custom, and let's make that a green. There we go. And that's not really a color I'd use. I mean, FK controls are normally blue, so the problem was they were already blue, so I just wanted to show you that it would change the color. But there we go, so that'll do for our controls. Now, let's get on with some compound controls. And this is just the same thing we did with the eye. Now, if we want to kill off these empty groups, edit, delete by type, history, and then just kill off the groups. Okay, and our controls are still all working and everything, so nothing to worry about there. Now, let's get on with some compound controls. Now I'm going to do some rather simple controls, and same as I did for the eye, just a blink, but you get the point. You could add many more different custom controls to that. So let's go on this layer, because we're going to be adding custom controls, and for this I'm just going to use circles. And these aren't going to be parented with shape nodes, so we don't really have to pay much attention to their orientation. And unlike the eye, the toes, we're not going to use an aim constraint or anything, so the toes won't be following these about. They'll just be an indicator that there is a control there the animator can click on. And I will take some small time and get it lined up so it's nice enough. There we go. And I'll just throw that over the foot. There. So now we've got a control rig that looks like this. So it's obvious this bends the toe, this bends the toe, and it should be fairly obvious to anyone coming in that there's a control at the end of the foot as well. So realistically though, do we actually want individual bend controls, or do we just want to bend both feet, toes together? Because my thoughts on this would be, I could do a curl for this toe and a curl for this, like we did a wink and a wink on the eye, and then do a double, or it could actually just do one control for both, to curl both at the same time. And I think for the sake of expediency, I'll just do one control to curl up both toes. I mean, it's quite normal when you curl one toe, you'd curl another. So I'm going to do that. That means I'm going to make my control here a bit bigger. And again, there will be a part at the end when we come back and we take a look at these controls and just how we can make them a bit nicer and parent them and whatnot, just to get them, you know, a bit easier to use. But for right now, that one looks fine. I mean, you know, it's fairly obvious it's a control there at the end of the foot. So let's come in, select this, and we're just going to do set-driven key for this. So we want to make sure on the set-driven key that we're driving these secondary joints. So let's go ahead and rename everything that's secondary to custom control. So let's get them both at the same time. No reason working twice as hard. And let's come in and search and replace. So secondary, and this time we want to be custom control. Okay, so now we have custom control, FK control. Same with the other toe. So now, easy as pie, we select this. Animation, we want a set-driven key, set-driven key, set. So driven is the nerve circle, which we don't want. We want that as the driver, so load driver, and of course we need some attributes to key to. So, you know, there's a certain ways toes could bend. They could bend, and I'm going to move the floor out of the way. Actually, I think we're going to bisect with it at the moment. There we go. So let's say we wanted a toe bend this way. But we also might want a toe bend this way, because it's more natural when you're walking for the small toe to bend in and that one to bend out. So we might add a couple of attributes here. So, you know, again, personal preference, what to call them. I haven't really spent too much time thinking about these robot feet, so I'm just going to call mine, let's see here, we have to go on our control, over to the channel box and edit, add attribute. I'm going to call mine bend, which will be a more natural foot bend. And for this one, I'm going to go from, let's say, yeah, I guess it would bend up, so -20 to +20 with a default of 0, and let's add that one. Okay, and then we'll add some more after we've sorted this one out. Okay, so now we need to load the driven, because the driver will be this nerve circle. and the driven will be our custom control joints. So let's come in here and select our custom control, and this third end joint we're not going to be driving. So I said we probably wouldn't use it, and indeed we're not at the moment. Custom control and custom control. So load driven. So, and I'm going to have to load the driver again because it didn't update. There we go. So now we have this bend. We want to control the bend. We want to control all of these. We know it's the rotate Z. Okay. So all we do is key, and this would be a key on 0. So this would be zeroed out. And then this is going to be our bend. And I'm going to say that our bend is going to be, actually, we want to change our keyframe. So this is going to be our maximum bend. And we want to make sure we're using the joints. Now, it's quite easy to use the controls. But actually, let's bend the actual joint itself. So let's go in and custom control 1. There it is. And we're going to bend that down to there. And because remember, the rotations are independent of the control on the custom control joint from the FK joint. So if we start using the FK handles now to bend this, we won't get the key properly. So then custom control joint 2. Okay, so this is going to be kind of my bend. Okay, and we have to do the same on the other foot, of course. So custom control here. And let's try and get them about even. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. And then custom control 2. There we go. Done. Okay, they are quite uneven. Let's just sort that out. And this one a bit more. And let's just check that we are on, let's see here, bend 20, so that's the maximum they can bend. Let's set a key. Let's click bend here and watch them do it. There we go. So I've got bend like so, but I can go to a negative value. If you watch this, you'll see it goes to a negative 20 as well. So set the key on negative 20, and our bend upwards will be, let's do it, and again, I want to click on the custom control joint to bend it, because it's rotations we want to set. And number 2, come in number 2, your time is up. Custom control number 2. And I'm going to bend this one up like so. And then we're going to do the other foot, of course. So custom control here. And down to the second custom control and move that up there like so. They're about even. Close enough for the purposes of this particular demonstration, and hit key. Now we can select our control and bend, and there we go. So, you know, we can, so say we put the bend to 12.5 and then we click our FK control, our FK-like control, you'll see that its rotate is still on 0. So again, this is why we did 2 joints. I can now come in here and rotate this one like so, any way I wanted to, and that bend will still work. Just select the custom control, bend, except now I can come in and go, there's something wrong with my bend, I must have a rotate set on the FK handle here, the FK-like control. So I come in and I go, yes, I do, and I reset it, and it still obeys the bend. If we had one set of joints, it wouldn't work like that. It would be very problematic, to say the least. So there we go. Now, we could put a bunch more attributes on this for, let's say, a toe curl. So this would be a toe bend, and then you might have a toe curl, or, you know, whatever names you want to give these. So a toe curl going in the opposite direction where the toe curls up. And yeah, let's put one in. Okay, it won't take long. But I was going to say, you can add as many of these as you want. So, you might want to put a toe stretch side to side and all sorts of stuff. Anything you may think might make an animator's job easier is always a very good thing to do. So we're going to leave the same custom control units. I'm going to give this a, what should we call it, curl, let's say. So let's go into here and add attribute, curl, and then let's go minus 20, because you curl the toes both ways on this thing, and add. And close. Now all we need to do is reload the driver, because no attribute here. Reload the driver, curl is what we want to do, and let's do a toe curl. Easy enough. So make sure we are set on a keyframe of 0 for curl, and bend is not applied, and key. So that's our 0 keyframe. Then we're going to want to go to a maximum toe curl. Okay, so let's come in here and do a maximum toe curl, remembering not to click the very, very tempting handles. Let's go for FK control. Actually, these are custom controls. Again, naming helps. And then let's bend it down, but instead of bending this one upwards this time, we're going to bend it the other way. So we'll like curl the toes up. Okay, same with this one. So custom control, there we are. And second one, custom control, there we go, curl the toes up. And yeah, get it a bit neater than that, there we go. That's about maximum curl. So let's key that, key, and now we can go and grab our control here, curl, okay, there we go, which is, different to bend here, which goes the other way. So we do need a bend on 0 while we're just keying, and we do need a so that would, I would say, be the maximum curl, and I guess the opposite of a curl would be, I don't know, a reverse curl, a relaxation, but it's on the same control. So 0 curl, 20, set it to its maximum, negative 20, sorry, set it to its other value, and then curl it the other way. Oh, same thing again. And this could be as much as little as you want, depending on the model, what you've got to work with, how it's supposed to move. You could end up adding 20 controls, 2, 1, I mean, it's up to you. Okay, there we go. And so I'm going to say that's my maximum there for that toe. Okay, that's about the same, I think. So just key, and then we can select our control, curl, there we go, lovely. So we've got curl, and we've got bend. Okay, I guess on bend they should actually go the other way, shouldn't they? Yeah, because they're kind of curling there at the end of the bend. But I guess it doesn't matter. I'm just trying to demonstrate, a couple of different controls with different things we can do. And I may change the way they bend within the parts. So, we're about done here. I just want to assign this control to our custom controls, because it's not an FK custom, it's just one of our custom compound controls. So to do that, just click the layer and add selected objects, and you'll see now I've got my custom controls and my blue controls, which will be the FK like controls. So I think that's about enough for me for this one part. In the next part we'll be getting on with the fingers, which will be slightly more complicated than the toes. They have one more joint each, so the hierarchical structures are a bit longer to set up, and also they have more difficult joint orientations, but the principle will be about the same. Then after that we'll simply need to get our rig cleaned up and polished a bit, and then we'll do some kind of fun stuff with it. So I'll see you in the next part. I hope you're enjoying this, and thanks for watching. Okay, welcome back. So in the last part we looked at making our two sets of toe controls on two separate sets of bones, and in this part we're going to do the same thing for the hand. Now let's bring the hand back so we can take a look at it, and left hand temp group, so Shift H, and there we go. Now we've got some wires on this hand as well, but we're actually going to take care of those a bit later. I might use dynamics for these. In fact, I probably will, because nobody wants to sit there and animate swinging motions of rope with keyframes. So let's just Control H and hide those for now. Now we've got a bit of an issue with this hand. If all the fingers were on the top here, it would be relatively simple. Like a human hand, they all bend one way, they're all pointed out, they're all on the top, and apart from the thumb, this gives us a pretty simple process. Now, if this was a thumb, we'd kind of do it like so. So we have to put joints in it, and then we have to orient them. So let's use the three views here just to get this somewhat accurate. Now let's get the hand in all of these, and let's just put some bones in. So as accurate as we can be, 1, 2, 3, and fourth one for the tip joint. Now they're going to be on the floor, so I'm going to press W and move them up. And then in this view I'm going to focus and focus, and then I would try and get these organized into the right position, like so. And as you can see, this can be quite a chore to get them exactly right. So on this view they're looking okay, and on this view they're looking okay, and from the front, let's check them out. Well, from the front, not so much, so then we'd have to move it up a bit. Okay, and we come in and basically we adjust these things like so until we have them where we need them. And then of course we'd need to change the rotational axis of them, because if I come here and then rotate this thing, you can see, actually show joints, you can't see, you can see that that would not bend like our thumb is supposed to. So, or in our case our finger, that's coming out way at the wrong angle there. It should be bending down this way. So then we'd have to go in and change the local rotation axis, which of course we can do and have done before. So you just display the local rotation axis, then you would grab the select by component mode and then the question mark for in this case, let's have a look, local rotation axis, and then we could come here and we could kind of eyeball that somewhat into position. Okay, so Z being our primary bend again, same as with the toe, so it would bend outwards, and then we could come into this one and bend it like so, and then again the next one like so, and just orient that up using the four views. Now that's how we would look at perhaps doing an unusually bent thumb or finger joint like this, but in our case there is a bit of a better way to do it, and a lot of the times there is when you're working on something mechanical, you know, a robot, a piece of machinery. Generally it'd be quite symmetrical. So this guy has, you know, 3 fingers, but they've all been placed in the modeling part by duplicating special of a varying degree. So it should be quite simple for us to take these things, group them, and rotate them, put the joints in when they're in the correct position, rotate, put the joints in, and so on and so forth. So that's what we're actually going to do. It might be easier if I just do it rather than explain it. So I'm just going to grab all of these bits of geometry here, and I'm going to group them together in their own little group. In fact, we could probably use the group we've got, because the wires aren't, we're not going to be using those wires anyway, and if you did want to, you can just make sure the transformations on them are frozen, so you can always move them back. So modify freeze transforms, and in fact that's a good idea on all of these things right now. So modify freeze transforms, that probably should have been done at the end of the modeling process. It probably was, but can't hurt to take care of it again. And then we want to get the pivot point of this group, so it's right in the middle of this, so the fingers will twirl around, if you like, the same way they would if they were actually attached to this hand piece. So let's come in and find the pivot point for this group. It's on the floor, so let's move it, insert to move the pivot, and let's just move it up roughly into position. Okay, there we go. Now what we need is to get this to be right in the middle here. And there's an easy way to do it. We can hold V to snap to verts, and then just snap that on there. Actually, V. There we go. I should think that's in the middle. It looks like it. Yep. Okay, let's do a test. Let's grab this and twirl these fingers around. Now I'm going to hit J, and if this one slots into where this one fits, we're on a winner. And it does. And so does that one. So let's hit J again and make sure they all slot in. They do, and the final J should bring them all back where they started, and it does. Okay, so this just got a little bit easier. Let's zero out the transforms on this group. Well, we've just done a rotate 360, so back to where we started. So make sure we've got 0 transforms in our group, 0 transforms in our geometry. This is all looking pretty good. Now all we need to do is put the bones in these ones, which is much simpler than it is trying to monkey around and put them in these. And because we're going to be rotating them, we're not going to have to change the local rotation axis on all the joints. So it's kind of a 2-for-1 deal, really. It's easier for us to put the joints in, and then it's easier to orientate them. In fact, we don't need to. So let's come here and get this one about right there. 1, 2, 3, and last one at the end. Just slightly, ever so slightly past the end of the finger there, and that's looking good on this view. Let's go into the top view and just select the root of the joint there and move those on, and they're all looking pretty much exactly where they should be. So we are done. Okay, so that's one set of joints. Now take these joints and middle mouse drag them and parent them to the hand group so they move along with it. And then rotate the whole group holding J till that slots into place. There we go, and now we can just do exactly the same thing with this. But the nice thing is, if we look at our joints now, they're all exactly where they should be. Because we did this when it was straight up, the rotational orders are going to be perfect. But if I move that, that would move exactly how we wanted our fingers to move. So it saves us a job of work of nasty joint placement. It also saves us a job of work of going in and changing all those local rotation axes down the line. So let's put the second set of joints in. And here we go. 1. Whoops, that was a bad placement. Let me just Control Z that. 1, 2, and 3. And 4. An easier way, of course, now I give it a moment's thought, too busy waffling on, would have been just to make 3 sets of identical joints at the top, and that way we wouldn't have had to place them 3 times like this, but it is a pretty quick procedure. And I do see here that our geometry is a little out. Look, it's not quite in the middle there. So I'm just going to grab this one and this one, and I'll grab the bolts too, most important. And I'm going to move that a bit better alignment. And then of course these will need to go up here a little bit. Let's zoom in, make sure we're sort of central. Okay, zoom in, make sure we're sort of central. And you know what, I think this piece is a little bit crooked. Look, there's a bigger gap here. It's kind of on a slant that way. So this is normally when I would kick this back and ask somebody to shoot the modeler, but yeah, I modelled this one. So I was obviously in the tutorial parts I didn't get it spot on accurate, and normally when I model for a tutorial, there can be a tiny bit that needs tweaking, and I just normally do that in between the parts. Obviously on this occasion I did not, so yep, shoot me, shoot the modeler. Now we could take the time and trouble to kind of straighten it up, just rotate it slightly and tweak it and move it, but it's going to be boring and it's going to take a few minutes, so I'm just going to leave it. It's close enough. Hopefully the one you modelled when you were following along with the original tutorial went a bit better than mine. So anyway, that's got our second set of joints in here. So let's throw that in the hand group. Okay, and then select the hand group, and then we can simply rotate it round again to do the last one. So I'm going to make this bigger, and one set of bones here, one set here. We've got the group selected, and let's just rotate. So J, lock that into place. Actually, that's not the finger I was looking for. There we go. I've gone the wrong way, of course. And there. So we've got one set of joints, two set of joints. Let's just do the last one. And yeah, you can see here we've got a similar case with this finger. It's a little bit crooked, it's not quite straight. Again, it's not of super importance. You could just select it all, quickly group it here, and center its pivot, and just kind of bend it back in. Now, because of the way the geometry is, I might go and just select the rotate on world here. So I can just, neaten that up a bit. And again, this one should be on world. There we go. Done. So just make it a bit neater. And really that should have been taken care of in the modeling phase, but as you can see, sometimes those things are a pain in the backside to rotate into place, but this time, luckily enough, not too bad. So now I've made a change with this. This will be in a group down here. I'm going to take it out like so. That was supposed to take all of those out. Where did those go? No. Where are you? Oh yes, it did take all of them out. And let's just make sure, yeah, now these things have got transformation data on them, but we take care of that in a second. For right now, I'm just interested in getting my joints up there. Okay, the reason I fixed that bend, by the way, it was worse than the other one, so again, shoot the modeler. Okay, and that looks pretty much perfect like to me. So let's just rotate this whole group back to where it started, and of course making sure we have our new set of joints in there. So anywhere in the group will do. There we go. Done. So grab the whole group and just set the rotate Z to 0. And that will rotate all our fingers back where they previously started. Okay, now if you had a thumb to do, then you would do it the first manner I showed you, with just placing the joints and then reordering the axis of reordering the local rotation axis in component mode. But because we have this option of swiveling round, it means all of that's just been done for us. If I go to Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, I was having a thing there when I was thinking, no, that's not possible. But our rotate tool is set to world, and by default it should be set to object. So now you can see, thank goodness for that. I thought I was going to have to go, no. But yeah, so we're fine. So we don't have to mess with those, and that saves us a whole bunch of work. Okay, so now we're going to parent this geometry to these bones, which means I want to take these bones out of the group. So let's go to the group, and you'll find our bones under these transform nodes. So just select them and drag them out. There we go. And here we go. And last set. There we go. So we're going to have to rename those, of course. And also I'm going to make sure that the transforms on any rotations that might have happened to these things are reset. So there's no rotations on any of these joints, which is most important for us. Okay, transforms are fine. That's not a problem at all. And I'm just going to zero out the transforms on all of the geometry again, because we did tweak some of it. Let me just grab, no, don't want the joint. Don't want the joint, thank you. There we go. And all these steps like zeroing transforms and making temporary groups so we can spin stuff around like that might just seem easier to just go, I'll just place the joints by eye and then muck around with the axes is. But you'll never get it spot on accurate that way, or you might, but it will take longer, and doing it that way you'll generally find more problems further down the line. So if you can come up with a better solution, like a simple temporary group, rotate, put the joints in the right way up, and then rotate them. This is going to work much better for you. Alright, let's just edit, delete by type, history, modify, sorry. Where am I going? Yeah, it was edit, delete by type, history, of course. There we go. I was thinking of centering the pivot for some reason. Right, so now we've got bones and we've got fingers. Let's attach fingers to bones. But we've got two components here. We could really do with just dealing with one. So mesh combine, same as we've done before, and the same here, mesh combine. This just cuts the amount of geometry we have down, you know, the amount of things that we could possibly parent wrong or whatnot down, and just helps to keep it neat and organized. And last finger. Okay, and we are done. So now just 3 pieces of geometry to fit on the 1, 2, 3 joints and the end one, of course, which we won't be fitting anything to. Right, so now all of those have been joined up together. Let's select everything in this group, which we can do by just selecting the group. Okay, now I'm going to have to come down here, edit, delete by type, history. And these ones are all out of the group, so let's delete the history on these. Okay, and which bits do we have left here? Okay, that's it. And these are all part of the fingers as well, so let's pull them up here. And that should be all of the fingers. It is. Alright, so this whole left-hand temp group now just contains empty transform nodes and the 3 bits of wire we initially made. Now we're going to remake those, so I should just be able to take this whole group and nuke it. And indeed I can. Make sure everything's alright. Yeah, everything's looking good. Okay, sometimes you might have forgotten to delete some history, in which case deleting the empty transform node will still be attached to one of your bits of geometry and things can start to go wrong. But in this case we did get all that history, so that's good. So now we've got our 3 sets of bones. Let's call them, now if we start here, this seems logical to me, finger 1, finger 2 and finger 3. So I'm going to call this left finger 1, and then the top one will be finger 2, and the last one finger 3. So that's nice and easy for us. Finger 1, finger 2, finger 3. Now we're going to do the same thing that we did before. We'll call them primary joints, but we can, you know, take care of that, and I'll take care of this naming in between the parts. And we're also going to have to go down the line here. So left finger 1, left finger 1. Actually, how would we do this? Decent naming convention. Let's see. So the next joint in the chain could be left finger 1, 2, primary, and so on. Left finger 1, 3, left finger 1, 4, left finger 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, blah blah blah. So I will take care of that in the parts, and then we'll duplicate this lot and put it in its proper parent in hierarchy as we did before. So I'll also rename this geometry here in the parts, and we'll then get it parented to the bones after it's all named, so we don't get any confusion. And we will get on with making the controls. So the next part will be proper parenting of these fingers to their second set of control joints, and also making the controls for them. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Okay, welcome back. So in the interim part, after we placed our bones here with the correct angles on our local rotation axis on our bone rotations, and if we just hit there, you can actually see these are correct too. So our primary bend is Z, which is exactly as we have it on the toes. Okay, so I've gone ahead between these parts and named all the geometry and named all the bones. Just to not inflict that on you. It is an important part of it. I think, as you saw when we were doing the toes, you know, it would have been extremely confusing without these naming conventions. Now you can come up with your own, or you'll probably be given one by the people you're working with, but you know, it's important to stick with it. Alright, so let's get this parented. So this geometry is going into this primary bend, this second set is going into the secondary one, third into third, and this fourth one here isn't having any geometry to it. I mean, we may use this as a control handle, we may use it simply to attach a control to, parent a control to. So that should be this one now. Now, if I go ahead and select the joint and bend it, you should see we have a very, exactly as we would expect to see motion on our finger. So all of that kind of grouping and rotating and whatnot, and then rotating back, gave us kind of perfect axes on these joints, which saved us a lot of work down the line. Alright, so let's get on with parenting these properly. So again, 2 1 2 1, 2 2 2 2, 2 3, and nothing on the last one again, and the same with this. So that made that pretty simplistic, really. And we could just, I mean, I always like to double check. Now the first one should be a bit of a no-brainer, the top finger, which indeed it is. And the last one, I just like to double check these before I hit the next step, because you know, you can end up with duplicated bones that you're using for different controls and then find out later on that they don't work, none of them. So no, this is perfect. This is exactly what I was looking for, really. Okay, so now we've done that, we need to duplicate these, because again we'll have one set of bones for the FK and one set for the custom controls. So let's grab all these and Control D to duplicate. Now I'm going to bring them up here, and again I'm going to do that thing where I call all of these ones secondary. Now we'll rename them back as we did on the foot later on, but I think for the parenting stage it makes it slightly easier to have this primary secondary delineator if you haven't done it a lot. So modify and search and replace names, and we're going to replace primary with secondary. Replace, and I'm just going to delete the one that's been created here. Should just be on the first joint. Whoops, that wasn't a good idea. There we go, and we're going to go in and delete all the geo, because we don't want that duplicated. So we've got 3 pieces of geo and that last joint, because again we're not going to need 2 of this end joint. In certain circumstances you may, but in our case right now, nope. So that's that one. So it should just leave us with 3 joints in all of these secondaries, no geo, nothing else. So there we go, 3 joints, 3 joints, and 3 joints. Okay, now we have to parent these together in the hierarchy the same way we did with toes. Otherwise, you know, at the moment the joints are independent. So when I move this one, you'll see that one stays right where it is. So I've got one up here and one down there. No good. So same with the toe. Now we take the primary, in this case 1 and 1, and we drag it into the secondary. Done, parented. And then again we want to go secondary, primary, secondary, primary, secondary, primary down the chain. So let's just expand all this all out. And so 1 secondary, and now we want under this 1 primary, which we have indeed got. So that means we'll have to take this 2 secondary and make it under the 1 primary. So secondary, primary, and then we want to take this one, so 1 secondary, which should then, the primary should then go under this, I believe. Let's have a look. And secondary, primary, and there we go, 1 3 should go under. Let me just make sure I've got this right. Secondary, primary, secondary, actually that. Number 4 is not important to us, of course. That should actually be above that. Okay, which means that should be below that. There we go. Now we've got the right hierarchy. So even when you've done this a few times, it still, you know, a bit of a brain puzzler. It's been a couple of days gap in between the parts for me. So secondary primary, secondary primary, secondary primary, and this last one should be more rightly called, as per usual, secondary. And let's take a look, shall we? So we can bend the primary joint, take the secondary joint, and bend it back, and again all the way down the chain. No problems. Alright, let's just reset the rotate Zs on all these. And you can see, as with the toes, the rotates are actually independent from one another, which is exactly what we are looking for. Okay, so again, you know, come in here and come in here. Yeah, perfect. Alright, better to double check. Okay, now let's close this all up. And so this will now be one on its own because they've all been parented together. So I'm actually going to drag this down the bottom so it doesn't cause any confusion. And then we've got number 2, primary, drag it in to secondary. And then it's just a case of parent it properly again. So let's come here and just do what we did down here basically. So secondary primary, secondary primary, secondary primary, and so on and so forth down the chain. So I know this can be a bit brain busting at first, but it does get a lot easier. So this is under this, which means this needs to go under this. Let's pop open the second one in the chain. So secondary primary, and now this primary has to go under this secondary. So secondary primary, secondary, and primary is underneath it, which means the third one just needs to be dropped down to there, and there we have it, folks. Secondary primary, secondary primary, and actually this primary should go under this one. Last one, yeah, done. And the bottom one should be called secondary. So this should now behave exactly the same as the other one. Can move the secondary joint, move the primary joint. Well, actually it's the secondary and primary parent, but you could call those anything you wanted to, 1 and 2, 1 under 2, you know. It doesn't matter, it's just to make it a little easier. So that all works. So let's reset it all back to 0 again. And then we'll go for the last parent. You know, and again, naming conventions and whatnot do make it a lot easier. So let's move this one down along with that one there. Let's close that one up because it's done. So we've got finger 1 done, finger 2 done, and now we just go for finger 3. So again, primary into secondary, let's open it up. So we've got this primary, this secondary that needs to go down. There we go. Let's open that up. Then we've got this primary that needs to go down. Let's open that up. Then we've got this secondary that needs to go down, I believe. Yes, that makes sense. And then this primary that needs to go down. Done. So that goes a lot faster once you've done it a couple of times. I say it's been a couple of days for me in between these parts. So even the first one there for me was kind of like, yes. It takes a bit of brain power to work out what's going where. But again, the root result is we have these two separate joints that are connected to each other, but still allow their own separate rotations. So let's come in here, and here, and here, and here, and just set these back to 0 like so. Okay, sorry about the video jump there, folks. When I reset the rotation on that last joint, Maya decided it was just going to have a bit of a fit on me. As I said, I am using 2017 before any service packs or anything, so there's bound to be a few problems. But we're exactly where we were. We have all our joints and all the rotations are set back, so realistically it's exactly the same. Now, I was about to say, just as I reset that last rotation, that now we will add the FK controls. So as we did with the feet, we just need to add FK controls to this lot now. We'll then look at custom controls in a little while. Now, before we do that, let's go on and rename this lot. Because you can see here with the toe, the custom controls are on the first joint hierarchy and the FK controls are on the second joint hierarchy. So let's keep the same thing. So let's replace secondary with custom control. So let's just come in here and go modify and search and replace names, and let's replace, whoops, so we'll search for secondary and replace that with CUST custom CTRL custom control. This way, when we start assigning controls to this lot, we're not actually going to be assigning, them to the wrong bone structures. Because if you assign a custom control to this one, then the next logical one in the chain is this one, and the next one is this one, and the next one is this one, and then the primaries become FK controls. So it's better to rename them now, otherwise you might end up in a bit of a pickle. So modify and search and replace. So this time primary with FK. Now you could have just called them this in the first place instead of primary and secondary. I just thought it was a little easier to demonstrate the parenting structure. But, there we go. So now we can flip our bones open, custom control, and FK control, FK control, and FK control. So, as we did with the feet, with these controls here, we're going to make a bunch of those, and for this hand we're going to need 9. So let's do this all at once. And if I look at the joint rotation, so Y is up, X is that way, Z is out, so this should be then quite easy. If I take a nerve circle and show its local rotation axis, Y is currently up, so that's no good for us, because then the shape would affix it flat, and we want it, on a vertical. So this one will be quite simple. I'll just rotate it this way, 90, there we go, let's just check that in the channel box, 90 indeed, and freeze its transformations. Now when I parent it, Y is up, so if we look, Z is that way and X is forward, which is exactly what we want. Y is up, Z is that way, X is forward. So this will parent in just fine. Now let's go ahead and make 9 of those. So I'm just using Control D to duplicate them, because we should be able to do this pretty quick. So let's zoom out a minute so we can see them appear here on the hand. And I'm going to select the circle, but remember you need to be on display shapes, because you don't want its transform node, you just want its shape. So get its shape. So we'll do the finger number 1 first, which I believe is this finger. So let's grab an FK control, there we go, and parent. And again we need a parent mel command, parent -R -S. And I can see it's actually appeared there and it's orientated right and everything, so let's just continue. So this one and the next FK control, parent -R -S, and then the third circle we'll be using for the third FK control, so parent -R -S, and you'll notice that we can't really see these controls because they're smaller than the actual polygons surrounding them. So let's go ahead and show polygons, done. And I'm going to turn joints off as well because they'll just interfere with the CV points. So joints, and let's go in and edit some CVs. So control vertex, let's scale this one so it's a bit bigger, scale this one so it's a bit bigger, and finally scale this one so it's a bit bigger. And then let's go to object mode and show our polygons again. So now as you can see we've got some FK controls. So if I just hit this one and bend it, you'll see it bends. And same with this one, done, and this one. Now these, oops, I've grabbed that one on a wonky axis, but the nice thing is because they were all frozen, you could just set everything back to 0 as per normal. Nice and easy. Which is a good, well, was one of the reasons why we freeze geometry and bones sometimes as well, because if you had to reset this to its default stance, you don't want to be writing down 27.4, 3, 2, 1, 28.9 and 4. You just want to go back to 0. So there we have it. Now you could spend some time on these controls. Like this one is a bit nasty because it's a bit big, I think. And you could shape them the same way we did with the foot. So you could come in here and move these verts downwards. Now by default you'll notice that this is following along with me very nicely. By default move will probably be on world, its axis orientation. So if that was the case and you tried to do this, yeah, that's not happening. You've just no, it's not following along with the curve, as you can see. So make sure if you're going to do that you're on object mode, rotation, and then you can come in and just, you know, make these a bit nicer. So depending on how you like your controls. I mean, I kind of like mine as circles, but this is nice too. We did this with a foot, so let's just keep it like that. Now let's do the next step. We'll just barrel through this pretty quickly. So let's go to the second finger and let's pop that open. And again, circle, FK. You have to do it that way around as well, by the way. If you pick the joint first and then try and parent and then the circle and then hit parent, it won't work. It won't ruin anything. It will just pop up with an error saying, I think for the parent command, last node in the chain must be a group, or in this case a joint. But yeah. So if you are getting an error when you're doing this, you know, that could be a reason why. So let's come in now. Another circle, number 2. There we go. Done. And number 3, making sure we're on the FK. There we are. And did I make a schoolboy error? Yeah, I did. Look, I can see I've linked that one to the custom control. So let's just undo that. There we go. So, or at least it looked like I had. Better to check anyway. Done. And yeah, that was linked to the FK control before. Maybe it was just me going a bit blind. FK. Okay. Yeah, I think that was just me. But anyway, double check. Make sure you're getting the FK control, not the custom control. Done. So again, turn the polygons off, show polygons, go away, there we go, and get the CVs, and just make these a bit bigger. 1, 2, and 3. Now obviously this is something, again, as I've said in the past, that you could spend a lot more time on. But for me, this is pretty decent actually. And there we go. So again, we could just come in very, very easy now to, because we won't be showing bones. You won't be able to pick geometry when you're actually animating, for very good reason, because you know, if you accidentally grab the geo in the window here, well, we've seen what a problem that causes. So control verts, that's looking a bit fat, and let's just scale it down that way. Again, I'm not going to spend too much time on this right now. I might neaten it up a bit in between the parts, but for now, let's just do the controls for our last finger. Okay, so let's close this one down and let's do finger number 3. There we are. So we got 3 circles left, which is good, and FK, there we are. You can make a button for that parent command, by the way, if you find yourself using it a lot, and stick it on a shelf. I try not to use custom shelves in tutorials because I find it can be a bit confusing. But if you've got hundreds of these to do, you might want to consider making a button for it. Now let's come up here and just got one more circle to go. So 3 FK, there we are. INSS, and let's just do the same thing again. So we're kind of starting to amass a fairly tidy amount of controls on this thing that we made ourselves, which is kind of nice. And obviously we'll be mirroring these controls and everything across. We wouldn't come here and do this twice, of course. Whoops, I did not mean to scale that. There we go. I just meant to move it. Done. Done, and finally done. Okay, so there's FK controls for our hand. Now what we should really do is assign these to the display layer that we have, so we can turn them on and off. because nobody wants to see, you know, a play blast or a viewport animation with all these controls going. Or at least it's nice to have the option to turn them off. And maybe you just want to use the IK handles and you don't want to see this FK for whatever reason. And you know, when you've got tons of controls on a rig, you need a way to turn some of them off, or it just becomes very confusing. So let's take these three. We're just going to select these shape nodes and add them to this layer. So that would be no, there isn't one, is there? Of course. So making sure we're on FK Custom, add selected objects. There we go. Now when I turn that off, you can see that these three turn off. Okay, so let's do that with finger number 2. 1, 2, and 3. And again, you might want to give these a name. Add selected objects. There we go. And finger number 3. 1, 2, and 3. Add selected objects. Okay, so now we can turn all our controls off. Okay, did I not add these ones? Obviously I did not. I think I added finger number 3 twice. So 1, 2, and 3. But not a worry. Add selected. Turn them off. There you go. Done. And of course we could turn them a different color to distinguish between our FK type controls and HumanIK's controls. So, you know, whatever color you want. Probably not that one, because that's the color that Dynamics uses when something is active. So, you know, I am going to stick with blue. Actually, it's a pretty typical color for an FK control. There we go. Done. Actually, that's a bit dark. There we go. Now it kind of matches the controls here, which is fine. And on and off. Alright, so that's all the FK controls set up for this hand, or FK style controls. Next we'll come back and look at making some custom controls for compound movements. So, you know, it's going to get a bit tedious if you want to turn this hand into a claw, you know, and you have to go 1 and then 2 and then 3 and then do the same on this one. So 1 and you know, with these controls you can see the controls work well. It's nice and fast to do this. But even so, if you wanted to make a grab in motion, this is a lot of things to key. So that's where the compound controls come in, same as we made for the foot. But as a test to see if these controls worked, I actually think they worked a treat. Okay, nice and simple, which is how you want to keep it. Alright, so thank you very much for watching this part. Again, apologies for that video jump, but just Maya playing about on me as per usual. And I will see you in the next part for the, well, more custom controls. Thanks for watching. Okay, welcome back. So in the last part we looked at making these FK type controls for our hand, and this time we want to put in a compound control. As an animator, it's very tedious to have to, you know, bend this one and then this one and then this one and then this one if you just wanted to make a sort of fist, or in our case a claw shape. And there's an awful lot of keying going on. Now these do give you a great degree of control, so they are definitely necessary, but a lot of the time you don't need that control. You just might want to just open and close the hand as the guy's walking along to give it a little motion or something like that. So let's go ahead and use a nerve circle, and we're going to bang that up there, and this is going to be the basis for our hand control. Now we'll eventually have one main control and one for each finger, but for now let's just start with the main controls. There are a couple of pitfalls here you can fall into, guys, really quite easily, and it's, well, as you'll see in a second, it can be a bit tedious to bend all these fingers individually, and again why it's necessary to facilitate controls like this. So we're just going to use the simple circle for now, and I'm going to give it an attribute. So edit, add attribute, and we'll call this one claw. So we'll have a -20 because we're going to do a reverse claw with this style hand, and a 20, and hit add. Okay, so we've got a claw down here. Now, one most important thing, when you bend this in to do your set-driven key, do not use the controls you created. Because if you'll remember, we created FK bones, FK joints, and custom joints. So we need this control assigned to the custom joints, and if we use these, we'll end up assigning it to the FK, which will negate the whole purpose of creating two sets of joints in the first place. So just to be on the safe side, let's go ahead and hide those. Okay, so we can't use them by accident. It's a bit tempting to click on them there in the viewport. And I'm going to go ahead and show the joints. I'm going to go to HumanIK, and we shouldn't be on the control rig anyway, so I'm going to undo that. And now I can just see the joints here. So I've got my fingers 1, 2, and 3. Oh, and I've also got a load of garbage left behind from when we parented those. So let's just delete the history on that, just in case. Shouldn't be any. And then just get rid of them. Just keep the outliner nice and neat and tidy. As I say, this can be, a little very, very easy to click the wrong joint. So the less sort of garbage that's hanging around, the better, really. And I'm going to even undisplay shape nodes, and that will make it a bit easier as well. So I've got custom control 1, 2, and 3 for, that would be finger number 1, so this one, and custom control 1, 2, and I just need to expose this one, 3, and again the same here. Now again, if you do this with the FK control instead of the custom control, it's not going to work. So or even if it does work and you do get that key on there, then you won't be able to use the FK controls properly. So, again, our reason for two joints. So let's go ahead and start a set driven key here. So set driven key set, and our driver would be our circle, so load driver, and our driven would be all of the custom control joints. So load driven. Now you can see here it's quite easy to check now. We know they're all custom control 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, so perfect. And rotate Z is our primary rotation axis for this hand, for these fingers, sorry. So now we know we've got that too. So let's go into the channel box here under our NURB circle, and we need to set a key on 0. So we need to tell it it's being controlled with a claw attribute and key. Now you can see all these bones have gone purple, they've got a key on them, and if we look one up in the channel box here, you can see it's got that key under Z. Now we have to come in and rotate these things. So let's go here and E rotate, and I'm going to rotate each one outwards a little bit, making sure I have the custom control selected. Now, if I was doing I would say a real rig, but not for a tutorial, then I'd spend a lot more time lining this up, looking at the rotates of each one and making sure it was all nice and even. But as I don't want to bore you guys to death, I'm just going to do this as quick as I can, just because it's for demonstration purposes, really. So let's get the control here. And we're just going to make a claw, so I'm just having a look to make sure I'm approximately right. I advise you to take a bit more time of it. And now the third and final control, so let's bend that one in. So we make kind of a claw here. And this one, third one, here we go. Done. A bit more maybe. There we go. And this one. Done. And you can exaggerate these because you've got that control to go from 0 to 20 or negative 0 to 20, positive 20, then you don't have to use the full range of motion. So you can have these a little exaggerated. And I'm just going to bend this in a bit more. So, oops, wrong axis. There we go. Which wouldn't have actually mattered because it wouldn't have keyed it. So okay, I'm kind of happy with that as a claw-like motion. Now we could bend them in so they're all touching here. Might be a bit better, but for this, for the sake of demo, this will be fine. So, and we made a huge whopping mistake. As you can see here. So, you know what I've done? First of all, I've set a key on this 0, which is absolutely fine. It's as it should be. But even I, with all my shouting about make sure you use the right joints, must have used the wrong joint here. So let's go through, and this one looks like it's been set wrong. So indeed, I set the rotate on the FK. So you see how easy that is to do. And to be honest, folks, it is fairly difficult to well, at least for me, to concentrate on so many joints and talk at the same time. So what I'm going to do, we've got the key on 0, so if we set that back to 0, what we should have done, of course, before we started to move these, is set the claw to 20 so it knew where we wanted to key. So I'll just bend these back into position exactly as we had them before, and I'll do that. I'll just pause now, making sure I grab the custom controls this time. Okay, so I just did exactly the same as we did last time. I just bent all those in, being doubly certain to hit the custom control. And now all I need to do is key, because our circle is at 20. So let's just see if that worked. Yeah, that works perfectly. So now we've got a claw motion with the fingers here, all 3 fingers at once, which is going to make it a lot easier when it comes time to animate this. Okay, I've got a bit of intersection on mine there, so I might go back and tweak it in between the parts, but as I say, you know, this is just for demonstration purposes. So let's get the reverse claw on here. So it's going to be the same thing, really. I'm going to just take these joints, I'm going to make sure that this is at -20, so when we hit that key, it will key at -20, and then I'm going to come in using the custom control joints, and this time I'm going to actually copy and paste the values. So I'm going to take the value here for rotate, copy, and paste it into this custom control joint. And then I'm going to paste it into this custom control joint. Okay, this just makes the whole thing a little easier. And then I'm going to, or it makes it a little more accurate if you wanted these to be completely symmetrical. Then I'm going to select the second finger custom control and bend it back a bit. And just copy that into the other values. So second control here, done, and second control here. Almost hit the FK again. There we go. Done, and finally just the fingertip. So let's bend this fingertip backwards. Okay, and let's take that nice and easy. And do the same with the next last fingertip. And I'm going to do the same here as well. Done. Okay, making sure we're on -20, we should be. And key. Now let's test it. Okay, that's looking pretty neat, actually. Okay, now there's other controls you could assign to this. You could have a finger straightener, you could have a drumming motion on the fingers, you could do all sorts of stuff. But I think this has illustrated the point for compound controls now. Now I would also like to see on this some finger controls. So the way I would do this is, let's put a circle here first and then move it up. So again, I'm going to just do one control. You can have a variety. As we saw on the toes, we had sort of open, close and whatnot. I can't remember what we actually called those now, but same for the hands. So you could go in, add another attribute for this, for say extend, and then have one that extended all the fingers to their maximum. You know, any animation that you want to put on it is fine, and you can have a virtually unlimited number of these. Okay, so let's just put that to 0, and let's make some finger controls. So I'm going to arrange these like they would be on the hand here. So you 1, 2, and 3. I might make this a little bit bigger. There we go. And we'll worry about, you know, exact placement in another part, as I think I've mentioned. And I'm going to go ahead and put my attributes on this so I can just copy it. So I'm going to call this one bend, relax, and we'll have a bending and relaxing motion on here. So we'll get minimum of -20 again and a maximum of 20. Okay, add. So contains, yeah, of course you can't use this in there. So add, there we go. So now we've got, if we look at the control here, we've got a bend, relax. Okay, so let's grab 2 more of those, because Control D, and arrange them here as they would be arranged in the actual control. There we go. So that's a bit sloppy. Even for demonstration purposes, that's not quite cricket. There we go, that'll do. So, better. Okay, you can spend quite a while on these things getting them perfect, but that's close enough. So this one will correspond to this top finger, this one to this one, and this one to this one, and this one to all of the fingers. So let's come in, and I'm just going to demonstrate on the top finger. So, you know, I don't think I need to go through this much more. I think you guys have really got it now. So load driver, so circle 12, and custom controls on these fingers. So let's do finger number 2, which would be this top finger. So custom control, custom control, custom control, load driver. Wrong one, load driver, and the custom controls are the driven objects, of course. Load driven. So here we go, bend, relax, and we know all of these need to be on rotate Z. So we need to make sure that our control is set to 0, which it should be, and we need to set a key there at that 0 value. Now we need to bend and relax our finger. So let's just go 0 value. So let's get a maximum, which I would say would be the bend. So let's come in, and using the custom controls only, let's do a maximum finger bend. So kind of there, I would say. So let's key that and then check our control. There we go, maximum bend, and now let's do a maximum relax, which I'm not actually going to bend all the way backwards. So bend relax minus 20, so maximum relax, and then come here, custom control, and I'm just going to bend this one in this kind of shape. So let's see here, custom control 2, and custom control 3, and 2, there we go, that's the FK. Definitely don't want to set that one. And so maximum relax. Minus 20 we should be set on, we are. So key, and let's check our control here. Okay, so sort of bend and relax control. Now I would repeat that process on each of the fingers, and you know, I might add some other controls, just in exactly the similar vein as I've done this one. So let's just, before we call this a day, let's just group these so they're all nice and together. Okay, because we don't want those wandering off. So there we go. I'm just going to parent the 3 fingers to the main control circle. There we go. And now you'll be able to come in, select this one, grab the claw control, you know, claw it backwards and forwards. Grab the individual fingers, use the bend and relax. Okay, now obviously they're still being affected by the clawing, so, you know, as it should be, and set the bend and relax back to 0. So one other thing I did want to say and show you is if we bring our FK controls back, you will see, and this is a good test because these FK controls should all be zeroed out. So they're all zeroed. And when we move this, so let's claw a bit, they should still be zeroed. And they are. Okay, so we know that works. That's nice to see. Just hide those again for the second. And the other thing I wanted to mention is when we have this bisection here at around frame, let's say 8, I think it's at its maximum, you see all the fingers are bisected. I just wanted to point out that there is a way to fix this. So if we set our key to 10, or we set our claw attribute to 10, and then we go back here, we can change this set driven key, of course. So if I pop up and just go to set driven key again, so key, set driven key, set, and we load the circle once again as our driver and the claw attribute. If we go back and load in all the fingers again, and they should all be here, making sure that you get the custom controls. So let's see, custom, hang on, I seem to be missing a finger. Where is finger number 2? I'm sure I must have gone blind. Where is number 1? Oh, okay, yeah, I have. I've just gone blind. I must have closed the group down. Right, there we go. So let's get those all organized again. Custom control, custom control, custom control, custom, 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 custom. And so for all of these, we want to set that on driven, of course. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Just to show you can come back and edit this. So rotate Z, of course. And let's say we wanted to get rid of this intersection. Well, let's just select the main joint. In fact, let's select the second joint and just move it out a little bit. Okay, or is that better to do with the main joint? Let me see. Yeah, probably easier to do with the main joint. Okay, and it will be more dramatic as well. You'll see in a second. And here, so let's come up and move this one, and let's do the final one. Okay, now let's set that keyframe. Remembering we set our main control to 10. Have a look. 10. Key. There we go. Now watch. So you'll see we do this sort of upwards motion now. So we've now edited our keyframe, and that looks much more like mechanical clawy like. So you can come back and edit these keys at any time. It's no problem. And obviously we just have one finger control now, so I'll go ahead and make a couple more during the break. But yeah, I just wanted to show you that those FK controls are still working. They're still zeroed, so we can still use the FK controls, and then we can come in and use the main control here. So if I wanted a maximum claw, you know, this is obviously not working, but we can just zero out these controls and we know it will work. And then as an animator, I have these controls to do a bit of fine tweaking. So, you know, maybe I had a holding a package, so I needed one finger out here. It's no problem with this setup. Alright guys, so the next part will be mainly about duplication of all these controls and cleaning up the rig, making sure we can't select the geometry and stuff like that. And then we'll move on to a more fun part, retargeting motion captured animations. And I'm going to have time, I'm going to do the dynamics with some dynamic rope. So, you know, it's a real pain in the backside to animate things like rope. And you know, we have things like nHair and nCloth for this kind of stuff. So if you were animating, what you would do is you would get your animation done, and then you would add your dynamic elements. Like if you were using Bifrost, you could do stomping in puddles and stuff like this. So we'll cover some quick dynamics as well, and as well as the next part will be organizing the rig and getting everything ready to go. Alright, thank you very much for watching, and I hope you found this somewhat entertaining and useful. Hi and welcome back. So in the last part we took a look at making this hand control, and just in between the parts as well as the claw animation that we did here, and I'll just zoom out so we can see that a bit better. We also have the individual fingers. Now I believe we did the top one before, and I've gone ahead and just done all the others as well. So same control, bend and relax. Now you could have many more, you know, straighten and curl and twist and whatever you wanted, but for me this is enough for now. It's a tutorial, so I don't want to go on for too long. So I'm just going to reset all these to 0, and in this part we're going to look at cleaning up a bit. So we need to organize this rig. One of the biggest problems that we have is that we can come here in the viewport and start selecting geometry and moving it about, you know, grabbing bits by accident, and whoops, all of a sudden you haven't noticed. You know, it's very easy to do in Maya, we've all done it. You select something over there, you move it about, you don't notice it. In the middle of an animation that can be quite catastrophic. And the same with the controls. You know, you think you're adjusting the claw, and then all of a sudden you've moved the control right off the other side of the screen, and yeah, it's not optimal. So first we're going to select all the geometry that we have here and move it into its own layer and make that layer a reference so it can't be selected. Now problem one is if we just do this, that will select the geo, the bones, and just about everything else, and then if we make those reference we won't be able to move them. So that's going to be a very bad idea. So again, we need to go up to our selection tool here. So we've used select by component before, and you know, select by object type is the default. But instead of selecting all of these things up here, we're just going to select surface objects. Okay, so we'll only be able to select surface objects. So in this case, mesh, and that's it. We've got it. Everything that's on the screen, we've got. Okay, so new layer with selected objects, which is the one on the end here, and we'll call this layer Geo. Now it doesn't need any sort of special color, and watch now when I set this to reference here, I can't select the geometry anymore. Okay, I can't select anything else either, but that's simply because we're still on select surface objects. So let's go and turn everything else on, and now I can select no geometry. Look, can't select it. Well, I can select the floor because we didn't include that in the reference group, but when it comes to the mesh, if I click something like this, it means I've actually got the bone. Okay, and that goes for the rig as well. If we bring the rig back, you can see here I can select the rig, but well, this is not joined, but there's no case again of us going in and selecting this finger by accident, the geometry. It's not possible. You know, if I click here, I'll get it, but that will be the actual bone. If we look on the outliner, you can see that selected the FK control and not the geo. So the other thing we need to do is we also need to get these hands and feet attached to our skeleton, and I'm just going to come over and duplicate, well, I'm going to duplicate everything in the end, but for now I need to delete this foot because I'm going to duplicate this one across. So we would have to go into the layer editor and turn that off reference because we've got these in as references, or referenced in the viewport, so you can't select them. And I'm just going to make sure that we don't have a hand over here. We don't. So let's go down, and before we start duplicating, let's make sure all of our controls are correct. Now this control is correct, we know that. We've got the custom IK on this, it's okay, it's all named properly. Yeah, so because we don't want to duplicate it before we just do a double check on everything. So let's see, what's this control? This control is called NURB circle, so I'm going to call this left toes. Okay, and the other controls are named properly. Fine. Alright, and again, before we start duplicating, I think I'm going to take these bones, just the bones, mind you, or joints if you like, and this one, and I'm going to take all of our custom bones and put them in their own layer so you can hide those too. So there's all the custom bones in the feet, and here's all the custom bones in the here will be all the custom bones in the hand. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4 joints for each hand. So that's those 4, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Just count them off. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, those are all of our custom joints except for the ones in the head there. So let's go ahead and select those as well. So that will be in the main, that's the control group, and let's go into the character reference and it will be under head. So spine, spine, neck, head, and the mouth, the left eye, the bottom eyelid, all of these are our custom joints. Okay, so I'm going to put those in their own layer too, just so I know which ones are mine and which ones are created by Maya for part of HumanIK. This step's not really necessary, but I'm going to have one anyway. Custom. Whoops. Custom joints. I'm going to save that, and then I can make mine visible or not and put them on reference and things like that. Just lets me know which is HumanIK and which is me. Alright, so again, just all down to organization. Right, now let's mirror this foot over to start with. Both of these are going to be pretty simple. Let's collapse all these groups. There we go, and all of these character reference. Right, so the foot consists of this geometry, these bones basically, and let's see, left toes control group, and that's it. So that's the whole foot. So we could group this together and then mirror it, but for this I prefer to keep it under a locator. If you look, there's a locator here which would correspond to either the character reference or the character control reference. So lots of things are grouped under locators. It's just a handy way that we can do the mirror, keep the transform data off the bones and joints and things like that. So let's go ahead and create locator and then just parent this to the locator. So you'll see here that everything is still working. Let's just double check, but it should be working a treat. It is. So 0, and the FK controls, of course, will also be working. There we go. Done. Done. Alright, so now we've got everything under this locator. I'm going to call this left custom toes, and you'll notice the locator has appeared exactly in the center of the grid, so now it's just a case of duplicating this. Now we can't just hit Control D because that will disconnect it from all the input controls coming from our custom control and our FK handles here, our FK type controls. So we need to duplicate it with all its incoming inputs. Now, luckily enough, in Maya there is a very simple way of doing this. We simply need to go up to Duplicate Special, so Edit, Duplicate Special, pop it open, and by default it will have these settings. Now, we want to duplicate the input graph. Okay, so let's just hit Duplicate Special, and that you'll see we've got another locator. Alright, and it's in the wrong place, but this is fine. If we look, our x-axis is straight across this way, so just -1 in x, and bang, we've got one on the other side. Now, make sure we've duplicated this the right way, so we'll make sure the controls still work for each individual foot, and that one's simply controlling this one, and this one's simply controlling this one. And let's check out, this FK control is 0, so let's move it, so it's on 40, let's say, and this one, so the history hasn't gone with them, so we're fine. There is, I mean, we did duplicate it properly, so there is no real reason why that shouldn't have worked, but a bit of verification at this stage doesn't hurt. Alright, so that's the feet, and now we're going to do exactly the same for the hands. So we want the feet, we want the hands the same, we want the geometry, we want the custom control joints, we want its main control, so that's it, I think. So let's create locator and parent all of that stuff into our locator, so middle mouse drag, and I'm going to call this left custom fingers. Very imaginative. And this one needs to be renamed now to right custom fingers, and then we need to duplicate this one the same way that we duplicated the other one. So edit, duplicate special, we should have the same settings. Yes, we do. Duplicate special and scale in x of -1. Bang. And that's come along perfect, just as we wanted it. So we'll call this right custom fingers. Whoops. Custom fingers, there we go. Done. So we've got left toes, left hand, right hand. Perfect. So now we've got that looking pretty decent, and we've got our own little controls on there to supplement the ones that HumanIK gave us. But problem is we still don't have that connected to the main rig. If I go like this, you'll see that the hands and toes and nothing is joined up to each other. And this again, this is not a very difficult fix. So let's get this all working in harmony. So let's go down to HumanIK and go back. And all we really need to do is put the left fingers to connect to the left hand bone. So let me get off the rig so we can see the joints and bones better. Let's see. Oh yeah, right there, staring me in the face. Okay, and you'll see that this one connects to this one, connects to this one, connects to this one, and there's no connection between all these three and this one. Well, I'm going to make one now, and the way to do that is to go up and find the right hand. So that's going to be under right arm, of course, right forearm, right hand. So there's the right hand. Now let's put our right custom fingers. So we'll do it on this one so you can see there's no joint there. Let's put our right custom fingers under the right hand. Bang. And you'll see that all joints up. So let's do the same with the left hand. So let's go to the left arm. And we'll go over here. And left forearm, left hand. There we go. So let's take left custom fingers and join those to left hand. Bang. All jointed. Bones come between the two sets of joints, come in the bones, and we are all good. Let's test that on the control rig, and we're magic. Let's just control the arm here. Let's come down. Yeah, so this is working absolutely as expected. Let's custom control, on the other hand, has gone. Okay, so let's go back to the stance pose. And what happened to our custom control? Oh no, it stayed right where it was. Okay, I've just gone blind, obviously. The custom control would have done, because obviously it's parented to the hand as well. So if that's where we want it, we could move it somewhere else. But actually, that following that around like that is probably about perfect. I just didn't see it. I just gone blind again. Keeps happening to me today. Sorry about that, folks. But yeah, so there's our controls above the hand. Now we've got a bit of a problem with this head one, because look, this has stayed where it is, and he's now looking up there towards the locator. So it looks like our hands are on, our feet are not yet. So let's reset this rig and put the feet on. So up there, and we've got left toes and right toes, of course. So character left leg, let's do that one first. And character left leg, left foot. So we'll be going on to the left foot. Actually, or the left toe base, probably. Yeah, we'll be connecting to the left toe base. So left toe base, parent that on there. There we go. And let's just make sure that works. Yeah, that works just absolutely fine. Okay, if we rotate this, yeah, that's working. And the toe base, let's see what happens when we select that. So we can pull this toe base up and down. Yeah, that's working. And yeah, that's where the swivel is. Okay, perfect, that works. Let's check the custom control. Now it's on the rig. It's paranoia, but yeah, it's Maya, so weirdness happens. But that's fine. So let's do the other one exactly the same. I'm going to set the rig back to just default. I'm going to come in and I'm going to just attach this right toes to the right leg. Makes sense. There we go. Done, 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 done. Right toe base, right toes. Boink, it's on there. It's done. Now close down. And we're left with very few things to actually sort out. So what we do have to sort out is these groups on the mouth. Now I'm going to move the mouth one. Let's see. W, please. Oh yeah, helps if you click on it. I'm going to move the mouth one a bit closer to the mouth, like so. Okay, now it should be fairly obvious that that's the mouth control. And this, I really like this, you know, when you move this and the aim constraints make the eyes follow it around. The problem with that is that, do we really want the eyebrows coming with it? Because, you know, eyelids, sorry, I've got a character over here and I want to make him look all the way over there, and then I want to adjust the eyelids, and there are, yeah, no, so this for me, this is a bit, that's not going to get it done, I'm afraid. So I'm going to find this control and I'm going to unparent the eyelids from it. There we go. So now it's just the main eyes. But now we have this, I'm just going to drop the polygons here for a minute so you can see better. Okay, but now we have this control with this, come on, and you are not part of it anymore. And this is the individual eye, and this is the main eye aiming control. Well, this is a bit big now. So now we can adjust some CVs on this. Now we know what's going in it. There we go. Put them in. Push them down. There. Okay, so that's looking a bit better. And bring polygons back. Alright, so now I've got one control for aiming my eyes. Perfect. But if we watch the eyes here, if I move the guy, the eyes follow this, of course, as you can see. But this doesn't follow the head, so this will need to be parented to one of the joints. Now the head joint would probably be the preferable one here, so let's go in and parent that to the head. So doink, so head on spine, spine, character head, let's go character head. Right, and now let's try moving this fella and watch the control come with us. So his eyes are always going to be looking. You can move this, of course, look over there. But that will still go up and down with the head joint, which is perfect. So, you know, this is you can animate this as well. You can set keys on this to have him, you know, look around the room as he's walking. So this is perfect control here for the eyes. That's absolutely fine. And now we need to do something with these. So I'm actually going to attach these to the head, but I'm not actually going to attach them. I'm just going to put them up near the eyes, where one might expect to find some eyelid controls. So one there. And is that even, Stephen? No, not even a little bit. Okay, so they're now there, and I'm going to take this bigger one. And I'm going to put it just here. Now it should be fairly obvious that there's some controls for the head. And these things aren't yellow, which means they didn't go in the custom control group, or they did, but they were parented to this at the time, so let's just put them back in there. So add selected objects, there we go. Controls. Now, they'll all need to be parented to the head, of course, along with the mouth control. So character head, doink. There we go. So let's move this guy and make sure all his controls come with him. They do. And his feet stay on. Yep, they do. And let's lift him up. Yeah, his feet and everything stay on. Our controls and everything work. Our eyes follow him about there. Lovely. Alright, perfect. So that's pretty cleaned up. We can't... we shouldn't be able to accidentally select any geometry. It's because it's not on reference at the moment. So there we go. Okay, we can't accidentally select any geometry. Now when we're animating and we click near something, like I want to control the hand, you'll actually, or the arm, sorry, the arm IK, you'll actually hit that instead of some random bit of geometry. And we can hide our custom joints, you know, turn them on and off. So that's nice. And if I just want to not show any joints at all, I can just go up here and hit joints. There we go. And all of our custom FK controls are on this. Yep, so we can turn those on and off. So if you're just doing an IK and a custom control, you can turn those off. And then when you want finer control, you can come in and tweak around. Just double check this is all working nicely. Yeah, beautiful. Okay, so that's our rig pretty much cleaned up. Now, there's a lot you would do here as well if you were taking this into a production environment, and we've skipped over some steps simply because rigging is one of the most technical things you're going to do inside of Maya, and I want to concentrate on getting you guys, to the point where you can do a basic rig. You can use HumanIK to do a lot of the heavy lifting. You can add your own controls and all that kind of stuff. So in the next part, we are going to skip straight to doing some weight painting probably for this body, because it's a bit flexible at the moment, but we can fix that in relatively short order. And then we're going to look at retargeting a animation onto this guy. So if you had something from Motion Builder or some mocap, we want to retarget that data to the HumanIK skeleton, and that will give us a nice little animation to play with so we can get the dynamics on here. Alright, so this is going to be just a couple more parts now, guys, so I really hope that this has taught you something, and it will be useful, and I'll see you in the next part. Thanks. Okay, so welcome back. Now we're at the point where we've got our little guy all mirrored up with his joints and controls here. So we're really at the point now where we could, if we wanted to, start animating. But before we do that, there's a few more bits and pieces to take care of. Now, first and foremost, I want to look at the skin weights on this guy. And by that I mean how much he bends along this kind of hard rubber body we've got here. So if I move this arm, you can see there's quite a significant amount of bend and relax in that shoulder joint. A little bit too much for my taste. Because I want this to be a sort of hard industrial rubber, and at the moment it's a bit too flexible. Now obviously there's shapes where you can pull him into, where it's just going to fail completely. But that's more a limitation of how this guy could move. He is a robot. He's not supposed to be able to, pull an arm sort of over here somewhere. That wouldn't work on pretty much any character with an arm through the head. So you will always accept certain limitations. But even for me, this is a bit too bendy at this point. So we're going to fix that, and it's pretty much the same story with the head here. It bends the back of the body a bit too much for my liking. So we can actually fix all this. It's not really an issue. So I'm going to stick this guy back in his stance pose. Here we go. And what we're going to do is paint the weights on that. Now, by that I mean I'm going to paint the amount of influence that each joint has on this torso. So if we go over to rigging and our paint weights tool, you can also find it under the skin menu with paint weights. And we need to select the thing we want to paint the weights on, which we can't because we've got that geometry on reference. So let's go down there and flick that off reference, select the geometry, and I'm going to double click here so it brings the tool settings up. Okay, so now we can start to see, if I click on the left arm, you can start to see what influence this left arm has on this joint, and it's quite a broad influence. The lighter it gets, the more influence that it actually has. So, here it's really light, so it's having a lot of influence, so it's bending and smoothing and stretching that quite a lot. So let's come in and use a very, very low value. The 0 being black and 1 being white, or 0 being no influence and 1 being maximum influence. Let's get a very small influence and just start cutting down what this thing can actually do. Now, I'm not going to go over this too well because weight painting is one of those things that's fairly simple for you to work it out if you've never done it before even, and quite time consuming in the amount of time that you need to spend tweaking it to get it right. So I'm not going to take too much time. Excuse me, Windows update there. I'm just going to come in and I'm going to do the arm and the neck just quite briefly. So I'm going to up this a little bit, say here, and then I'm going to get all of this, and it's important to get this both inside and out because we want the same weight influenced on the inside of this thing, by which I mean under here, as we do on the outside. Otherwise we are going to run into some problems where the inside geometry bisects with the outside geometry. So make sure all those weights are nice and even, and of course have less influence. And again, this is something I would take some time over, maybe hide some geometry here so I can get a better look at the painting. But honestly, guys, this is something that is fairly time-consuming as part of the rigging process. Not difficult, just time-consuming. Okay, so that's that done. Now we'll mirror these across to the other side of the body, and you might want to come in here and smooth this out a bit. But that will do for demonstration purposes. Now let's just get the neck, because the neck here is definitely influencing far too much of this body. So again, let's come in, and with this darker one, let's just paint this out darker so it has less influence. Now I'm going to leave the neck itself in the middle here, kind of much more spongy. Because, if I decided to shade this, I could always shade this as like a black rubber material that you see on a lot of industrial bits and bobs. So just come in and get most of this out. Again, I'm not going to spend too much time. I just really don't want that thing where it bends the neck right up and twists the body so much. So we're going to come down here like so. And just go around here. Now you'll see I'm not doing it completely black, so it will still have a little influence, just not as much as it did before. Okay, and this rubberized portion here, this rubberized chest plate, if you like, is the only part of the body that we actually have painting weights on. Everything else is, hard surface, so it's simply parented. Okay, and that's looking about fine. Let's just check the head. Yeah, when I move the head, this will all go as well. So really, when the head is moving, this is going to go to almost black. I'll give it a little influence, but not a lot. So I'm just going to come over here and paint all this out. So when the head moves, it doesn't have quite so much influence as this. And again, when you see this thing move, you might have to come back in and readjust your weights, because you might not like the way it actually moves now. That's always a bit of trial and error to test, what looks good and what needs the maximum influence and what doesn't. Okay, and I'll leave that in a bit lighter. Okay, so let's just have a look at what these weights look like now. So let's press over here, and let's actually grab the body and just go to mirror skin weights. So skin, mirror skin weights. There we go. If you look at the options I'm using, I think the default, so it's just mirroring YZ. So again, the same as we mirrored joints, and I'm doing influence association closest joint. So for something nice and simple like this, that should work fine. Okay, now let's move this arm, and you can see we still get a bit of influence, but much, much less. So it is bending, but it's not that huge jalopy it was before. And the reason you can see some bisecting going on there, I believe, is we need to readjust the weights inside the arm. Let's just make sure this one mirrored over okay. Yeah, and it did. That bisection is probably because the weights in here on the inside are having more influence than the weights on the outside, so they're actually now poking up and bisecting. But again, that's easy to fix. We'll just go back and paint them out in a second. But I'm really... that's why we turn the geometry off, folks. I'm really liking the way this is bending now. It's much more conducive to sort of hard rubber than it was before. Before it was far too much flex and stretch in there. And let's just bend the head here. Okay, yeah, and that's much, much, much better. Yeah, so that's much more what I was looking for. And let's do a torso twist. Yeah, and that's better too. I mean, he doesn't hunch over quite so much now, but this is supposed to be hard rubber, so let's just grab him here. So we'll move him about, and this is one of the things you've got to do with skin weights. Then you might have to go in and readjust your position dependent on what you were looking for. But this for me is okay. I'm going to put this guy back into stance pose now, and then I'm just going to go in one last time and readjust the weights under the arms. So let's get the left arm, And what's happened is it's lighter under here probably. So before we do this, actually, let's Control H and hide this guy so we can see a bit more what's going on. And again, double click on the paint weights. Yeah, there we go. You can see we've got some much lighter areas of influence inside this joint here. And again on the top as well. So realistically we want to come in and just make this a bit darker in here. And as I say, this is one of those things that's not particularly difficult to wrap your head around what's going on. But it can be quite difficult to actually paint it up. I mean, well, I wouldn't say difficult, I would say more time consuming than anything else. Let's just make sure we're all dark under here. We haven't got any light spots. Okay. And I'm going to just make that a little bit darker on the underside and top here. There we go. So get a little bit less flex on this top inside edge. Yeah, that'll do. Alright, that should do us. So let's come out. And you know, there are other things we can do. We should smooth our weights down. So I can put this onto smooth and come in here and just sort of smooth them out a bit so we get a better you know, distribution of weights so we don't have any pinching. Just smooth that out, there we go, and the same inside here. Let's smooth them out, and that will also help you avoid any areas of sort of extreme geometry you know, pinch through when you've got less weight on the top of a surface and more weight on a bottom. Then the bottom will have a tendency to poke through the top, which is obviously really not what you want. So I'm just coming out here to smooth these weights out. There you go. You can see now we don't have that splotchiness, which is a very, very good thing. Smoothy smooth. And again, just part of the process that takes some time, you know. It's almost like painting a repetitive texture. It's very easy to wrap your head around what you're doing, but I don't want to sit here and demonstrate the full thing when I tweak every little vert or every little weight by the vert, because it'll just take a very long time. So let's get the neck, and you know, the neck is okay-ish. I'm just going to smooth it out, and the head, and let's smooth out this head as well a little bit. Yeah, that should do. Now the neck is probably a bit too much, but let's just check the hips as well. But again, I can always come back in and readjust this. I mean, that's the thing about weights. So we got the hip. I'm going to smooth out this hip joint a bit here. There we go. I had a couple of jagged edges on there. Same here. Same along the back. And again, there we go. Nice and smooth. Alright, that should get us about done, I think. I'm just going to mirror the weights, so skin, mirror weights. There we go. And I'll need to bring that piece of hidden geometry back. So for that we'll need the outliner. Okay, and that will be character reference, and that will be his left arm. So let's just see what we're doing here. Okay, so spine, of course, spine 1, left arm, and Shift and H to bring that back. Alright, now let's give him a test out. Now we're talking. So that's much better. You know, much more in keeping with this robot being kind of a hard surface character. Now you'll see I've still got a little bit of bisection in there, so I still need to go back in and tweak that weight. It's not half as much as it was before, so that's much improved. But again, it's just that thing where we've obviously got slightly lighter weight on the bottom, so it's having more influence than the one we've got on the top. A couple of ways to fix that. You can go in and adjust the bottom weight, of course, or you can go in and adjust the top weight. So if I just click here and double click for weights again and make sure I am on the left arm, there we go, and then just use a slightly so I'm going to have a skin weight replace operation, or I can add to it. So let's add to it a bit. As you can see, that's the bottom geometry, I believe, coming from somewhere. Let's try a 0 influence. Let's just try a replace. Sorry, I don't want to add, I want to replace. There you go. So that's kind of fixed that. And then we'll just mirror that across. So you can actually do these things, you know, in situ, so to speak. And you'll see I've got a couple of areas of intersection right under the arm on the joint there, but again, not too difficult to fix, just a bit time consuming to check everything in various different positions, which you need to do. Now there does come again that point of diminishing returns, where if your weights are, you know, not good when the arm is, you know, through the head, then that's not a concern, obviously. So yeah, just mirror these weights, skin, mirror skin weights, done. And let's pop up here, HumanIK, reset, and let's give them a bend in the middle, just one final check. Yeah, and he bends quite nicely, that's fine, absolutely fine. And a bend from the neck, which should obviously contort the body a bit more. There you go, done. So yeah, I'm really quite liking that. So those weights will be fine for me. A bit of bisection, you probably won't see it, it's on the inner arm, but you know, by all means go ahead and fix it. Again, part of this stuff is it really does depend when you are animating. Are you going to be animating the character from over here? Is it a background character? Are you going to be animating mainly the head? Is ever going to be a shot where you'll see that bisection? If there is, fix it. If there isn't, well, you know, it's all about speed in modern production, so you really might not want to you know, tweak things you can't see, really. So depending on the animation shot you're doing, you might want to get it perfect, you might not need to. Alright, so I'm going to be back in a minute when we're going to retarget this animation and make a basic start on the dynamics. So that was just a little introduction to painting skin weights. I hope it was helpful, and I will see you in the next part when we'll finally get on to doing an actual animation with this guy. Alright, so thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So in the previous part we looked at painting some of the weights here on our body to get a more realistic motion to this sort of hard industrial rubber-like substance. Now in this part I want to talk about adding some dynamic elements to our rig. If you remember from the modelling part, or you may have seen them even in this tutorial, we had some wires going that would connect the forearm here to the hand. Now, this would be a real pain to rig with weights painted and then hand animating, so we're actually going to do it with dynamics. It's the same with cloth. You wouldn't generally attempt to hand animate cloth. Same with wires and ropes and whatnot. There are, while I wouldn't say easier necessarily, generally ways that will give you a better look and generally be faster when it comes to the animation process, requiring, however, a bit of setup. So we're going to string wires between these ports on the arms here, and of course on the other arm too, although we'll mirror a lot of the work across. Now I could just attach a wire from here to here. There's a couple of issues with that. One being that these are combined objects, and the other being that the less we give Maya to have to calculate, the better it's going to be and the faster it's going to be. So if I can avoid it, I'll try not to attach anything to a fairly high resolution mesh like this. I would rather attach it to the lowest resolution mesh possible. Now in our case, because our ports go inwards here, we can put a little proxy object in and attach the wire to that and then hide the proxy object later on. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and just use a poly cube. So I'll move that up and get it into place, and then we'll string our wire between the two poly cubes inside the actual ports. Okay, and I'm just going to put this guy back in his stance pose as well. It should already be in it, but it just gives us that bit of, takes the rig away and whatnot, so I don't have to deal with it constantly in the background. Now, let's get this in the center, approximately, of the port. Now, if you were doing this yourself at home, you can spend a bit more time on it. It's just I don't want to take up too much of your time right now. And also, I'd like to attach the curve we use to the center of this, which means it needs more subdivisions. So if we go up to the channel box and just under its inputs, whack all its subdivisions to 2. There we go. I can duplicate that across and put it in this port here. And just F to focus in on it. And let's get this one somewhat in the middle too. Again, you can always use the 4 view to line this up more precisely. There we go, that should do us. Now we need, of course, the curve that we will extrude geometry along to act as the wire. So I'm going to come in to the curve tools. I'm just going to use an EP curve tool. So hold V to lock it to the vertex. Get the center one for the box here. And hold V again and bang, done. Now we've got a curve. Problem with it is it's probably not going to have enough CV points. So it's got 2 in the middle here and 1 at either end. So that's nowhere near enough. When we add a dynamic element like nHair to this, it will bend along its own CV points. So at the moment it would sort of bend in a W shape, sort of very flat W shape, so it would be no good at all. So we need to add more CVs to this curve, but we don't want too many. The more we have, the longer to calculate, the more chance of this, breaking. So we want enough to make it look like a fairly stiff wire, but not so many that it's going to flop around all over the place, become very springy and take a very long time to simulate. So I want to come in here and we want to just go to the curves and then rebuild curve. So I'll just pop that open and reset it. So we'll keep all the options the same. We are using a 3-degree curve, so we just want 10 spans, I would say, would be enough. Rebuild, and if I look at the CV points now, you'll see we've got 10 spans along here. Okay, easier if I highlight them. I don't know why my display is showing that one as all fuzzy, but as you can see there is one there. So it's nice even spacing all along. Okay, now before we go any further with the dynamic elements of this, we want to be able to do this on all of these. So, we need to copy and paste this down to the others here, and then finally mirror it across to the other arm before we start adding dynamic elements. Now, just whizzing around this arm here, I can see that this port has been pretty incorrectly placed. It's not very accurate. So we would need to fix that before continuing. It's not an issue really, we just need to go to Mesh, Separate, and that will separate. Now don't worry, our rig and everything will still work. This will have just, let me pop open the outliner, separated into a node under itself, so if that makes sense. So if I look at character spine, character left arm, so it's separated into a group with all the components under. So that's fine, I can live with that. The reason for grouping it all together in the first place was it's slightly easier to parent without all those little pieces, but now we've got it all in a nice hierarchical order, it's no problem. You can at the end select it all, recombine it and just reparent it with the correct joint, but which I will probably do, but I will probably do it in between parts as we've already covered that. So I'm just going to move this, I'm going to have to center its pivot. So let's center pivot. There we go. As you can see, it's a little bit too embedded in the arm here. Again, part of the original modeling process really that was just done maybe a bit quickly for the tutorial purpose, but not a big deal. Like we found some fingers were slightly off center. During this process, things like this are going to crop up fairly frequently. Okay, that looks about right. Now, we'd have to do this on the other arm too. And we're just eyeballing this. It just needs to look right. You know, it doesn't have to be spot on accurate. We're not CAD here. We're not actually designing this to send off to be manufactured. So, you know, the tolerances are fairly high. Right, now we'll duplicate this across. So I'm going to select all three of these elements here. Wait, if I can, let me just zoom in a bit to get this one. And I'm going to hit Control D. And actually, no, I'm not going to duplicate them yet. I'm just going to hit Control G to group them, and then I'm going to hit Control D to duplicate the group. So center the pivot of the actual group. Okay, and now I need to just move this into place down here. Now this might take a bit of adjustment once we actually get it into position. So let's come up and see if we can get this a bit better than that, because this is no good. And you know, there's a bit of jiggery pokery involved here. So that looks like it would be about right, and on this end it's miles away. So that's okay, we can actually adjust these independently, of course. You're just looking to get it approximately in the middle. Okay, but now we've got the problem of our curve not matching up to the central point there. But again, this isn't really so much of an issue. We can just do the, oops, I've selected one of the, let me turn off the FK controls there. And I'm going to select the end point of the curve. I'm going to hit B for soft selection. So you see where it goes yellow towards darker orange and then finally towards nothing at all? Well, that's what will be moved with our soft selection tool. So I'm going to hold B for brush, and then I'm going to click and drag outwards with the middle mouse button, and you'll see that gets us a bigger selection. So, and what I'll actually do is get this up approximately to position, and then hold V to lock it to vertex, and lock it to that central vertex there. If I can, there we go, and that should be it. Yes, it does appear to be it. Let's just make sure we haven't locked it to the back vertex. No, it's locked to the front. So Shift H to unhide that. And we're done. Now we see we've got a little kink in our wire, but honestly that doesn't make any difference for the simple reason that we're going to make this dynamic. So by the time we're finished, it's going to move around and act like wire. So it doesn't have to be perfectly straight, which actually in this case is an advantage for us, because it means, you know, we get a little kink, not a problem. So I'm going to duplicate that group and move it around the other side. Now, because this arm should be approximately the same, I'm probably going to have to end up rotating this in 90. So, sorry, 180, of course, to flip it right round. And there we go. Done. And let's just move it this way a bit. Okay, as I said, a bit of adjustment may be necessary, and in this case quite a lot. The important thing is to get our boxes in a centralized location. It's not really about so much where our wire is at the moment. Okay, so let's just do the same thing with the CV points up here, and B, I'm going to make it a longer sweep. And let's get that into about position, and you can rotate it as well, like so. That's also perfectly acceptable. And I just want this last CV point so I can lock it to the vertex. Whoops, come on. And V to lock on the move tool. There we go. And I think that's the central one. It is. So we are done. Thank you. I'll go back to object mode and take a look at that. Yeah, that looks fine. It's pretty similar to the other one, really. You know, if you do need your wires exactly the same length, you can go in and straighten up these CV points. But really, it's going to make a millimetre or so of difference. And generally speaking, when you've got dynamic elements like wire, the reason you've got them dynamically generated is they're going to move quite a lot. And I would death defy anyone, even on the highest of budget movies, to spot a millimetre difference in 3 wires from, you know, over here. It's not going to happen. So, you know, it would be a bit of a waste of time, honestly, to go in and straighten this up so it was perfectly straight again, in my opinion. But anyway, let's group all of these together, Control G, and then we just need to duplicate this group across to the other side, because we don't want to be doing this again, and they should come out about the same place. So let's just Control D to duplicate this group. There we go, and you'll see I've got 2 in the same place. So in order to mirror it across, we'll just look at our axis down here, X. So -1. Bang, done. And you will see here that we have got our, just F to focus in on that, to go, and close enough. It's going to need a bit of moving. I'm going to center the pivot on this group. So modify center pivot. Okay, and I've got these that are out, so I'll have to go and uncombine this arm and put those back in again. Let me just grab this group and make sure. See here. Whoops. Yeah, that should be fairly good. Okay, just to come in and separate these, this arm, so I can move these ports that were a little out from the modeling into place. This is one of those times when spending a little longer on your modeling in the first place can save you some time when it comes to this, but in the case of this, really not a great deal. A few minutes to fix the fingers we took and a few minutes to fix this, so it's really not that bad. Let me just center the pivot here. I mean, when you're simply modeling an object, it becomes quite difficult sometimes to get a feel for it, you know, especially when it's handed over to somebody else and, you know, they wanted larger ropes or fingers in a slightly different position. You can't always get it on the first blush. I mean, you should attempt to get as close as you possibly can, of course. But, you know, if you have a few things that are a tiny bit out, it doesn't necessarily make it the end of the world. Okay, so that should be fine. So now we've got all of these wires on both sides of the arms. Now it would just be a case of us turning these into dynamics. But of course it's really not going to be that simple, because although we could just turn all these wires dynamic right now, attach them to this cube and then point constrain them to this cube over here, these cubes don't yet follow the arm, so they would indeed need to be parented to the main joints as well. And also we need something to make these into geometry, because right now what we're going to have is a NURBS curb rope, which is kind of okay, but again, not wonderful, because we're not going to be able to render it. So, you know, we're going to need some sort of extrusion along there, whether it's a polygon in our case, or you could use a NURBS if you wanted to, but I'll be doing this all in polys just to keep it nice and simple. But we do need a extrusion device. So, you know, we could take a bit of geometry straight away, a polygon, and extrude along the curve here, but that's going to cause problems later on down the line. So I'm going to do this with a NURBS circle, and yep, it might perhaps have been better to do this before we duplicated everything across and made the circle part of the original group. So I'm sorry about that. I was just trying to do this in sections, and I wanted to go over this one last. But if you're not following along in real time, you might want to just, I'm going to just flip this one 90. There we go. You might want to pay some attention to doing this, before we group the first group and moved it all around, because I'm going to have to do this several times over now. I will not inflict that on you. But what we're doing is this is going to be the thickness of our wire. Okay? So I'm going to snap to curves with C. There we go. Snap, please. Yep, done. Just, I hate the snap to curves tool. There we go. There, done. Okay, so that should have snapped to the curve. Yes, it has. And I'm just going to move that along until I can't move it anymore. There, done. So that's now at the very center of our curve. Now let's just double check that. Yep. So, and now just however thick you make this thing is how thick your wire is going to be along the extrusion. So for me, I don't want it that thick actually. I want it about like so. Now, of course, I'm going to have to go and do this for the other bits down there and then mirror it across. So I'm going to pause the video while I do that, because I don't really need to inflict that on you. But it simply is a case of Control D, move it down, snap it to the curve with C, move it to the end of the curve, Control D, move it across, snap it to the curve with C, and move it to the end of the curve. Well, actually, that didn't take very long at all. And then we can use these as extrusion points. So if you grab them all and group them together, so G and Control D, and then -1 in X, that'll get them over there, but we're still going to have to grab them, and because we have this slight issue here, so just move them out here. C to snap it to the curve. Come on, snap. There we go. Done. And again, same thing. Okay, well, I was going to pause and get that done, but it took a few seconds, so I hope you don't mind. I just do that on camera. Snap. Thank you. There we go. The snapping on that can be a little imprecise. It's better to do it if zoomed out, zoomed in it. For me, at least, anyway. I always find that a bit of a pain in the backside to get working on the first try. Right, so now we've got all those. The other problem we have is if we bring back our control rig, our parenting will be wrong. So you see all of these boxes and circles stay where they are, which is not optimal, really. So all we need to do is parent them to their respective parts of geometry. Now, to do that, I'm actually going to have to come in, because this is one part of geo and this is another. So I'm going to have to come in here and select these circles and boxes on one arm and group those. Just going to hit Q to get off the move tool. And you might be looking at this right now thinking, this is a bit of work here. I'll animate this when it comes to it, but really animating wires would be far more far more work and effort than this. So we're going to call this what would this be? Left arm. Let's just call it wire holder. There we go. And do that with this part here, this part here, and this part here. So you'll end up with a left arm wire holder, a right arm wire holder, a right hand wire holder, and a left hand wire holder. But I'm going to leave that one here. So basically all we're doing is we're organizing these into nice, easy to parent groups. So this one will be parented to the forearm, for instance, and this group, when you make it, will be parented to the hand. But I will do that one in between the parts, because that one will take a few minutes, and it's very self-explanatory, I think. And if you're not sure why we've done that, no problem. We'll be parented in the next part, so you'll be able to see them. Alright, so thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So in the previous part we got all our little wires and holder objects here done and dusted, and I went ahead and organized those into their relevant groups. So the way I've chosen to do it, and there are a few ways you could do this, but this one is sensible to my mind, is I've got the left arm wire holders in a group all by themselves, and if we look at the geometry, I've named them with the same naming conventions we used for the fingers. So 1, 2 and 3 on the back side. And then I've got the right arm wire holders, the same thing, these 3 here. Then I have the left arm wire holders, the left hand, which would be these 3 in here, and again parallel on the other side. This just keeps it nice and organized for me. Then I've got the extrudes in their own group. So the left hand extrudes, for instance, the circles we're going to use to extrude the geometry. And again, of course, the same remains true on the other side of the model. The NURB circles we have to extrude the geometry are in their own group, and I've just gone ahead and named the wires. So left arm, right arm, same naming convention again, 1, 2 and 3 on the back side. So that's the way I've chosen to organize this. It's going to make it a little easier to parent together in a minute, and when we look at this file later on, or we hand it off to somebody, it's going to be fairly obvious, I should think, what is what. Right, now before we go ahead and make any of this lot dynamic, we want to delete its history and freeze its transforms. So just grab it all, however you've chosen to organize it, and edit, delete by type, history, and then modify, freeze transformations. Now we have here in our outliner some empty group nodes. This is from where we initially grouped it together, and of course when we regrouped it, left behind some empty nodes. So if the history didn't get rid of those, just go ahead and delete them. And we are now at a point where we can really start to look at making the dynamics for this. But first we need to do the parenting. So from our perspective, we want these placeholders to stay in place. Obviously that's the purpose of a placeholder. But at the moment, if I move the arm about, they're not going to. They're just going to stay exactly where they are. And this is no good for us. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to take the left arm wire holders, these, and I'm going to reference those to the left arm. So let's go down to hips and then on to spine, and then spine 1 and left arm, left forearm. So these should be attached to the left forearm bone, or parented to the left forearm bone. Then we have the left hand wire holder, which should obviously be parented to the left hand bone. And all we need to do then is take care of the right hand. So right forearm, which would get the right arm wire holders, and the, where are we now, right hand, which will get the right hand wire holders. Now you'll notice we're leaving the extrudes where they are. This is quite important because after you use them for an extrude, if they were to follow us around, this would have a detrimental effect on the translates and possibly even definitely the rotates of our extruded geometry. So there are other ways of doing this, but I'm just going to leave mine alone for now. This should work quite fine in this particular instance. So I'm going to leave my wires there also because those are the ones we're going to use, and I'm just going to close up my character reference so it's not in the way. Now let's do a quick test. Let's move this around, and as you can see, the wires stay where they are, which is absolutely fine, but the placeholders are where they should be. Okay, perfect. Now we can actually make a start on getting some dynamics in this beast. So let's have a look, and what we want to do is make these curves into nHairs. nHair is very good at, well, hair, but also things like rope and chain and anything like that. So, it's a great system. You could do this with nCloth as well. Realistically, it would be much more difficult though. Alright, let's go here, and so what we want is we want a fixed base for all of these dynamic curves. So I'm going to select the base, select the curve. Select the base, select the curve. And you could do this in the outliner, of course. One of the reasons for having a decent naming convention on everything is this becomes easier to get work done in the outliner. And yeah, we can do these few here. of course, in the viewport, but if you were dealing with hundreds of them, then and base and curve. So same, really quite simple, just base and curve. Now the reason we select the base as well as the curve is nHair has an option to attach the curve to a specific piece of geometry. So making sure on the FX menu, if we go up and go to nHair and pop open the Make Selected Curves Dynamic, you'll notice that we have attached curves to selected surfaces, which is basically what we want to do. When we move these selected surfaces, which will move with the arm, we want to move the base of the curve too. Now you could hit snap curves to base, snap curve base to surface, but we've already done that. You know, when we snapped the main curve point to the vertice of the middle of our placeholder, so no need. These are the default options, I believe. Yeah. So make curves dynamic. There we go. And you'll see we've now got a nHair system of follicles. So we've got 6, which is correct, and then we've got the output curves. Now you'll notice we gave ours a name called master, so these would be the master curves, and these would be the output curves from nHair. So if I select one of those, let's select curve 2 and hit go, you'll see that these are the curves that move, and these master curves under the follicles don't. So what we can do, just to make life a bit easier for ourselves, is go in and just for now Control H and hide the follicles. That way they won't be sitting there. So you can see all 3 of those have worked on both sides. Let's give it a play. There we go. Perfect. Now you'll notice they're only attached to one side, but we'll rectify that in a second. For now, let's just try this. Let's go and move this arm. There we go. And let's move this arm and see how our curves react. Perfect. There you go. So the advantages to this system is if I just had tassels on this guy, you know, rather than actual wires connected at 2 points, we could have put many of them in. We would be done now. We'd be onto our animation. We'd be good to go. Whereas the other way around would have been to do that manually. So put joints in all of them, skin them, then every time he walked, go in as an animator, and yeah, you can see that would get tedious extremely quickly. So you want to make sure you're on frame 0, by the way, before you do anything. So before you start simulating again, if you've moved them about, make sure you come back to frame 0. Now I'm just going to save out my file here quickly, because as with all dynamics in Maya, there is a good possibility that we are going to run into a crash bang wallop, especially in a tutorial format like this, where I'm doing some experiments to show you guys maybe what not to do. Then so save frequently. And the other thing is, as I say, if you've got something like nHair and you're on frame 84 and you haven't realized, and you do some tweaks and then you try and apply something, Maya will often crash, at least this early version of 2017. So almost make sure you're back on frame 1 before you start really monkeying around with anything, and you know, save your scene often. Alright, so now we've got curves that are kind of dynamic. Now we need geometry. So select our specifically, you know, circle for extrusion, and make sure you're extruding along the output curves, which is why we hid the master curves, and just go to surfaces, extrude. Now I'll have to take a look at the options for this, and I'll reset this to its default so I can go through it. But the style of extrusion we want is a tube. The result position, we want that at the path, meaning at this path, not at this profile. The pivot point we'll take from the component, and the orientation will be profile normal. You can play around with this. In a lot of cases, not going to make that much difference. Now we don't want to output a NURB surface, we want to output polygons, we want to output quads, and we're going to go for a specific count of polygons, and in this case I'm going to use 200. Now if you had much finer detail in your wire and it was much more flexible, you might need to use more. You might be able to get away with less. In fact, let's try with less and see what that looks like. So let's just do a quick extrusion here. Okay, so with 100, yeah, that's not enough. It's come out as a triangle, look. So it's, you know, it's playing ball, it's being good, but it's just not enough geometry. So let's try that again. Surfaces, extrude, and it will have kept all our options. And let's give it a bit more geometry to play with. So let's go with 200 as I was initially going to. And this is much better. It's a bit square, but when we smooth it out, it's fine. It doesn't have an overly excessive amount of geometry, which I see quite a lot on a lot of these things. Just because you can doesn't mean that you should necessarily. Now the other thing you'll have noticed is it's black. That's because its normals are reversed. So we could go up to mesh display and reverse its normals. But to be honest, I'm not that concerned with normal reversal right now. I'll correct that at the end if I need to. So just so we get a better look at what's going on, I'm going to turn off two-sided. I'm going to turn on, two-sided lighting. All right. So I'm going to use that option for all of these extrudes. So just press G. Actually, I must have hit something else in between. So surfaces, extrude. There we go. And G repeats the last command. So I should now just be able to press G. There we go. Same on the other side, of course. And it looks like I wasn't, again, too precise when I place these in. But like I say, you know, when you're doing this for yourselves or, you know, a work project or whatnot, as I've mentioned, take a bit more time and effort getting those lined up in the foreviews and whatnot. But for a tutorial, I find that nobody wants to watch me spend 45 minutes lining things up. So there we go. As you can see, we now have tubes, wires, in essence. So let's just make sure before we go putting any constraints in. One of the things that can happen is if you've oftentimes forgotten to freeze transform, or if you've parented your profile circle to some other piece of geometry by accident, what you'll see is you'll move this and all of the geo will go flying all about the shop. So before we do anything, we want to come here, move this, and you know, I'm not trying to get him into any particular pose here. I just want to give us a bit of movement and go. Perfect. Now, a couple of things. It's supposed to be attached at both ends, and also it's falling all the way through this geometry here, which is not a good thing. So let's correct both of those at once. Now, before I hit back to stance pose, I'm going to go back to frame 1. It just gives us a bit less chance of a crash bang wallop. It shouldn't do that, but it's a new version of Maya. Hopefully when you're seeing this, the service pack for 2017 has come out, or you're using 2018 maybe, and it's a bit more stable. But just be aware, dynamics in Maya has always been temperamental, shall we say. It is in most dynamics engines. It's an incredibly complicated thing to be doing to simulate our you know, cloth, wires, water, fire, and whatnot. So you know, the slightest error can cause the machine a bit of a conniption, especially if you're not using a proper workstation with memory error correcting RAM and stuff like this. So, alright, anyway, you'll notice I've selected all of these bits of the hand. That's because we're going to stop these wires falling through them. So to do that, select everything that you want to be solid to these wires. So these wires will see all of this geometry as solid. And then go up to N cloth and make passive collider. Yeah, there we go. Create passive collider. Done. And you'll see that's created a bunch of N rigids for us that are now all passive colliders. So when I hit go, boink. See this one? Duh. Stayed on the top there. Exactly what we want. Now, they're still dropping away, but you know, one thing at a time. So at the moment we've got the curves, we've got the geometry attached to the curves, we've got the N rigids to do this, and now we need to use some N constraints. And remember, you might think it's a little weird to go under N cloth to create a rigid surface, and in a way I guess it is, but it's all part of the N system. nHair, N cloth, N cache, N constraint, and these are all things that are really tied to the, let me see here, fluids and solvers, to the nucleus solver. So if you look in our scene, whenever you create a N cloth, you'll get something called nucleus, And this is the main simulation node for this. So if you look under here, it's with this you can control things like the force of gravity, the direction of gravity, wind, whether there's a floor plane, and this will also control how accurate your solver is and the scale it runs at as well and stuff like that. So whenever you use an n-dynamic, you're going to get a nucleus solver, hence the term n-dynamics. Anyway, so just saying that you will often find stuff for nHair under nCloth. Right, so let's create some parent constraint, some point constraints. So this end of the hair stays locked to this because when we did it we selected this and this, but this end has no such particular constraint on it. So we need to create one to stop it just flapping about in the breeze. So I'm going to select, in fact, let's just select all these extruded surfaces and Control H. And I'm going to come in and I'm going to constrain these curves to the end of these boxes, which is what these placeholder boxes for. So I'm actually going to hide the dynamic output curves and I'm going to constrain the input curves. Now this should work on either, but I prefer to constrain these input curves for now. So Control Vertex, and can I please see the CV points? Okay, my camera, there we go. Right, so I want this Control Vertex, and I'm going to hit this here, and I'm going to use a constraint. So N constraint and point on surface. So this one has, as you can see, no options. It's just this point on this surface. So create constraint. Now, once we've created it, it will have some options, and I don't want it to be a spring constraint. I want it to be welded, and we'll look at this a bit later on when we get into more animation. But for now, let's just see if that actually constrains it. Whoops. Okay, let me just set this to... of course we can't see because I've hidden all the output curves. There we go. That took me a minute to work out. Feeling very bright now. There we go. As you can see, our output curve is now nicely constrained to this object. And that should hold true. Let's make sure we rewind first. And that should hold true when I move this about. You know, you'll see it can't be constrained straight away. But if we let it, it will just jump into place. There you go. So because of this jump here, this happens a lot in dynamics. This is one of the reasons, one of the quite many, that animation is often pre-rolled. And all this means is before you start kind of doing your walk cycle, or jumping over a bus, or however you're animating that day, you would let it pre-roll. So there would be anything from a few hundred to a few thousand frames from the character's start animation position that just lets all the dynamics catch up, settle down, and whatnot, and things like this, so you didn't get that initial jump. So we pre-roll animations to overcome this, and other reasons as well, but that's a big one. Okay, so another thing you can do, you can set what's called an initial state on most dynamic objects in Maya. So for instance, if this was your animation start position, you would leave this rope here, the one we've constrained, this string, until it's at this point, and then you would set it to its default state. So that's the state it started in, and then you wouldn't need to use an animation pre-roll. But anyway, many different ways of doing it. It's pre-rolled oftentimes in the business because they might add something later, and if you never use those 1,000 pre-roll frames, well, it doesn't matter. You simply don't render them out, so it's nice to have them if you need them. Anyway, let's go back and do the rest of the constraints. And you'll see this hasn't updated. If we hit rewind, jump back. So again, I'm going to come in, I'm going to hide the output curves. So I know I'm working on these original master curves, and Control Vertex, and I want the one right at the end there. Yeah, my viewport is really struggling with this at the moment. I'm not entirely sure why. Okay, let me just rip off a new perspective view and see if it's something with this. Occasionally it will be. Could be I did update my graphics card driver this morning, so it could very well just be a case of that. Yes, yes it is. Okay, so I'm going to hide the control rig so it doesn't keep selecting it when I hit these CVs. So I'm going to go ahead down to the channel box and I'm going to hide custom joints, hide geometry that I'm not using, and hide the control rig. There we go. Or hide the custom controls, should I say. Okay, so I've got soft selection on. Alright, well, yeah, let's just select this and let's do a N constraint point to surface. There we go. And let's bring back these output curves and see how well that worked. So that one's working fine as well, it seems to be. Let's give it a move. I mean, you can't see the geometry, but you know it's there. And let's go. So you'll see them twang in. So now we could hit, so when they've settled down as much as you wanted to, now we could hit stop, select the two curves, and under nHair, set start position from current. So, you know, many ways to do it. But that's all we wanted to know right there. So HumanIK, back up, and rewind a couple of times till these reset. That's not strictly necessary, but hide the output curves again and just go in here and hook this one up with a point surface constraint. There we go. And N constraint, point to surface, done. Let's do the same on the other side. N constraint, point to surface, done. Whoopsie daisy, there we go. Camera's getting a little funky on me, so I'm just going to focus in on this one. There we go. F on the keyboard, probably already know, and I have mentioned it, I think, but in case you'd forgotten. So point to surface, done. And the final one. And you'll see these get like a little block there telling you there's a constraint, whereas this one has none. So see the blue dot? When I click it, it'll be purple. And none here. So, alright, so the CV point and N constraint point to surface. Now, let's hide all those input curves again and have a look and make sure this works. Okay, so we should just see them drop down. And we do. Perfect. So let's bring back the geometry. Okay, and now we should see this with geo. And once again we do. Now let's have a go at moving this about a bit and moving this about a bit, and this will be the real test, of course. And yeah, that works just fine. Let's bring back our geometry. Okay, there's ever so tiny bit of clipping, but that's not actually too bad. Okay, we could toughen up those point constraints to have it pulled in a little bit, but on the whole I am pretty happy with that. This one is not so brilliant here. But it's not too terrible either. We can tweak that, which we will look at doing in the next part, but for right now I am very happy. I've got my little guy, he's got his wires, they're working, as we can see. So when he moves around, they'll jiggle about in a very realistic type manner. Okay, and there is, as I said, some little inaccuracy. Look, there's a little bit of bisection here. Generally, I'm not too concerned about this. When I'm doing the shots with this guy, he's unlikely to be much closer than this. So honestly, would you see it? I seriously doubt it. And it's one of the things with dynamics you can drive yourselves absolutely spare on. I mean, we'll get it a bit better than this, but bisections happen in animation. They just do, especially with dynamics. And the way we look at them is, if you can't see it, if it's not visible to the camera, don't worry about it. You try spending too much time making it perfect, you're going to end up with nothing at all. Now let's just rewind those constraints and make sure they all went back to where they were supposed to. Perfect. And I think that this wire bisects a little bit with this arm, and again, that's something we can fix on the nRigid for this arm. We can tell it to have a broader hit ratio, a broader hit size, if you like. So okay, that is us nearly done. In the next part, we'll come back and look at doing some final tweaks and some retargeting animation, so we can finally see this chap walking about the place. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you found something in here that was useful to you. Cheers. Hi, welcome back. So in the last part we got our little chap, so his wires are all bouncy and stuff. There we go. Maybe a bit too bouncy, but we can look at that. And one of the problems we did have, well, not really a problem, but it wasn't terribly accurate. Let's just move this. When we got the arm to somewhere like here and hit play, oops, I've run that backwards, that's not going to work. Yeah, you can see here that this one is out, and it's kind of way out, really. It's too out. A little bit of bisection is alright. Like, you might just get away with this, but this is too much. So I said we'd take a quick look at that. So let's back to frame 1 and put him in his HumanIK pose. There we go. And I'm just going to rewind that again. Go on, go back. There we go. And part of the reason for this is when we set up this first dynamic constraint, go to the attribute editor, we had it on weld, and then on the other ones we didn't. We have them on spring. So just go ahead and set them to weld, and this will much more weld them into place. Now they still probably won't be perfect, but they'll certainly be good enough for anything that's not an extreme close-up. And anything that was an extreme close-up hero shot in front of the camera, you'd be tweaking by hand anyway. Right, so let's now give this a go and make sure that they're still runners. They are. And no reason why they shouldn't be, but it's better to know before you start moving things around, because then you know that it's something that that happened because you moved it and not because of the constraint you set up. So let's go, and play, and look at that. See, this was over here before, and now it's pretty much welded into where it should be. This one's still a little out. This one's absolutely fine. Let's check the other side, because there was some of those that were really out. And no, the other side is fine. I'm sure it will be when we move it. Now I can see that this doesn't have any passive bodies attached to it, so everything is just falling through it. Let's go ahead and take care of that while I remember. We did the other side, but not this one. Okay, and this. Just want to grab anywhere the wire might actually hit. So this is fine. Now let's see here. So we're going to want end cloth again and create passive collider. Done. And now they should hit the surface of that. Now if you look under the nRigids, you will see here they have a thickness, so how thick they are, how tall they are, how much they wrap around the object. So if you're getting the wire bisecting a bit too much for your liking, you can go ahead and increase that thickness. In my case, that looks pretty spot on. I'd have to render it to be sure, but it looks pretty good. So the default thickness seems to have done the business there for us. Right. Okay, let's put him back to his stance pose, and you'll see all the constraints are still left over here. So if you hit back up a couple of times, they'll generally jump back. And what we can do to really test this out is give ourselves sort of 2000 frames to play with. Doesn't matter, just lots of them. Then we can go up to the effects menu, and you see this button here. This is just interactive playback. So I'm going to hit this. You see everything is kind of working. It's all falling down. And when I move this arm, you can really get a sense of how the wires would move about. See? So interactive playback's good. You can test the stretchiness, the bounciness and whatnot, if they need any dampening down, because they are pretty stretchy. But I'm not unsure. I'm not sure if I like that or not. On one hand, if they were very, very tight, like an actual really solid core copper wire, then no, that wouldn't be very good. But then neither would we see it a lot on the animation unless it was an extreme close-up. And to be honest, guys, I want people to see this because I'm making a tutorial about it, so it would be fairly unimpressive if you just saw it shuffle a tiny bit. But we can dampen that down. We can do this in several ways. We can do it via the hair system. So let's look here. Oh, sorry, attribute editor. And we can go over some of the settings in the hair. So we've got bounce and friction and stiffness. So if I have a stiffness of 0.5 and we let that play, you'll see it's gone a bit wrong. 0.5 was probably a bit too much stiffness. Okay, there we go. So that doesn't look like it's stretching quite so much. There really is a difficulty to this. Let me just set the playback speed to, make sure we're on the right playback speed, because you can be done under the individual hair follicles itself. So you can set a stiffness scale and whatnot, dampening and all of these things. But if we just wanted to dampen it down completely, then of course you can use the nucleus and change the amount of gravity, the air density. So for instance, if we set this gravity to 1, you'll see they hardly drop about at all. Okay, because obviously we have not so much force of gravity, and you can even use individual fields on these things. I mean, this is getting into a bit more depth than I would like to go into with this tutorial, but I'm just going to go back to the hair thing and check the collisions. The collisions are set to edge, that's fine. And let's see here, clump and hair scale doesn't really concern us. The dynamic properties do. So this is where we get our stretch resistance and whatnot. Now at a stretch resistance of 10, it does stretch. So if we were to go back and set the stretch resistance to 100, you'd see that stretches a lot less. So if we set the stretch resistance to 100 and the compression resistance to 100 and the bend resistance to 2, then we'll see a much different behavior on this. It's not whapping about so much. It's not quite as much like an elastic band. So if I were to set that interactive playback back, and remember last time it whapped around like it was really elasticated, well, now it has much less properties of that. So again, I mean, really, I could do an entire tutorial on just everything on here, and then you've got also, stretch dampening, general dampening, which should be very low values, really, motion drag, mass drag. I could do quite a long tutorial on just the hair system itself, which I may do if enough people request it. But for right now, I'm kind of happy with these ropes. I might introduce a little bit of damp, just a little bit, and you might think that's a small value, but damp is normally one of those things in Maya dynamics that small value will make a big difference. So you see it settles down pretty quickly. And again, it's entirely dependent on the look you're going for, so it's rather difficult to say without knowing exactly if you're trying to make copper wire. Because when I originally did this, I originally thought of these guys more as like conduits to bring fluids down to the arms for, if you had a little like blowtorch in the center of here for gas, or so they might be stretchy rubber tubing. Again, depends on what you're going for. So that's good enough for me. If there are requests, if you guys are watching this and you want to see me do more dynamics content and delve more deeply into all of this stuff, please do let me know on the forum or email me, David@SimplyMaya, admin@SimplyMaya will also do the trick, and I'll get more content of this nature done. But for right now, what I want to look at, I'm going to actually save out the file again, is just how to retarget an animation on this fellow. And this is going to be very quick, because again, this was something I'm sort of getting at the end of the rigging tutorial, so you can see what all that hard work of rigging can produce some fairly instantaneous results. And the easiest way to do this is to import a motion capture. Now, of course, you can take your own rig, grab him by the pelvis, come down, you'll see all your ropes and everything else remain attached, so it's all good. And then you can keyframe this. You can then take a foot, of course, and then bring it out and keyframe it, and then arm, and you can make your own walk cycles. That's why we rigged it. You can really go to town, make your own animations, go for it. However, we just want to see that this guy is working and looking nice, so we're going to import a motion capture. The way we do this is Window, General Editors, Content Browser. If you're using an earlier version of Maya, earlier than 2016.5, I think, then this will be called Visor. Open it up, and you'll see here I have some already motion capture examples. So when you open this up, it will probably look like this. And if you just go to, I think it's under rigging, no, it's under animation, of course. I've gone slightly bereft. There we go. Motion capture, generic, mocap. Now, you might have noticed there's a text document in there. That's just a web address where you download these from Autodesk website. So they used to come included with Maya, but since 2016 they've stopped doing that. And this is just literally it's a link to a zip file, I think, that just downloads, and then you unpack those and put them wherever you want. Now, I put them in my Maya 2017 folder where they live with the other examples, but your choice. And then we need to import this. So you can either middle mouse drag it into the viewport, or right click and hit import. That will import, and you'll see what happens is I get an import of a very simple smoothed out mesh walking along. So I'm going to hide that. It's going to be a surprise. We don't need it anyway, and I'm going to go in and I'm going to hide all the walk reference. Okay, then I can change my control rig from stance to walk mocap. Ta-da! You see my character's gone into a walk position. I'm just going to hit backwards a few times to update those constraints, and I'm going to hit go. Now you see they've immediately shot into their housings. It's not perfect, but it's certainly good enough for this. Now let's have a look at him walking along. Now this is going to be quite difficult. There we go. You can see all his little wires are going, and I like this movement. I mean, you might think it's a bit too much movement, but personally, I'm happy. And now we have our robot walking. Now you've got this little guy walking along, you might want to come in and change it. So basically motion capture is often used for the sort of big movements, and then you can use your own, so it would be used for blocking, and then you would come in and make the small motions. Like for instance adjustments to the fingers, eye adjustment positions. The feet on this are wrong. Well, I wouldn't say wrong, but they're not as perfect as they could be, most certainly. So, that's where it comes in. So this is often used to just block out an animation, and then the animator would come in and fill in the fine details. So in order to block this out onto this particular skeleton here, I'm going to go up to the HumanIK, I'm going to go to Bake, and I'm going to go Bake to Control Rig. I'll pop the options open and I'll reset them. Okay, so all of the standard options are fine. I'm going to bake it to the base animation. I'm not going to use the time slider in this case, otherwise we'll end up with 2000 baked frames. So the start frame will be 1, the end frame will be 250 in this case, and sample by. Now this is how many times it will take a snapshot of a keyframe. So it's not good to have that every single key. Otherwise what's going to happen to you is when you start to tweak the animation, you're going to have to update every single frame, and most of the time you're definitely not going to want that. So you could do sample by 10, and that would make 1 every 10 keyframes. Now that might be a bit too few, so let's try it out. Let's just hit bake, and that will bake it out, and you'll see my dynamics went nuts because it baked it at full speed, but that's fine. So let's just hit play, and this is what he looks like, baked with 1 every 10 frames. So you could see still he's not quite got as detailed a walk, but this would be much easier for you as an animator to come in and adjust 1 every 10 keyframes instead of 1 every 1, which is, you know, lunacy most of the time. Okay, so, you know, if you don't like that, you can always, of course, undo it. You can bake out several animations to different animation layers and stuff like this. So you might want to go bake to control rig and decide to do 1 every 5. You know, it's completely up to you on what you need to get done. So bake that, and you'll see same thing happens. Done, and that's just, we've got a more a dense keyframe structure. So this will have slightly nicer motion depending on the mocap file again. And you can see our little rope in there. Let's just select all their geometry here so we can get a better look at them. And in fact, yeah, let's do that. Let's get the best look we can. Sorry, it's my Windows update, by hiding all the stuff we do not need. So we don't need the custom controls, we don't need the FK controls, we don't need the custom, you know, the custom joints are quite handy actually. We want the geometry, so we want to hide the control rig from HumanIK. There we go, and up in the viewport I can turn off IK handles. Yeah, I can turn off, let's see here, we don't want all those locators getting in the way, so where are locators gone? And I have of course been struck quite blind. There we go, done. And that should give us just this. Now I'm going to select these so we can see them moving about better. There you go. That'll work. And that's, you know, took a, what, 40 minutes to get all the dynamics for that set up, which is no time at all really. And again, if you don't like the way they're all stretching about, you can always go into the nHair system and turn that down a bit. I know a lot of you probably prefer stiffer wires, but they're moving pretty well in my opinion. And I definitely wanted something people would notice, so I think we've achieved that. So there you go, that was a simple animation retarget. One of the benefits of using HumanIK indeed, and that was some simple dynamics to go along with that. So we now have a fully rigged character that's capable of using any system that can be imported or exported indeed from HumanIK, which is everything from most mocap files to or a lot of mocap files to Motion Builder, and you know, a lot of games, Unreal Engine will work with HumanIK and things like this. So yeah, I hope you found that helpful. I hope it's given you some small insight into the maybe more technical aspects of rigging instead of just hitting the button and go. But at the same time, I hope it's given you a nice, fast way to do this. So I'm going to render this little guy out so you can see him. And yeah, if you liked this tutorial, feel free to let me know. And indeed, feel free to let me know if you didn't. David at SimplyMaya, or you can let me know in the forum. Thank you very much for watching.